Good morning, Chatty House.
I know you all can't hear the commercial that's playing right now, but man, not my favorite one we've ever had. Good morning, everybody. Russ Dog gets a belt. Congratulations, Russ Dog.
Hooray, Rest Dog.
Warren's in here. P-Dub, Zabo and Wheezy, Tyler Jennings, Norm Will, David, Johnny G. Hello. John Poles in the building. What's up? Westside Kings fan. Hello, Jared Brown. What up? Bastone. What up? Greg Tabers. Hello. Good morning. Adam L. What's up?
Oh, man, I bet it is Smokey and Oxnard.
Fuck.
Be
dude,
safe
I
down
bet.
there, Chris Ochoa. Miguel is in the house. Jose. What's going on, Jose? Ooh, Sass is going to see Nosferatu. I want to go
Nice.
see Nosferatu. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that tonight. I don't know. Oh, we got to retweet this. Repost.
What's up, Frank? What up, Miguel? Good morning. Yeah, bro. Come on. What's up, Pete? Shout out to the Valley Joe. Hi, Andrew. What is that? Hey, thanks.
I don't know.
Is Andrew Drew down? I can't make the avatar big enough to see. Okay, here we go. Ugh.
13, 20.
It's the best day of the week. It's also the day of the week where people can't drive.
Oh, yeah.
That's a true fact, dude. Thursday is the worst driving day of the week.
Okay.
Best day of the week, worst driving day of the week. There was an accident on 5. Hoping I don't know the details. I hope everybody is okay. But I come in from the East Bay, so I take the River Road up to Twin Cities Road, and then I jump on 5 at Twin Cities Road. I don't know, 8 or 10 miles south of Elk Grove.
Okay.
And my GPS, so normally my decision point is, do I stay straight on 5 where the 50 junction is? Do I stay straight on I-5 and go? He's James, I'm Kyle, by the way. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. We'll talk about sports, I swear. Do I stay straight on 5 and just jump on 80 there shy of Natomas? Or do I take 50? Almost never, by the way. Do I take 50 to take business 80 around through, downtown or whatever? And today my GPS was like, nope, you're getting off at Consumnes River Boulevard in Elk Grove. That's how backed up traffic was.
Oh, that's not good.
It's like, you got to get off the freeway now. So
Okay.
I took back roads all the way to Elk Grove.
Every time I hear you say I take the River Road, I literally envision you like pulling your car onto like a floating raft, and there's a guy with a big brim hat and a long stick who just pushes you in your car.
Oh, so you've been there
down the river.
So you've gone on it.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no, that's exactly what happens.
You just float down the river.
It's like a 7-hour commute.
That's every time I'm like, the river road. Oh, it sounds so romantic.
Honestly, like that's why the drive people always go, oh my God, you commute. First of all, I love this job. So it's easy to do the commute. But two, like driving it in the mornings, I drive along the Sacramento River.
Oh, that's nice.
And the sun is coming up, and there's a little like not a dangerous level of fog, but just like that layer of fog across the fields. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I don't get to take it in how I want because I'm focused on the road, obviously. But I get to, take a little bit of a look around. I get to see what's in front of me. I know that it's beautiful. I got the radio on or some music or a podcast or whatever I got going on, and I cruise on in. Well, that's great. The drive in is beautiful.
People always go, man, you live so far away from the arena. And it's like, yeah, but I just get to drive right up into the hills. As soon as I start seeing oak trees and pine trees and just getting away, like all the unnatural like trees that are in Roseville that are not native to here, that they've just brought into the community because they grow fast.
Sure.
And they want to make, the community look older than it is, because some trees grow like 6 feet a year once they're firmly planted, and the natural trees here don't. So like I like living away from the city, up just a little bit up the hill. Like the snow isn't bad. If it does snow, it's there for like 4 hours and then it's gone. And like 1,800 feet elevation, just a little above the smog line, everything
nice
else.
Drive.
Yeah, it is a nice little drive. Get an hour, 45 minutes to think about my day.
Soren Smith said he just got to work from Elk Grove and I-5 was completely clear. Okay, so it must not have been too terrible of an accident. But also I'm driving through there at like 7:15.
Oh.
7:30. Yeah. So there's a little bit to go. But anyways, salute to everybody who commutes. We're really doing it, man. Cavs Thunder last night, as we dive into the sports talk portion of the program. I want to remind everybody tonight, by the way, college football playoff. The semifinal, Notre Dame, Penn State. Gavin from the Wake Up Call walking around in a Penn State t-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
He posted about Penn State games on Instagram. I was like, oh, you went to Penn State? And he's like, well, no. He's from Pennsylvania. A bunch of his friends went there. He's a big Penn State guy. Penn State, Notre Dame tonight. Coverage begins at 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. That should be a very, very good game. I'm thinking it's going to be an old school type of football game. If you're into the like knockdown, drag out style of football, I think you're going to be really into Notre Dame. Penn State should be a good one. And again, that airs right here on ESPN 1320 at 4 o'clock. But the Cavs and Thunder played last night.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of playoff vibes, possible finals preview?
Finals preview? Maybe. I don't know.
It at this point, the Thunder seem like the team that are going to come out of the West.
I agree 100%.
Like there's we'll dive into where the Kings sit in the West, and Houston's having a good year, and I know Memphis is having a good year. I just don't. The Thunder don't have Chet Holmgren, who's one of their 3 best players, and they're cruising.
Yeah.
They're awesome. So they had their 15-game win streak snapped last night by the Cavaliers, who are 32-4.
It's
on their own 11-game win streak.
I know. I heard someone say the other day, well, they might need to figure out their 3-point shooting a little bit. Like they lead the league. They're shooting 40.1% from 3. And they hoist like 42 of them a game. It's absolutely crazy. Everyone on their roster, like the guys that you would expect to hit the threes, are all shooting like 36%. Everybody else is, like Isaac Okoro is shooting like 47% from 3.
Just out of nowhere.
Yeah, like everybody on that team is shooting the 3 ball.
Isaac Okoro was a restricted free agent this offseason, and you and I both were like, man, that's a player the Kings should take a run at, except he can't shoot.
Yeah, it's always been the
spacing problem, and he's shooting 47% or whatever it is.
47.6%. Yeah, like every single... Man. Okay, so you just look at their top... Let's say their top 12. Their top 12, right? Donovan Mitchell, 41%. Evan Mobley, 40.4. Darius Garland, 42.9. Jared Allen hasn't taken a 3, but the next guy's Karis LeVert at 44.5, 35.7 for Max Strus. Again, he's one of those guys that you expect to shoot higher, 35.7. Dean Wade, 38. Isaac Okoro, 47.6. George Niang, 38.6. Sam Merrill, again, you expect him to shoot better, 35.1%. You get all the way down. Ty Jerome, their 11th best their 11th most minutes played guy per game, 41.6 from three. And then Craig Porter Jr. comes in at 45.5. They're top 12 guys. Two of them are struggling. They're shooting 35%.
Jeez.
And the Kings would love to have this problem.
Man.
The whole team shoots.
Can you get one of those guys?
Yeah.
Real quick, before we continue talking Cavs Thunder, the updated fan voting for the Western Conference All-Star team is in. Again, this is not the final fan vote. Fan vote counts for 50%. Players and coaches each count for 25%. I believe is how the math works. Nikola Jokic still leading the Western front court and all voters with 2.2 million votes. Kevin Durant, number 2. LeBron James, number 3. Wemby, 4. Anthony Davis, 5. Alperen Şengün, 6. Jalen Williams from Oklahoma City at 7. Andrew Wiggins, of course, at number 8. Domantas Sabonis at number 9. Ahead of Jaren Jackson Jr., who rounds out the top 10 in the front court. At guard, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, number 1. Steph Curry, number 2. Luka Doncic, number 3. Kyrie Irving, number 4. Anthony Edwards is 5. 6 through 10, James Harden, Ja Morant, De'Aaron Fox, Devin Booker, and Norman Powell. All right.
It's interesting. Like if the Kings can win, can keep this going, if they can get 5 or 6 games over 500 by the week or two before All-Star week, I think Fox has a shot. And I also think, Domantas Sabonis always has a shot just because he's one of the best basketball players statistically in the league. But, Fox, again, we brought this up the other day. Fox is 5th in the league in scoring and 3rd in the Western Conference in scoring. Like, that matters. Scoring matters, but wins also matter. So he's got to figure out a way to move up, get his team to move up the ranks.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the coaches and players put those guys.
Yeah,
because you might just be in a spot with you might just be in a spot with a fan vote where it's just really tough to get into the game. But I don't know.
Yeah,
they should both, because the coaches pick the coaches pick the last. The fan vote only counts for starters, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the coach. Yeah. I don't know.
It's interesting because a lot of players, the Western Conference is trimmed down a bit. So Klay Thompson was an All-Star a bunch of times. Paul George was an All-Star a bunch of times. I guess Klay is still in the West, but Paul George is no longer in the West. And you've seen some other players that are moving on from the Western Conference. So I think it does open a door. But I just don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, here's the deal, man. I know it matters, and I know, and maybe the All-Star game will be different now that they're doing the different format. And maybe it'll mean more. But as long as fan voting is part of it, I have a really hard time. I don't want to say caring.
Yeah.
But putting a lot of stock into it. De'Aaron Fox is not the 8th best guard in the NBA. Or I'm sorry, in the West.
Yeah.
This is not.
No.
So I'm not I don't know, man.
Well, that and
I'm just not gonna get I'm not, if they don't get into the All-Star game, it sucks for them, and I hope they do. I would like them to get there, Domas and Fox. But if they don't, I'm not gonna view it as some catastrophe, because that's just what this is at this point. It's 75% of popularity contest. And that's it. So all right, you didn't make it. That just means you didn't reach the threshold of popularity that you need to be. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting though.
Maybe I'm naive here, but
because the Kings are going to be way more concerned about All NBA when it comes to Fox.
Yeah.
If he gets All NBA in Sacramento, there's a good chance that he is going to sign his extension. Whether he forces his way out after that extension would be another question, but there's a good chance that he does sign an extension. And I would say one of the interesting things right now, the Dallas Mavericks on the season have played 37 games. Luka Doncic has only played 22 games.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of dudes who don't make All NBA because of games played.
Yeah, and so you only get 17 games missed, right? And so Luka's almost ineligible for All NBA, and he holds down one of the top, spots every single year. He's one of the first. He's a first team All NBA guy without any question. And so you're starting to wonder, like, is there a possibility for Fox here in the Western Conference? To be All NBA. There are players who are falling off. If he is in the top 5 in scoring at the end of the year, and if the team can be a playoff team, I don't see why he wouldn't be All NBA.
I get the theory behind the NBA putting contractual consequences on All NBA teams. Like, I understand the logic behind it, but it really sucks that we're watching for this, not because it's like, man, De'Aaron Fox deserves this honor, he should get this honor, or whatever player it is. For us, the relevant story is De'Aaron Fox, so we'll say De'Aaron.
Yeah,
De'Aaron Fox should get this honor as an All NBA guy because those All NBA teams matter. Like Bill Simmons always says, it's a snapshot of the season. It tells you who are the 15 best players in that season, and it gives you a portal into that year. Just a quick look. And we have to watch it and pay attention to it, not for the basketball, not because, wow, De'Aaron Fox is playing really well, he earns this. And let's take a look at some of the other guards in the West and some of the other players in the West, because it's positionless now. So let's take a look at some of the other players in the West, and does he really stack up? And, oh man, we're watching. We have to watch because of the contractual aspect of it.
Oh yeah.
Like, this is gonna cost him and or the Kings money.
Well, it could.
That sucks.
It could be the difference between a player staying and a player like asking out.
Yeah,
like straight up.
Yeah,
like, hey, I'm not going to get my money there, so I'm
out.
Free to go anywhere.
Yeah, and I know this is not new. This is not a Kyle Madsen original take here. This is just drafting off of the general gripe with this concept. Media just get to vote on this?
That's always been the problem. Like, I've told you, Scott Howard Cooper had such a huge issue with this when he was,
it's insane,
writing for NBA.com.
So let's go to this world real quick. De'Aaron Fox makes All NBA. He can get his Supermax extension. He signs it with the Kings, and that's what it is, and he stays there and whatever. He doesn't make All NBA, and he goes, well, this is dumb. If I'm not getting my Supermax, then I'd rather go elsewhere.
Yep.
That determination, the determination of the Kings franchise, the direction of the Kings franchise is based on the votes of people who may or may not watch Sacramento Kings basketball.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going to do this, if you're going to make this, if you're going to put this much of a
emphasis.
Thank you. I was going to say impetus, but that wasn't the word I was looking for. Emphasis on All NBA, where you could change the direction of a player's career / life and a team's trajectory and direction. Then you need to have a voting body that is in the vein of, not that the college football playoff is perfect, but you get the concept of, like, this body of 12 people, their sole responsibility is to watch every game and vote for All NBA teams. That is it. They get paid they come into work and they watch games. And then whatever they don't catch live, they watch the next day. Like, that has to be a thing that the NBA does and pays people to do if you're going to have this many consequences on All NBA teams.
No, I'm with you. I think it's difficult for like when we're talking about like a college BCS, whatever, like, because there's only, like, you're only looking at 12 games. And then you need to see strength of schedule, so you'll watch some of their, some of the other games that they're playing. And then you're looking at, like, let's say 15 teams or 25 teams. So it starts to grow.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the NBA, there's so many games. Like, how do you know, how do you watch every single game? How do you get a feel for that? And so I get that, like, local media would have some sort of say, that national media would have some sort of say. I do believe that it's way too skewed to national media. There are, like, way too many people at ESPN who get votes. guys that are talking heads that do not watch nearly enough basketball in general, let alone, teams like Sacramento. And so I don't know how to fix it, but I do know that there's it's a huge problem that someone who's supposed to be impartial as a media member could have a say in whether you make, $65 million in year 4 of your contract or 53. That's a huge disparity in how much money you can, you're affecting these people. And so I don't know what the answer is. I just know that, that the league probably does need to figure out some way to tighten it up. And, again, most of the votes at this point, they're coming from 2 outlets. They're coming from the New York Times / The Athletic and ESPN, most of it.
Right.
Because that's who has on the ground beat writers in every city or in a lot of cities, or it's who covers the league on a whole.
So this is so there's 2 really interesting things in the Chatty House. Chatty House is at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Please go ahead and tap in there, or you can tap in on the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program, we'd love to hear from you. So Uncle Looney says the All-NBA teams are usually very solid. I agree. I don't think that there's typically an egregious, wow, that guy was on the All-NBA team and he shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
The problem is, let's say De'Aaron Fox doesn't make the All-NBA team this year. And you just kind of look and you go, well, who are you taking off? It's well, there's 15 deserving guys. And that's my problem with this. The NBA tried to make it, I guess, equitable, or tried to quantify the success of a player and how much money they should be making via the All-NBA team. But that leaves out the All-NBA caliber players who are not on the All-NBA team.
Of course.
And that's what sucks about this.
And then you tie in the 17 games missed. Add that element into it, because now, something that you can't control, an injury, something you can't control. Let's just play double. What if De'Aaron Fox would have not landed on his right glute, but landed on his right wrist, or what it looked like when he fell on his right shoulder? What if he would have snapped his collarbone and he's out 6 to 8 weeks? Now he has there's nothing he could have done, and it could be the difference between him making, again, not only him, but whether he makes X amount of dollars in his contract extension, or whether he even wants to be in a city anymore because he's not getting his max money, because of course, it's tied to big markets. And so could have very easily happened that way. And he still has another 45 games that he could get injured, and you just never know. And so it's really interesting how they tie all these things together into one nice little bow and say, hey, you're eligible for 35% of the salary cap, or you're only eligible for 25%, or you're eligible for 30%. It's very strange how it is all tied to the contractual stuff and the injury stuff, and then a popularity contest.
Yeah. And then Sass in the chat says, do fans think Fox deserves a supermax? I think that's a different conversation. But the fact of the matter is, if he was eligible, the Kings would give it to him.
Well, yeah, I mean,
whether you think he deserves it or not is a completely separate conversation we can definitely have.
Yeah.
But right now, it's just the functionality of it. It's let's say De'Aaron Fox definitely 100%. It was consensus across the board that he was a supermax player, but for some reason in the All-NBA voting, he was 16th instead of 15th.
Oh yeah, and that's happened.
Yeah,
he's barely missed All-NBA.
Right. So because of this kind of weird voting process, and because of the fact the league capped this at 15 players instead of 18 or 20, De'Aaron Fox and the entire trajectory of his life and career in the Kings organizational timeline gets skewed.
Yep.
It's just, I don't like it. I don't like that there's this much riding on something that could just be, let's see. Oh God, my All-NBA ballot. Shoot. Okay. Let's see. I've been super busy. Let me just go on. Okay. Let me see. Let me sort by PER. All right. Well, let's see. We know Tatum, Giannis. We know who these guys are on. Okay. Now let me go. Okay. Well, Steph Curry's got to be on there. So we're going to put Steph on there. I don't know how many people do that, but I'm guessing it's more than one.
Oh yeah. There's some people who forget to turn in their ballot.
Yeah.
and again, like, you look at how much it is riding on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we
real quick.
Yeah.
How much is riding on it is the point of all this. We're using De'Aaron Fox because we're here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And that's a direct example we can use. But this is any player on any team. Go on.
Yeah, I would even say, like, look, I think that when you look at like what Tim Bontemps does, he does what does he call it? The ESPN
straw poll?
The straw poll, right? That's probably way more accurate and a way better indicator.
That's a good point.
Because in all, like, Tim reaches out to people in every city.
Yeah.
He knows a ton of people. I think he has 100 people roughly that are part of the straw poll, and they're all NBA people, people like myself that cover an NBA team that are there all, as much as possible to see every single game and that are in it. Like, and so you're judging from, like, really basketball people. I think is probably, like, one of the most accurate ways to do this. And I don't know that, you can't send out the vote to that many people, but I certainly think that having a huge percentage of your votes coming from these very specific areas where, again, like The Athletic, we just point out, The Athletic doesn't have a beat writer in Sacramento anymore. They haven't since Jason Jones moved to a different part of their company.
Salute to Jason Jones.
And they had a Hunter here last year, but Hunter moved to Detroit and he's covering the Pistons. So, like, how fair is it that a guy like Hunter might get a vote in Detroit who watch it because he covers the Pistons all the time and can't, why am I drawing a blank on their star player? The Pistons. Your Pistons.
Oh, my Pistons.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, Cade Cunningham. There we go. Yeah, so, like, maybe when he's watching every day, maybe he gets to vote and, like, oh, I'm giving Cade Cunningham my vote.
Yeah.
For All NBA. That makes sense.
Or
right?
Or this is what happens to me a lot. This is the Bam Adebayo thing we were talking about yesterday. Bam Adebayo is averaging like 19, 12, and 7 or whatever he's averaging. He's having a great year. He's going to be all defense again. But I watched the one game he's here in Sacramento, and I go, meh, he was all right.
Yep, got destroyed.
Yeah. So if you're a beat writer, you see a player twice or maybe 4 times, and if that player just happens to struggle against the team you see, you're gonna be like, I'm not buying it.
Yep. Maybe they're injured. Maybe they played on a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Maybe like you're totally right. You see the Eastern Conference teams one time a year. So it's really tough to gauge, like, Eastern Conference, like, unless you're watching every, like, on NBA TV or you're downloading all the games and you're watching every single game or at least parts of games.
That's what I'm saying. The NBA needs a committee that's just dedicated to that.
No, I would agree.
And here's the other thing you could do. And then I want to run through, speaking of the East, I got to talk about my underdog lineup from last night. You could just do all conference. Because then you're getting 15 players from each conference. And you're getting more, like,
maybe if you did 10 players from
focused
each conference.
voting.
10 players from each conference, and then did a 20 man all NBA team. And then you could even, like, distribute the all NBA team, intertwine the 2 lists.
Sure.
But first, second, third.
Got to get the contract stuff out of there, though. I don't think they will, because that's the best way they can kind of empirically rank players.
Well, it's also the best way that they can force players to play.
Man.
Tough. Yeah.
We'll get into some of the NBA action last night. Cavs Thunder was awesome. My Detroit Pistons continue rolling. They are now a game over 500, 8 games shy of hitting their season over, by the way. But I stuck in the Eastern Conference last night with Underdog, because Underdog Pick'em is my single favorite way to watch sports. It allows me to get dialed in to Bulls Pacers, a game I wouldn't have watched otherwise, and I was locked in and having a ton of fun watching it last night. Underdog is available here to play in California. It's the best place to cash in on all your takes during the NFL playoffs and, of course, during the NBA season. So last night, my lineup, I had Jordan Poole. So it's easy. You pick 2 or more players. You pick higher or lower on their stats. I had Jordan Poole higher than 19.5 points. He didn't play. So Jordan Poole didn't play. So the good thing about Underdog, though, is that player just gets removed from your lineup. You don't get penalized because the player didn't play. So I ended up having a 3-player lineup. Kobe White, higher than 19.5 points. He had 19 points with like 7.5 minutes to go. And they pulled him out of the game.
Oh.
When it was like 14 points with 3.5 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
That's doable in the NBA, and the Bulls waved the white flag.
Oh, ridiculous.
Just brutal. So Kobe White, I did not hit that one as the Bulls went on to lose to the Pacers 129-113. Tyrese Halliburton came through for me, though. I had lower than 24.5 points. He had 16, obviously. That's light work. And then Jarrett Allen, I had higher than half a double-double. Easy work for Jarrett Allen and the Cavs against the Oklahoma City Thunder. 25 points and 12 rebounds for the Cavaliers big man. I went 2 out of 3. And because of the flex play option, I got a little money back.
There we go.
Yeah. Shout out to Underdog, and I'd love for you to play along. Download the app, sign up with promo code Kyle M, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right. We're going to step aside. We have takeaways from 49ers exit pressers yesterday. We're going to take a look at the Western standings, because the Kings are right there, but what exactly does that mean? And I'm going to go full optimist today. I'm going to give you a ton of reasons why we should be optimistic about the Kings through this 5-game winning streak. I don't think it's a flash in the pan, and I think they're in a really good spot in the West, and we'll talk about why coming up next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it's Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Hello, friends.
No, for anyone asking, it's a completely separate thing from what D'Lo and Casey are doing.
Yeah. We are our own show.
Correct.
Thank you very much. What's going on? Thanks for joining us, charismatic Enigma.
Morning, Scooter. Yeah, Matt, thanks for dropping in, man. Good to see you.
Oh, damn. Zay Flowers been ruled out. Knee injury. Playoff game. That's a bummer.
I'm going to leave this up there in case the boss man taps in.
Another 2 hours. I would say another 1 hour.
Oh, good question. I have 2. If I'm ranking them, number 1 is Remember the Titans. If you want to call that a sports movie, I consider it a sports movie. And then Miracle, about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team with Kurt Russell.
Yep.
Fantastic film. Huge fan.
Why'd
you want to play college hockey?
I'm probably going to say Sandlot.
Very good pick.
And I was always a huge fan of The Natural. So
The Natural's a good one. I need to rewatch that one. I watched that one when I was young, so it's a little weird.
It's super dark.
I need to tap back into that one.
I loved 8
Major
Men Out
League's
too.
a great movie.
Yeah, Major League's a great movie. Bull Durham's fun.
Yeah, it feels that way, huh?
What did they say?
Yeah, it's in Houston, right?
Oh,
there's an HBO doc on it. I did not know that. I know there's a 30 for 30 about the Russian or the Soviet angle on the Miracle on Ice.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've not tapped into that one, but I would really like to. Oh, Bull Durham's
Hey, look at you guys pulling out some good Kingpin. Kingpin's hilarious. That makes sense, Drew Down, that you'd love Kingpin.
Yeah. Call that a sports movie is crazy.
See, Sack King 7600. I don't know that Bad News Bears is timeless. I don't think
didn't age great
that it could be made today. I
Well,
don't.
didn't they remake it with Billy Bob Thornton?
Maybe.
No, they
Maybe.
definitely did. Yeah, I cut my finger yesterday trying to fix our dishwasher.
Huh.
Yeah, I went to put my bowl in there after
This dishwasher.
after lunch. Yeah, went to put my bowl in there, and I look, and there's just like a pool of water at the bottom.
Oh no.
So I started just removing stuff to see if I could, and I reached in to see if it was just something big that I could just pull out, and there was something sharp in there, and just it's one of those cuts that's so tiny, but it wouldn't stop bleeding.
Oh no.
So annoying, dude. Just I ended up being here for another like 40 minutes because I was trying to get it to stop bleeding enough that I could put a Band-Aid on it.
Oh, that's not good.
But every time I would take the paper towel off and it's like, okay, it stopped, and I reached down for a Band-Aid, blood dripped down. God damn it.
I would just have super glued that thing closed. Just go on to the next thing. Super glue it closed.
Kicking and screaming is very strong. I watched that one recently. Did the Mighty Ducks movies age well?
I don't. I think the first one.
Are those movies that, because I haven't watched them since I was a kid.
I like them.
I've always been afraid that like I only liked them because I was a kid, and they might be kind of weird.
Okay.
Or not weird, but like I don't. Oh, hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, question of the day. Did the Mighty Ducks movies age well? 916-909-1320. It's the Oak Grove Kia talk line. I just haven't watched them since I was a kid, and I haven't revisited them because in my brain, they're the kind of movie that was only good because I was a kid.
Oh, okay.
And it actually wasn't that good.
I don't know. I can tell you, like, the boys and I have watched Sandlot like a bunch when they were young.
Aged great.
It did. It like aged
still plays.
Yeah,
still plays for sure. Superbad, another movie that still plays.
Oh yeah,
a lot of those movies that like those that comedy run in that kind of Will Ferrell vein of like from 2006 to 2009 or 10, they all kind of had that same college humor type of vibe.
Yeah.
And I always felt like, man, at some point I'm going to outgrow these. At some point I'm not going to like them anymore. And I still love them. But there's some of them that I show to people where they watch it for the first time and they're like, nope, don't find this funny at all.
Oh, really?
And that's where it's like the kind of nostalgia for me, or the yes-stalgia.
Oh,
I'm really trying to make yes-stalgia a thing. Yes-stalgia is like a good memory. Nostalgia is like a bad, like this conjures up bad vibes for me. Like if you had a bad experience in high school, maybe driving by your high school, and you're like, that's nostalgia. You had a great time in high school, you drive by your high school, like, oh man, hey, I had a class right there. Oh man, I love my teacher or whatever. That's yes-stalgia.
Shams just put out there that they have it confirmed now that JJ Redick lost his home in the fires.
Oh,
Southern California.
Damn, man. Come on.
Absolutely horrible. What's going on down there?
Yeah. Thoughts with, I know our guy Chris Ochoa in the chatty house lives down in Oxnard. He said the smoke's really bad.
Oh, yeah.
If we happen to have anybody who listens and lives down there, has family down there, our thoughts are certainly with you.
Yeah.
If there's anything we can do, any way we can get the word out for place to go, places to donate, please let us know.
Yeah, I know Luke Lauk said his brother lost his house.
Yeah. Just devastating.
Yeah, the devastation is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The Lakers and Hornets game has officially been postponed.
Yeah. And then it sounds like the Rams and Vikings game might get played down in Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's on the table. I don't know that they're there yet, but look, it sounded like last night the winds died down enough that they were able to get planes up in the air to dump water, which I think helped the Hollywood fire.
Yeah.
But the fact that last night you're watching this devastation and then another one just started.
Yeah, they said like embers like carried 3 miles away and started another fire. Yeah.
Just brutal, man. Yeah, obviously, as we talk about sports and sports movies and commutes, we're in the back of our mind is are the people affected by the fires down in Southern California.
Yep.
Absolutely. And of course with Luke Lauch's family, as you said, his brother lost his home. That's awful. It's about as bad as it gets, man.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we will move forward.
Yeah.
And again, if there's anything we can do, hit us up at the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Putting sports movies aside for a moment, I want to get back into this Kings and Cavs Thunder game last night. Incredible basketball. Cleveland won 129-122. And I don't through most of the first part of the season, I was in the mode of Boston's the team in the East.
Okay.
I know the Knicks are playing better, but Milwaukee's playing better. The Cavs have been really good, but I kept waiting for the Cavs to come back down to earth. And I don't think they're gonna. 32-4.
Oh man, they're good.
They're one of 6 teams to be 32-4 or better through 36 games in NBA history. One of them was the 73-win Warriors. The 96 Bulls and the 97 Bulls are both on that list. I think it's the 81 76ers on the list.
I'll say this. My one concern with them is that in year one, because this really is year one for them. Last year they had a good year. Would they finish fourth, fourth,
because they had the 4-5 with with the Magic.
But the problem is this year you're gonna start falling in love with the idea of that 72, of hitting 70 or 68 wins. You're gonna keep pushing and pushing and pushing and try to do something that hasn't been done, and that's gonna end up costing you in the playoffs. I mean, the Warriors learned that the hard way, and they were a team that had already won a championship. This is not that. I think that this is a team that's building. It's going to be really good. They're going to be really good for a long time. They, of course, have all the length and athleticism that we always talk about. They are one of the longest teams that you're going to find in the NBA. But at the same time, it's early in their progression. They are still young. They are going to need a couple of years to build this thing up to a championship contender. So I agree. They could be there. They could get there this year. They could win it all this year. But I also know that there is usually steps that you take to get to this point. And I would feel more comfortable with sort of the team that OKC is versus the team that they are at this point. But again,
why is that?
Because I think OKC is just a little bit more mature as far as a team, and they've been building this. I don't want to say a little bit longer because they're probably on the same sort of path.
That's I feel like timeline wise they're about the same.
Yeah, but I think OKC took their big leap last year to where you were like, okay, this is one of the best teams in the NBA, and they just don't have the maturity to get to an NBA championship type deal. I think they do now, and even 1 year can do that. But I'd also say that I wouldn't be surprised if this is who we see in the finals. Not at all. And maybe I'm crazy, but Oklahoma won 57 games last year and Cleveland won 48, so that's what I kind of mean. They feel like OKC is just a year ahead in their progression, and we'll have to see how it all plays out. But again, I would just have a little bit more faith in a 7-game series with OKC.
Someone pointed this out on Twitter last night. The Cavs are 32-4 overall. They had a 5-game stretch in mid to late November 19th through the 29th, where they went 2-3. They lost to Boston. They beat the Pelicans. They beat the Raptors, then lost to the Hawks twice. They are 30-1 outside of that stretch. That's insane. And that's why it's 32-4, fine. You can be the finals favorite.
Yeah.
I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're out in the second round because of everything you just said. It's their second trip to the playoffs, and Kenny Atkinson was really good in the regular season, but man, over a 7-game series, he didn't quite have enough. And some team played Jared Allen off the floor or whatever. I don't know. Pick whatever happened.
Yeah.
Who was our guy we were just talking about? Isaac Okoro gets into the playoffs and looks like he did his first 3 years where he can't hit water from a boat. Like, okay, maybe that happens. But if you're 32-4, I'm just gonna, you know what, tip of the hat, and I'm gonna feel great about it.
Yeah.
And if they lose in the second round, oh, okay. Or if they, I mean, maybe they lose 8 in a row here and they come crashing back down to earth and they're just like a normal good team instead of world beaters. But man, that game was awesome last night. It did not disappoint. 2 teams on pace for better than 70 wins.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I would love to see it.
And then there's the Celtics, by the way.
Oh yeah,
who are just that's the one. Putting the Cavs aside for a minute,
of course.
The thing with Boston, and one of the reasons that, I mean, I say I'm going to put the Cavs as the favorite. It's not because I think Boston stinks. Boston's also excellent and coasting.
Oh, they are.
Boston is very much not putting pedal to the metal in the regular season.
No, they're the Golden State Warriors the year after they won 73.
Mm-hmm.
They're the team that knows what it takes to get to the NBA championship and to win one.
Mm-hmm.
They're that team now. And rightfully so, they're going to coast in the regular season. And I mean, that's if you're a Sacramento Kings fan, that's what you're hoping for tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
That, Boston can beat you on when they have like their B game, not an A game. They can still, crush you.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Kings are this team that's building something different and sort of, they're fighting and they're playing on vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, maybe you catch a team that isn't 100% prepared to take on a team that's fully engaged.
Yeah.
Like maybe the Boston Celtics aren't 100%. They are beatable this year, maybe more than they have been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They still are a horrific matchup team against the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those teams where, again, I would rather
Boston's a horrific matchup for everyone.
No, they are.
Yeah.
But at this point, I still think, like, if you were choosing who the Kings, you'd rather have the Kings play on Friday night, I think I would still choose to play the Cavs over the Celtics. Maybe I'm crazy, but
let me rephrase that, because I think I think you're more liable to catch Boston napping than Cleveland.
No, I agree.
But so I'm going to say if let's put the Kings in the finals. I said I was going to be optimistic. Let's just do it.
Okay.
No, I don't necessarily think they're going to make the finals, but let's just go hypothetically for a moment. Let's just put them there. I think I would rather them probably play Cleveland than Boston, to your point. But in a 1-game sample right now, I think Boston is the team you're more liable to catch. Like, all right, hey, Jaylen Brown's going to be out tonight. Man, you know what? Jason Tatum's playing 75%, and Derek White missed a couple shots, and all of a sudden, you're up 112 to 101 with 3 minutes left.
Yep. No,
Whereas
I agree.
Cleveland, I think Cleveland is gunning for 73 wins.
Yeah, I think Cleveland doesn't know like to back off and like just get there, save something for the postseason. It's
like when that first race in Fast and the Furious, when oh my gosh, the
Paul
actor
Walker.
Paul Walker, thank you. When he hits his nos too early.
Oh, yeah.
And then Vin Diesel ends up winning the race. He's like, almost had you. You almost had me.
Like, not really. You didn't almost have me.
Yeah. Shout out to Fast and Furious. Boston's still on pace to win 60.
Yeah, I mean, Boston's incredible. And, like, again, if I'm choosing a winner of the NBA Finals right now, it's the Boston Celtics. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's a long season and everything else.
Shout out to the Chatty House for completing the scene for me. Before we get into my Pistons, the Milwaukee Bucks and San Antonio Spurs played last night. The Bucks ended up winning.
Okay.
But as with all things Victor Wembanyama, he did a couple of things last night that were just outrageous. Here's what he did in the first quarter. The call via ESPN, I'll describe it for those of you listening on the radio. For those of you watching on the stream who have not seen this play yet, enjoy.
Pop off that. Lillard off the mark with the 3. Here's Wembanyama. That one-legged three ball. We said that he was unique. There's some.
Mark Jones on the broadcast.
It's almost like he
What
went into a
is it?
Euro step, slow motion Euro step for the three ball.
So he gets a bounce pass above the break on the right side, way outside
29
the 3-point
feet
line.
out. 29. That would be my guess.
Yeah, he stops, pump fakes, gets the flyby, one dribble in, and then a one-footed runner from three, butter.
Yeah, he basically did the Dirk one-legged shot, but from a foot behind the 3-point line.
Look, when Steph Curry does this, it's like, oh man, classic Steph. When 7'14" Victor Wembanyama does this, it's like, uh-oh.
The NBA, you have a problem.
What do you do about this? Okay, so he does that, all right, which was just bananas to begin with. Now let me get set up here. Hang on. This is why I really, the sooner we get Joe in here, the better. Okay, so here's what he did later in the game. This is just the crowd sound. So sorry, everybody on the radio. Again, we will try and describe the play for you as Victor Wembanyama makes one of the most ridiculous shots I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I'm not saying it. Here we go. Hang on. This is why we need a producer. A producer. Everybody, write your senator and tell us we need a producer. Here we go.
Pump fake.
What do you do? Pump fake on Brook Lopez. Drive by. Terrible defense by Brook Lopez here, by the way. Like, what is that? What are we doing? What, Brook? What is this?
Well, when the dude starts hitting one-legged 3-point shots, you have to get out on him, but that's not a good closeout.
That's a poor closeout, right?
Yeah.
That's a half-ass closeout. Like, I have no chance of contesting this, but I just need to put on film that I closed out.
Yeah.
So puts it on the deck. Here comes Giannis, help side defense. And that's Giannis Antetokounmpo. One of the two best defenders in the league.
Yes, and one of the craziest, his wingspan is so incredibly wild.
So Wembanyama goes up to dunk on him. Giannis meets him. And then Wembanyama goes back underneath, circles it back around, and throws it straight up in the air and has the arm length, because they're outside of the key right now, has the arm length to get that ball up under Giannis and away from his block, by the way.
Absolutely incredible.
And then into the air, off the glass, will spin and in.
That's like one of those shots that the guy, the old school dude at the YMCA hits on you, or at the gym.
Yeah.
Like he hits some, you're like, how did you hit that? Like, I had you shut down. How did you hit that? Spin, flips it up, butter. It's just incredible.
I know people are probably sick of hearing about Victor Wembanyama, but the reason it's not going away is because he's getting better.
Well, and is he 21 yet? I don't think he can.
I think he's 21. He might.
Can he walk into a bar? Because I don't think he can walk into a bar.
Well, he's got a duck, but yeah, he can walk into the bar. He is 21 as of 5 days ago.
5 days ago, he just turned 21.
Salute to Victor Wembanyama. I hope he had a great 21st birthday. Although that's the other thing about him is he's a psychopath. So he probably didn't even go out on his 21st birthday because he's like, no, I'm in season.
No.
We're trying to make the playoffs.
So as of right now, he's averaging 25.1 points, 10.8 rebounds, 3.8 assists, 4 blocks, and a steal per game. 4 blocks. He leads the NBA. Last year, he averaged 3.6. He's up that to 4 blocks per game.
Whatever, man.
Shooting 35.4% from 3, Kyle, on 9.3 attempts per game. A 7'3", 7'4" dude is shooting 9.3 3-point attempts per game.
Sure.
Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Sure, man.
I don't even know what to say.
Insane. So that happened last night. But anyways, the Bucks won. Giannis, there was a possession late where Giannis clamped Wembanyama.
Oh, yeah.
They just one-on-one from the perimeter, and Wemby had nothing. But it's one of those things. It's like the Doug Christie, Kobe Bryant story. I have no doubt that Giannis or Wemby is going to take that matchup with Giannis where he got clamped. He's going to watch the hell out of it and figure out what he has to do to beat Giannis next time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think he's probably the only player in the league who can just straight up defend Wemby.
Maybe. But
maybe
even
Evan Mobley?
I don't even know. I don't even know if he can do that. And I don't think Evan Mobley can. There's just something different about
Insane.
Wembanyama. And again, like I don't know how you deal with what he's going to look like in 2 years, what he's going to look like in 3 years,
Yeah.
what he's going to look like in 2031 when the San Antonio Spurs have a pick swap with the Sacramento Kings. Yeah.
Boy,
Yeah.
that's tough. My Pistons, by the way, I mentioned they beat Brooklyn 113-98 last night. If you missed the bit, before the year, I thought the Pistons would hit their over pretty handily. I think it was 26.5. They're at 19 wins already. They're 19-18. There's an interesting thing though that I think might matter for the Kings with this, as we try and loop Sacramento into the conversation. Sacramento hasn't played since Monday, and they don't play till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Detroit was a team that you and I both looked at before the year, and when, man, they look like they're accumulating talent to trade.
Yep.
A guy like Tim Hardaway Jr. They have a glut of front court guys. That's what they did with Bojan Bogdanovic last year. They traded him to the Knicks for what? They get a first for him?
Maybe.
The
Knicks had a lot of firsts.
Yeah, so it looked like, oh, this is what the Pistons are gearing up for. They'll get their young guys some burn. They'll get some experience with these veterans, and then when they're way out of it by the deadline, they'll trade these veterans. They'll accumulate more picks and they'll continue their build.
Yeah. So Beasley,
Malik Beasley's the other one. Yeah.
Tobias Harris and Hardaway. Yep. You're thinking, oh yeah, they're just collecting these guys and then they're going to get assets for them at the deadline.
But now suddenly they're 19-18. They're 8th in the East. They're playing really well without Jaden Ivey, who broke his leg, horrific injury. I kind of wonder if Detroit is going to come off the table as a seller at the deadline, where now there's just going to be fewer players out and available, and it just makes things more difficult when Sacramento is trying to execute a trade.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that they're probably no longer a seller, that they're a buyer, and it's going to make, and that's why, like, why I think Brooklyn already started working, because they're like, we're like one of the few sellers at this point. Let's just go ahead and start moving guys, because they don't want to win a bunch of games. But that just means that, like, the supply and demand, like, there's going to be fewer players available. I think anybody on Washington is going to be available.
Yeah.
Like, there are going to be players that are available. There are players like Brandon Ingram that just circumstance makes him available because they're going to lose him for nothing this summer. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll be able to lock him up to a long-term deal this summer, but the potential to lose him for nothing is there. And so, yeah, I think this is a market where, you know, if there was a way to make a deal as early as possible, you should do it, because I think the price is going to go up for a lot of these teams.
How many teams do we think are realistically in the Cooper flag race here? Washington, for sure. They have 6 wins. They lost again last night by 6. They have still yet to lose a game by 1 possession this year.
Oh.
I count 1 possession as 2 or 3 points.
Yeah.
I don't count it as 4. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So the 4 is their lowest margin of victory
only
this year.
plays when you're going up against the Kings. 4-point play. 4-point play, make it rain.
Yeah, they have 6 wins. The Pelicans with 7. Hornets and Raptors both with 8. Jazz with 9. And then there's Brooklyn and the Pacers with 13.
I think there are 7 teams that are in the Cooper flag chase. It's Brooklyn, Charlotte, Toronto, Washington, Portland, Utah, and the Pelicans.
Yeah, all 13 or fewer wins.
Yeah. And I haven't looked to make sure all of those teams have their picks. I'm assuming all of those teams have their picks. The only one I would be like, maybe doesn't have a pick is, you know, you worry about Brooklyn not having their pick because of past mistakes, and then the Pelicans, but I think they all have their picks. Yeah. This is a really
Sorry about that bad timing by me.
there's a bunch of bad teams at the bottom of the standings, and you know, like in the West, there's only 3 teams that are super horrific. You know, and Phoenix is falling into that. Although Phoenix, they again are a team without picks. They can't trade.
Phoenix is hosed, dude.
Yeah, except for 2031.
I get why they wanted to go get Kevin Durant. He's Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
but I don't know, man. You went to the finals. You had a really good young core. I don't understand blowing that up for team building foundation that doesn't work anymore.
No, I get you. Yeah, that's always a tough thing, man. You've got to, We talked about it with Steph yesterday. The balancing team building with aging stars and young players and guys in their middle-aged NBA players. It's very difficult.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep talking trade market. We've got 49ers exit pressers from yesterday. Some interesting news coming out with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both talking yesterday. And we just looked at the bottom of the West standings. The Kings are climbing. How high can they climb, and is what they're doing sustainable? We'll dive into all that in the second hour. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, this is Kyle Madsen from the Insiders, and I've got good news. Underdog is available to play here in California. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the NFL playoffs. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Seriously, it's my new favorite way to watch sports. I was dialed into freaking Bulls and Pacers on a Wednesday night because of Underdog. Underdog's pick'em game is super easy. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats like passing touchdowns, rushing attempts, receiving targets, stats. And then you can win up to 1,000 times your money. It's really that easy. So if you think Josh Allen is going to keep being a touchdown machine in the playoffs, then you'll want to go higher on his half rushing or receiving touchdown in the Bills wildcard game against Denver. If you're big on Chargers kicker Cameron Dicker like James Ham and I are, make sure to have him in your lineup with higher than 1.5 field goals made in their game against the Texans this weekend. But it's not just NFL. They've got all your favorite leagues and stars to choose from. I'll have some picks coming up for you a little bit later on. And I'd love for you to play along with me because Underdog is the best place to play pick'em. Download the app, sign up with promo code KYLEM, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KYLEM on the Underdog app. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Clear.
And we're back.
We are back. We are getting Doug back. The Hangover, another one that's aged great.
What? Oh yeah. We made Brennan watch There's Something About Mary.
Oh,
so good. So good.
Is that the one where he gets caught in the zipper?
Oh yeah.
Oh
my gosh. And Brett Favre is in it. Yeah. It's got a bunch of good stuff. And we got a lot of stuff to get to still in the rundown.
I know.
I mean, I took all kinds of notes. I took notes.
Hell yeah. We love notes.
Yeah, the Retribution. You should probably watch There's Something About Mary. Sean and I forced Brendan to watch it. Brendan won't watch anything. It's funny how some people are movie people and some aren't. Yeah, Scooter, it is 1995, something like that. Soren, The Hangover, I mean, amazing in the theater. I've never laughed so hard as I did as There's Something About Mary in the theater specifically. I remember we lived in Berkeley when it came out, and watching it like the Shattuck Theater, and you just sat there and you laughed so hard that your belly hurt when you came out of the theater. I think we ended up watching it like 3 times in the theater. Goodfellas as a comedy. I don't know about that. My son for his movie class, he did a mashup. They wanted him to like come up with a movie idea, a mashup of Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Goodfellas. So you know how every time Ferris looks into the camera and starts talking, he mashed those up with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and Ray Liotta beating the guy in the bar. It was good stuff.
Wedding Crashers is really good.
Wedding Crashers is really good, and it's kind of out of the rotation. It's something that needs to. It's something I quote all the time.
This Is the End. I saw this is not. I saw this 3 times in theaters.
Really?
Oh, loved it.
What is? Let me.
Just an insane, absolutely batshit insane movie.
Oh yeah.
Guy died in a hang gliding accident. What an idiot!
The cast
what
is
she's
pretty
doing back
spectacular. Is that the?
Danny McBride's really funny. I enjoy Danny McBride's comedy very much. I haven't actually watched Eastbound and Down somehow.
Oh.
But Vice Principals on HBO is really funny, and Righteous Gemstones is very good as well.
I haven't watched that.
I just my wife and I just got through Interior Chinatown on Hulu. Very bizarre show, but really good. Enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah, I think I got. I don't think I watched the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, this is a good one, Will. All right, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. Been talking in kind of a grab bag today. But we were diving in. Well, first of all, at the break in the chatty house, we'd love for you to participate at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can also jump in on the conversation on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. It's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We're talking about like great movie theater watches. And our guy Will in the chatty house brought up The Dark Knight.
Oh.
And that was an elite movie theater experience.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was a really good one for me. There was another movie theater experience that I didn't love was Finding Dory, the sequel to Finding Nemo.
Okay.
So when I lived in Arizona, I did not love my job. I loved my coworkers, but the job itself was I wanted to work in media, and I was doing like customer service basically for a video streaming company that streamed a lot of college sports. So broadcaster or whoever who's running the broadcast has a problem with their stuff, they call us, we help them fix it.
Okay.
Didn't love the job. It was just kind of miserable. Had a really bad day at work one day, come home, and I have a couple of Maker's Marks, and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to have a couple of drinks. I'm going to sit at home. Well, I'm sitting there, and after a couple of drinks, I'm like, I need to go see Finding Dory. Finding Dory came out this weekend. Let's go tap in, see what's happening with that. So I responsibly call an Uber, get myself a little flask of some Makers, and I go down to watch Finding Dory. It's like a Wednesday.
By yourself?
By myself.
Okay.
Took an Uber to watch Finding Dory alone. It's like a Wednesday. I was of the mind that I would be like one of very few people in the theater to watch Finding Dory in the middle of the week. It might have been a Tuesday or Thursday.
It's drunk Kyle and a bunch of kids.
Brother, drunk Kyle walks into this theater, got his popcorn,
smelling of whiskey,
just fired up to be there, right? And I walk in expecting to have my pick of seats. There's nothing better than you turn the corner at the movie theater and then you look up and it's just empty.
The whole thing is empty.
Yeah, because this is pre-seat reservation.
Yes.
Which is now like the norm.
Yeah, it's the norm.
It was the thing at a couple of the theaters in the area, but not all of them, and certainly not this one. I walk in, there is not a seat vacant.
Oh, no.
I sat in the front row on the far left side. Because now I'm like, oh, I didn't like this is a bad look. This is a bad look for me.
Yeah.
I needed to think this through better. God, choices, bro. Because there's seats available more toward the middle, but I was like, I'm not gonna go sit next to some family
No.
in this state.
Smelling of whiskey.
Smelling of Maker's Mark. So I sit down with my popcorn and I took in the movie. Had a great time. I'm leaving. Call an Uber. Get in the Uber. And the guy goes, oh, you having a night out or going out tonight or whatever? Just trying to make small talk. And I was like, no, I just went to see Finding Dory and now I'm going home.
Oh.
The dude didn't respond and didn't say a word the rest of the ride.
Oh, he gave you like a 3-star.
Dude, he knew that was a like low point for me.
Yeah, that's not a good
It was
deal.
a bad day for Kyle. Bad movie theater experience for me.
I know when I was young, I went with my brother and a buddy to go see, which is one of the worst movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
They Live with Roddy Piper. It's literally,
what movie is this?
It's called They Live. And basically they find like a box of sunglasses. And when you put the sunglasses on, you see that there are a bunch of aliens. But to make matters worse,
concept,
whatever happened in the reel, everything was elongated, so all of their faces are like super long and the audio's off. So we're sitting there like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen, and it's all stretched out and
it
wrong.
Looks terrible.
It looks terrible, and the audio's off. It was not a good movie experience.
You know what would have made that movie experience better?
Yeah, some makers.
Little makers.
Yeah, little makers. That's one of those ones where you probably could have had some makers.
Could have had some makers and it wouldn't have been a problem. All right.
They Live is not excellent. I'm sorry. People in the chat. I'm sorry, Davey, no boats.
If you're looking for real quick, I want to get to the Kings here. I really do. Because I'm gonna go full blown Kings optimist here. But if you're looking for like if you're into bad movies or like old movies in that era where Hollywood was just cranking out whatever idea somebody put on paper, Disney did this in like the 60s and 70s, where they were just like, any concept, any idea, we're Disney, we're gonna do it. There is a movie about a sheepdog who's a lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's another one called it's not called Space Cat.
The DA, the
Shaggy DA.
Shaggy DA.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
No, I've seen all of these.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And then there's one about a cat from outer space that can talk.
Uh-huh.
Another remarkable, just not a good movie, but watching it through the lens of,
is that Escape from Witch Mountain?
No.
Not the originals?
No. It might have been.
There's Witch Mountain. Yeah.
I have not watched those.
Okay.
But those might be on there. Okay. Yeah, Shaggy DA, and then the alien cat from outer space or something like that.
It's like the Love Bug.
Silly ass movies, dude.
Herbie, like the Volkswagen Bug that flies and can help you do like save the world.
Sure. Yeah. There's the donkey who is a kicker in the NFL.
Oh, of course.
That's one.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's coming out of,
I love a good bad movie.
That's coming out of the era of like Mr. Ed. So like if you're not old enough to know Mr. Ed, like the horse that talked.
Okay. Yes. They put peanut butter in his gum, so it would look like he was talking.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Want to remind you tonight, college football playoff. Notre Dame, Penn State, 4 p.m. Broadcast begins right here on ESPN 1320. Fired up for that game. Gonna be an old school football game, man. You like AFC North type of football, like old school AFC North, Ray Lewis, Hines Ward type of AFC North. This will be the game for you. It should be a lot of fun. Can't wait to check it out right here on ESPN 1320. All right, so the Kings. We talked about the Pistons and could they actually become buyers at the deadline? I think what we're going to see is less. I don't think teams are necessarily going to become buyers. Like I don't think like the Pistons or the Hawks are going to want to give up assets, right? But I do think you're going to see them maybe not doing deals and not trading. And now the market is not going to be as saturated as it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, if you want to make a deal, like now's probably the time to do it. Here's where we're at with the Kings. So after last night's games, the Kings are tied with the Spurs for number 10 in the West.
Yep.
I'm going to go full optimist here. I'm not going to be realistic. I'm going to be full-blown optimist here. Half game back of the Warriors for 9. 1.5 behind the Timberwolves for 8. They're 2 back of the Clippers for 7. 2.5 behind the Lakers for 6. 3 behind the Mavs for 5. 3.5 behind the Nuggets for 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Kings are at. You said yesterday you go on a run where you win 15 of 18, you're a top 4 seed.
Yep.
And this is where I'm going to be maximum level optimist. Because not only are they only 3.5 back of the number 4 seed Denver Nuggets, let's go back through those teams. The San Antonio Spurs are currently the 10 seed. Let's assume they don't make a trade this year. Let's assume they're just going to ride it out with Wembanyama and Chris Paul and Jeremy Sohan and Keldon Johnson and Harrison Barnes and all that. The Spurs are probably about a 10 seed, right? 9, 10.
10, 11.
They're right, but they're right in that range.
Yeah.
Okay. The Warriors are going the wrong direction and don't seem eager to go the right direction.
I don't think the Warriors are a play-in team.
They certainly are not.
No.
If they don't make any changes, they are not. Flat out.
Okay.
They are. Steve Kerr said they're suffering from a crisis of confidence, or the team's just not very good. That's kind of what I think. But anyways, the Warriors going the wrong way, and without a change, will continue going the wrong way. The Timberwolves, currently the number 8 seed, I think they have room to go up.
Of course.
I think that's a team that could wind up in the top 6 who's not currently there.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
There's too much talent. I don't think Julius Randle's a fit. I think they're worse than they were last year.
Of course.
But I don't necessarily think that they're for sure the 8th seed or worse.
No, they did a cost-cutting move, and that cost-cutting move, you're seeing it play out.
Mm-hmm.
They're not nearly as good as they were before, and I don't know why, because Karl Anthony Towns is a better player than Julius Randle, but it's not by leaps and bounds. And
I think it's just more style and willingness to. We were talking about sports movies earlier in the movie Miracle. Herb Brooks in that movie says, Kurt Russell playing Herb Brooks in the movie says, "I'm not looking for the best players, Craig. I'm looking for the right ones." That's what I think is Minnesota's problem. Is okay. Maybe Randle and Cat are similar tier of player.
Well, and on paper, you throw in Dante DiVincenzo, and you think it should have been a wash, really close to it.
Yeah,
talent-wise,
right? Absolutely.
It's
not working out the same way. But again, if you told me, yeah, hey, they went on a little run, got the 6th seed, I wouldn't be shocked. So the Timberwolves could go up. The Clippers, I think they're right about 7, 8 seed.
Yeah, they are who they are.
Yeah, Kawhi's back, so maybe we'll kind of see, but he doesn't quite look the same. You don't know if he's going to stay healthy, but the Clippers are, I think, right about where they're going to be. 6, 7, 8 range, right in there. The Lakers, the number 6 seed.
Nah. I don't think they have room to go up.
Yeah, that's it.
Do they have room to go down a couple of spots? Sure.
Yeah, but
if they get injuries to AD or to LeBron, that team starts to tumble a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're right about. I'm going to go winning percentages here. I think the Lakers 556 winning percentage. What's that over 82 games? Let me get a gauge here. I'm not good at math.
45, 46 games.
82. That's 45, literally 45.6. So about 46 wins. Yeah, it's probably about where the Lakers are. That's probably about where the Clippers are. The Mavericks, I think, have room to go up. They're currently the 4 seed. They are on pace for...
But they're going to go backwards before they go forwards.
They're on pace for 48 wins.
Okay, yeah, but...
If you told me they got to 50, I wouldn't be shocked.
I would agree. They can get to 50, but I also look at their team right now. Luka's out another 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, and that's what I think Luka's going to get back, and they'll be fine.
But then Kyrie is out for 2 weeks. So, but they're going to go backwards, and then to go forward, it's going to be very difficult. They're in a position like the Kings.
How far backward do they go?
Yeah, they're in a position like the Kings where getting to 50 wins, I don't think there's going to be a bunch of 50-win teams. I think there'll be 3 up top. But after that, I think there's going to be a lot of teams. If you're 21-15 where Denver is right now, you can get to 50 pretty relatively easy. What do they have left? They've got 46 games left, and of the 46, they've got to win 29. So 29-17. But 29-17 isn't just like a foregone conclusion. That's not super easy.
No doubt.
To play 12 games over 500 when you're only 6 games over 500 right now.
Sure.
So but then go down to where the Kings are at. In order for the Kings to get to 50 wins, I mean, you're 37 games in, so you got 45 games left. Yeah, I see that face. So you need
32-12.
Yeah. So you got to play 20 games over 500 from here on out. That's not simple. I think there are a lot of teams that are going to be around that area. I'm surprised the West is not nearly as good as everyone thought they would be. And I don't buy into the West is eating the West at all.
No, I don't think that's the case. Like the Nuggets have some defensive issues.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Nuggets are the powerhouse that they've been.
No,
they're good. They're still a good team, but I think the 4 seed's probably about where they're at. The point I'm making here is, as the Kings hit this upward trajectory that looks more and more, Zach Harper wrote about it in The Athletic today, this 6-game stretch for the Kings and their 5-game win streak, the numbers aren't that different. Like, you go look, the numbers are a little better for the most part.
Yeah.
But not like leaps and bounds, they're playing over their heads and that's why they're winning better.
Mm-hmm.
They're just playing harder, which has kind of been the takeaway through these 5 games is, okay, it doesn't necessarily look better from an execution standpoint or whatever, but it's like, man, the defensive effort is higher. The offensive pace and intensity is better. And that's leading to wins.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I see the Kings doing, and again, I'm going full-blown optimist here. What I see the Kings doing is hitting an upward trend that just gets them where they probably should have been to start the year, that matches their talent.
Of course.
And what you see with the Spurs is Spurs are about what they are. Golden State is what they are. They're going the wrong way. Timberwolves, okay, maybe they tick up a little bit. The Clippers, kind of what they are. Lakers, kind of what they are. There's not a team that I think, as the Kings keep climbing, and I think they're going to, I don't think there's a team in front of them that is just going to outpace, and no matter what the Kings do, they're just not going to be able to break into that top 6 because everybody ahead of them is just so freaking good.
Yeah, I would even, the 2 teams, the one team that is so much better than everybody else is OKC. Just put them up there way above everybody else. After that, there's potential for major regression in the second half from the Houston Rockets, from the Memphis Grizzlies, from the, I'd say the Lakers, the Clippers, the Warriors, the Spurs. Phoenix can keep going downhill.
Mm-hmm.
There's potential for major regression from all of those teams. And not a lot of points where you think, oh, that team is going to start moving up.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the Eastern Conference. I do not feel that way about the Eastern Conference. Cleveland, great team. Boston, great team. The Knicks, very, very good team.
Yeah, playing a lot better.
Orlando is they're getting Paolo back. They're going to start taking off.
Hey, Jamal Mosley's getting my coach of the year vote, dude.
He's been great.
They've been without Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner for a large portion of the season. They're still 22-16.
And then they don't even know what's going on with Suggs with the whole back injury.
Yeah.
That was horrible.
Shout out to Jamal Mosley, man.
But look at the 5th seed. It's Milwaukee, who was horrible in the beginning of the season and just continues to climb and climb and climb. You're like, oh, okay. I'm not sold on Indiana so much. I think fine. Indiana is who they are. Miami, right about where they are. Detroit, Atlanta. That's fine. But then I get down to the 11th seed is 15-20. That's Philadelphia. Philadelphia is going to climb right back into this thing and be like the 6th or the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference. And so when I look at the East, I feel a lot more confident about who they are and what they are than the West at this point. And I think, we talked about it yesterday, the West has just waited for the Kings. You guys go ahead and figure your stuff out. We'll just wait here and we're not going to pull away. So I looked at, go ahead.
And you look at injury problems in the West. You look at just kind of some of the roster construction problems in the West. And that's why I'm with you, man. I just don't, and maybe this is just me, again, purple glasses, because I'm here in Sacramento, and the Nuggets and the Mavs and the Lakers and the Clippers are all going to be awesome the rest of the year. And oh my God, look how wrong I was. I've been wrong before. But I just don't, even if let's take the Rockets and Grizzlies regression off the table for a second. Let's just put Thunder, Rockets, Grizzlies top 3. Beyond that, 4 through
11.
I'll keep Phoenix in the mix for now, just to for the sake of argument. So let's say 4 through 12. You can kind of mix and match for the most part however you want. And the Kings are the team that recently, again, not saying every team is on this downslope, but the Kings are the team that you're going, oh, okay, I see the vision of how they're going to get better.
Yeah.
I see how they climb up here. Whereas I don't, maybe Luka comes back and Dallas is awesome and they wind up as a top 4 seed, and maybe Nikola Jokic is just the MVP and the Nuggets are going to be there and the Timberwolves figure it out and they go on a tear and the Kings are suddenly in the play-in again. Maybe.
Okay.
But as we were just kind of looking at the standings yesterday, and I don't see any reason, assuming the Kings continue playing hard, which is I think a big thing for them. I don't see any reason that they can't just very rapidly be back in the top 6.
No, I agree. And if you look at the 5-game win streak, we're talking about the Mavs, the Sixers, the Grizzlies, the Warriors, and the Heat.
Mm-hmm.
All of those are playoff teams. I don't care who's playing on those teams right now or not. When you go into a game against those teams, they're good basketball teams.
Mm-hmm.
The one team out of that group is the one team that you beat by 30 is the Warriors. Like all of them are. And Philadelphia, again, they played without Embiid. I don't care. They beat plenty of teams. They were like on a 5-game win streak coming into that game, and Embiid had barely played in a couple of them. But I'll look at a couple of stats that stood out to me, Kyle. Over the last 6 games, I'm going to look at all of them, right? I'm not going to look at I'm not going to pick and choose. I'm not going to pull the Lakers game out because they lost that game.
Yeah,
first.
no, yeah.
So I'm not going off the 5-game. So in the first 31 games, the Kings had an offensive rating of 114.7, a defensive rating of 113.6. Their offensive rating under Doug Christie has jumped to 122.8. So 8 points per 100 possessions. Their defensive rating has also gone up, but only 1.2. So their net rating under Doug Christie is like, it's crazy. It's like almost a +8, right? So that's big. But there's other things, the hustle stats.
Yes.
The rebound numbers. The Kings were averaging 43.6 per game through the first 31, and they were giving up 43.1 per game in their last 6.
So plus 0.5.
Plus 0.5. In the last 6 games, 47 rebounds per game versus 40.3 for their opponent.
So plus 6.7?
Yeah, 6.7 plus. So that's a hustle stat straight up. The 3-point percentage, right? Where like the whole season we're like, oh, they're not great at 3-point percentage. It's gone up a little bit from 34.2 to 35.9. So 1.7% increase, right? And to be honest, they're giving up more 3-point. They're a higher 3-point percentage, 38.4 versus 37.5 under Mike Brown. But here's the key, Kyle. The Kings have hit 13.8 3-pointers per game on average versus 13.5. They're actually outscoring their opponent from the 3-point line where the entire season. So the percentages, they don't matter nearly as much as the fact that they're hitting more.
Right.
And so that's a huge, huge leap where they've closed that gap. We kept, and actually they've overrun the gap. It was a 4 3-point advantage, so 12 points per game. You can't make that up.
Nope.
They've figured out a way. So there are some things. The Kings 30 assists per game versus their opponents at 25.3, but they're up 4.5 assists per game under Doug Christie. That has a little bit to do with pace. It has a little bit to do with them hitting a few more 3-point shots. But overall, they're moving the ball better. 30 assists per game, more steals per game that they had before. So there's a lot of things that they're kind of climbing and showing you that they're. So I think the numbers are better, but like especially the offensive numbers, way better, way better. But you're seeing like some good trends and some trends. Again, the 47 rebounds per game. We can say a little bit of that is the Devin Carter thing. Devin Carter's come in the game and given you, well, we talked about it yesterday, per 36, he's averaging 13.7 rebounds per game or something crazy. So you're getting some unexpected rebounds from like a very expected position, but it's not so many that is changing everything. Keegan's rebounding better.
Yeah.
Domas is rebounding better. So overall, I think there are a lot of trends. And hey, the Kings, even though they're averaging like, again, 122.5, offensive rating over their last 6 games. 2 of those games is without De'Aaron Fox. 2 of those games are without Keegan Murray. Like the Kings have been shorthanded as well in some of those games. And so I think there's a lot of positivity here to look at in the raw numbers.
Yeah.
Can you sustain it? I don't know. Like that's going to be an interesting question, but you certainly at least see a trend in the positive direction and sort of a like some gritty things you're doing well and some offensive things that all of a sudden you're doing much better than anyone expected.
And I don't think of all those numbers you read, nothing jumped out to me like, well, you just can't do that.
No, it's
Like you can't. They're not shooting
sustainable.
85% from 3 over the 6 games.
No, they're shooting 35.9. They're still below what they should for
right,
the season.
Right, and that's why I'm okay. Back to reality. I'm very cautiously optimistic here.
Yep.
Because it's just trying harder, and we don't even need stats. Watch the freaking games. I love the numbers. You can dive into numbers whenever you want, but you don't even have to dive into the numbers. Watch the games. This is a better version of the Kings. Straight up.
Yep. No question.
All right. We'll keep diving into that. He's James. I'm Kyle. Got the handoff coming up. I think it's a Kenny day today.
Oh.
I'm excited to share my Kings optimism with Kenny.
Oh.
Because Kenny's generally very optimistic about the Kings.
He is.
So I'm fired up to share with him that I'm on that same wavelength. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 and it's Sacramento Sports Center.
You have another one or no?
Hang on. You said what?
You have more? Another read?
No, not here.
Okay.
I have one. I got to do my lineup.
Oh, got it. Yeah, Interior Chinatown. It's one of those shows that they're doing weekly, and a lot of times I lose interest because.
Oh, okay.
So I watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes, but then I was waiting for more. So usually I'll go back. I'll watch part of the last episode that I watch, and then I'll watch the rest of them.
Oh, okay.
I prefer to binge, and it's unique. It's out there. It's a little like mixture of somebody's inner fantasy, like you think.
So it's based on a book, and in the show, Willis Wu, the main character, is not aware that he's in a TV show. Whereas in the book, he's an actor on a set. So I love it. It's so good.
Yeah.
So tap in.
Yeah. Wilson, I did not watch Shogun. I have not.
Yeah, I need to get into that.
I watched the first episode, and like I hate to say, I'm old enough to remember Shogun the movie, where when you went to the video store and you rented Shogun, you got like 6 videotapes. It was like I think it was 6 hours, wasn't it? Yeah. Let's see. And my early take from it was everything that I had remembered from the original. Let's get that.
Hey, can't wait. Severance, a great show.
See, that's something I have tried to start watching. I started watching.
Legend. When when I was in college, I was super tapped into MMA. The last like UFC fight I remember really like locking in for though was the one was it John Jones and Lyoto Machida where Jones knocked him out, and there's that picture of Machida's just like all floppy on the mat.
I'm not an MMA guy. I have not watched Squid Game season 2. Season 1 was nuts.
Shrinking, the television show, is outstanding.
It's off the charts good.
I know that people are making jokes in here, and that's fine. Like, do your jokes. But on the real, that television show is awesome, and anybody with slander for the television show can kick rocks.
Of Shrinking?
Yeah.
Oh.
People are making jokes about shrinking.
Oh, got it. Yeah. I just came out
Dick
of the pool.
jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
The
just
television
came out of the
shows.
pool.
I was in the pool.
Yeah, the final episode there, Casey Tucker of Shrinking, was just stunning.
Okay, here we go. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Shout out to the chatty house. A lot of talk about a lot of good TV show recommendations, movie recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a good time today, and we're talking a lot of sports along the way. Good NBA action last night. The Kings don't play until tomorrow. Can't wait to dig into that Kings and Celtics game. The Kings in the midst of a 5-game win streak. We're talking sustainability. Both feel pretty good about the direction the Kings are heading. Want to tap into the 49ers quickly, though. They had their exit pressers yesterday, which is John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. They sit at a table and they answer all the questions they're going to answer until like owners meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Few takeaways. One, they left no doubt that Brock Purdy is their guy. And not that that's earth-shattering, but there was something in the back of my mind that said, or that wondered, are they going to get to the podium? And when they inevitably get asked about getting Brock Purdy's contract done, are they going to do the like, well, that's something we've got to think about, and we're going to evaluate all options, and we're going to do what's best for our football team. We're always looking to, and give that answer.
Mm-hmm.
We love Brock. We want him to be part of us, but we're always going to look, we're looking to upgrade at every position, blah, blah. No, they were pretty unwavering, and Brock's our guy. We haven't discussed contract stuff yet because Shanahan just got done coaching and doing exit interviews with players, but this is something that is a priority this offseason, which is great. You just got to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Brandon Ayuk was a priority too. Nick Bosa was a priority too. Stuff didn't get done till September, or late August.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they walked out with like Brock Purdy jerseys on.
A little bit.
You're like, hey, I guess he's coming back. I mean, we all know he's coming back.
Yeah,
like that's not a question.
Yeah, it's just for me, it's not whether they're going to pay him. They're going to. If you think they shouldn't, okay, but they're going to. It's not even how much they're going to pay him,
mm-hmm.
which we can dissect once they do. I have an idea of what I think they should pay him. You have an idea. Everybody has an idea of what they should pay him. The market has an idea of what he should be paid. That'll settle itself. The bigger deal for me is just, and we talked about this the other day, it's just the time. It's the timing.
Yeah.
Get this signed, sealed, and delivered like pre-free agency, pre-OTAs, whenever. Get this done before you have to come back into the building where you can have, Brock Purdy didn't report for OTAs, and now you have a whole storyline on your hands. And now this season where you need everything to kind of go exactly right
mm-hmm.
is already starting off on a weird foot.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, we keep waiting for this to be for them to clean this up, this
mm-hmm.
issue that they have of waiting with their players. We do have some breaking. I don't know if you saw this. Diana Rossini, the Raiders are firing GM Tom Telesco after just one season.
Oh my.
Yeah. Las Vegas will reset at both head coach and GM
Tonight.
in 2025.
Tonight. I'm going to rip through this Niner stuff real quick, and then we'll get back to that.
Yeah,
Javon Hargrave's out of here.
Yep.
They said they'd like to have him back, which if he wants to come back on a cheaper deal, maybe they're open to it, but I don't think he's going to want to. Deebo Samuel, for now, he's staying.
Yeah,
so
they
it
were
was funny.
Yeah.
Here's what jumped out to me. They asked about Javon Hargrave,
mm-hmm.
and John Lynch basically said, yeah, he's going to have a post-June 1 release. So you get designated as a post-June 1 release, but you get released before that.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be able to sign with a team during free agency. It's just his money, the way the money works, won't come off the books for the 49ers until after free agency.
Okay.
That's how that. So the post-June 1 release means they can spread his cap hit out over a couple of years, makes it cheaper to get rid of him. They save a little money. Anyways. Then someone said, and what about Deebo Samuel's situation? And John Lynch said, Deebo's under contract. Full quote. Deebo's under contract. And then they said, well, the media said, is he going to be here? John Lynch is like, yeah, he's a good player. He's done a lot for this organization. We're not in the business of letting good players go. Which sounds to me, in that quote in a vacuum, Deebo's coming back. That quote tied in with the previous one where someone said, and what about Deebo Samuel? And he just said, Deebo's under contract. Why did you not, when you first got asked, go, what about Deebo? He's under contract or fired up to have him back. I
think Deebo's getting traded. That's what that sounds
I think they would hope to trade him. I don't think they're just going to outright release him because that doesn't quite make sense.
Yeah.
But I think they're very much trying to trade him or at least trying to keep the peace in the building with Deebo for now.
Yeah. And then
maybe I'm reading too far into it.
There's also all the weirdness about Dre Greenlaw, right? So like Dre Greenlaw, of course, is coming off an Achilles tear in the Super Bowl. He only played, 2 games and then again had to be shut down again. Yeah. I think there's some concern about like his long-term viability as an NFL player at this point because of injury. But then, like Fred Warner's his wife or his girlfriend goes out on like just gets all emotional about him leaving on social media. And then they're like, okay, well, hasn't left yet. We haven't closed any door here.
Right.
It's like all of it's kind of strange.
Yeah. It's very, and his market's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
He showed in his little bit of action that he can still play, but what is that worth to a team where you saw a couple of games and then he got hurt again and had to be shut down?
Yeah.
Where's the risk reward? I don't, that's going to be super interesting. But yeah, I think the 49ers would love to have him back.
Yeah. If I'm the Niners, I'm looking at a short term, like 1 year, 2 year deal, but with all kinds of accelerators. So, hey, if you can reach this benchmark, this, like give him some incentives to like, if he can play, then he can play.
Right.
Give him a certain amount of lump sum of cash to make sure that he's whole, but then give him all these other incentives to be healthy and get out on the field.
The other thing I thought was funny was they announced that Clay Kubiak has been promoted to offensive coordinator. Shanahan then said he's not going to call plays, and he's not going to do anything different. He's going to be doing what he's been doing. He's been the offensive coordinator. We're just going to call him the offensive coordinator now.
Oh, that's weird.
Like, what? That's strange.
I don't know. Like,
it doesn't really mean anything except that he might get head coach interviews next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're looking to do. You're looking to give a guy a leg up on the next job.
A little pay bump.
Yeah, a little pay bump, but also, keep him around because you do need him. But then also, like, let it be known that, like, yeah, he does have more of a role and stuff like that, and he should be a viable candidate.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the Raiders who just fired their GM, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic.
Yeah.
This is the right thing to do. This is it. Teams that fire one of coach or GM in the NFL are doing it wrong. I promise.
Yep.
That's not going to work out. That relationship in the NFL specifically has to be so amicable. And it has to be such a tight-knit, like, side-by-side job in terms of roster construction, what the head coach needs, what the head coach wants, what the GM thinks the team needs, what the GM thinks the team wants. That all has to be simpatico. And when you fire one or the other, you're setting yourself up for dissension between those two spots.
Well, it's the same thing we talk about with the Kings all the time. You cannot hire a GM, a coach before a GM. And then when you fire a GM, but you have a coach under contract, then you stick a GM with the coach that, then eventually you're going to fire that coach. And then now you're a year or two into the contract of your GM. And are you going to let him go hire the next coach,
Mm-hmm.
and you get caught in this perpetual cycle of like, what are we doing?
Yes.
Very, very, very awkward. So yeah, I mean, if you're going to fire the head coach who, I thought, did a good job the year before, but again, just it wasn't moving the needle.
Mm-hmm.
Like you probably need to fire the other guy as well.
Yeah, that's it. And that's what it's so often. It's not just a coach or just a GM.
Yeah.
Like it's usually like a combination of the two things.
Does this open the door for Belichick?
No, so it sounds like he has no interest in leaving North Carolina.
Okay.
But if there was a door, let's assume there is, this unlocks it. I don't think it's open.
Okay.
But this would be the situation, I think, that he would be stepping into where it's coach and GM. But no, this is just the right thing for the Raiders to do. I'm going to credit Mark Davis here, the owner. I don't know whose decision it was, but this is what Mark Davis should have done from the jump. If he knew, okay, you know what, I'm firing Antonio Pierce, then Tom Telesco should have been in that same meeting. You're both out of here. Appreciate you. We're doing a full reset. And I know you don't want to do that. Optically, it doesn't look good. But you were going to have to do a full reset at some point if you kept Tom Telesco around and then hired a new head coach, because that was very likely not going to work out. And now you're just burning 2 years or however long you're going to give them together.
Yeah.
This is the right thing to do. Shout out to the Raiders.
I think the only problem is
one of the only teams who did it right.
We have the same questions about the Antonio Pierce firing, where they let him go out there and talk and all that stuff. And then they fired him. And then when they fired Pierce, then I assumed Telesco was out there talking about firing Pierce, and then you fire him the next day.
Yeah.
So it's like this. It's kind of bad form.
They scored a bucket, but like they had to save the ball from going out of bounds twice. They needed a tough offensive rebound. They needed a defender to fall down. But you know what? They scored the basket.
Yeah.
It's all that matters.
Keystone Cop stuff.
You got
at least it worked.
You got the bucket. The Raiders now on the hunt for a general manager and a head coach in the offseason.
Yes.
I want to go back to the 49ers thing briefly with the Javon Hargrave and Debo. But before we do that, I want to get to my underdog lineup for tonight. This is what I'm doing with underdogs. Pick them. It makes it super easy to get real money sports action here in California. It's the best place to cash in on all your takes during the NFL playoffs. And for me, today, during the college football playoffs and the NBA season. So here's what I've got in my lineup tonight. I've got 2 from the NBA and 2 from the college football playoff. Rudy Gobert. I'm going to that Minnesota-Orlando game. I'm going Rudy Gobert lower than half a double-double. I don't think Rudy Gobert is getting a double-double tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's bold.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't think, I don't, like Rudy Gobert to score 10 points. I don't know.
Okay.
He could average 15, and I'd go into a game like, he's going to get 8 or 9.
Okay.
So I'm going less than half a double-double for Rudy Gobert. Paolo Banchero, he is back. I'm going higher than 17.5 points. Paolo's too good. 17.5 is really low.
Yeah, I mean, he's a walking bucket. So
even if you haven't
sense.
played in a while,
Yep.
I think 17.5 is a good number there. I'm going higher on that. And then I'm going to Penn State Notre Dame, which is airing right here on ESPN 1320. 4 o'clock coverage begins. Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame's lead running back, is back. I'm going a lower than 11.5 first quarter rushing yards. Penn State's run defense is sensational. They are so good on that side of the ball. Jeremiah Love's been a little banged up. He's back. Even if he does get rolling in this game, I think it's going to take him a while to get rolling. I'm going lower than 11.5 first quarter rushing yards for him. Okay. And then Riley Leonard, Notre Dame's quarterback, who is outstanding against Georgia, particularly running the ball. I'm going lower on his longest rush, which is 18.5 yards.
Oh.
I don't think he breaks a big one against a very good Penn State run defense. So Riley Leonard lower than 18.5 for his longest rush. That is my entry at Underdogs Pick'em, and I'd love for you to play along. Download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code KyleM and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That is promo code KyleM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right. Shout out to Prize Pick. Nope, we're going to do that. Shout out to Underdog.
Brilliant. Oh, Kyle.
I'm a professional, man.
I love you, Kyle.
We're professional. Download the Underdog app today. What are you going to do, 49ers exit pressers as we change the subject. So the Javon Hargrave thing and Deebo Samuel thing are really interesting. One, so John Lynch says that they're letting Javon Hargrave go. That's the plan. They'd love to have him back, but the plan is to let him go. And then in the next 2 sentences says they're not in the business of letting good players walk out the door, which feels like a shot at Javon Hargrave.
Sick burn.
That's tough. Which and it's weird because, and this is where you get when you have to pay a quarterback. Forget whether Brock Purdy is going to make $50 million or $60 million or $53 million or whatever it is. Forget all that for a second. They can't have a quarterback making, let's just say $50+ million, and then also have a defensive tackle making money near the top of the market. And then also Fred Warner and also George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. They have all these guys. This is just the reality of building an NFL team. And when you find what you believe is your franchise quarterback, you're going to have to let some good players go.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially guys who have injuries, guys who just aren't figuring it out. This is a very results-based business.
Yep.
And if you're not performing at the highest level and you're a team that has all kinds of cap issues, you've got to make a move quickly. If you make a poor decision, you got to move off that poor decision. When you make a great decision, you got to double down on it. And that's kind of where the Niners have been.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So I don't think the Javon Hargrave thing is going to be the last tough decision they make. We may see, like I said, them part ways with Deebo Samuel at some point here.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how all of that plays out. But Kenny Caraway is here, drink in hand. Is that what I saw?
Champagne Kenny.
A little bubbly, you know what I'm saying? They had a little celebration for Kevin the Intern's new show. So a little bubbly was flowing out there. You know what I mean?
Love that. Shout out to Kevin the Intern.
I'm
not going to tell you to listen to his show, though.
Well, yeah, yes. I'm already occupied during that time.
It's same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The entire time.
I already got a show that I'm listening to at that time. I'm sorry. I'm going to maybe the podcast. Maybe I'll listen to the podcast.
I was so excited to have you in here today because I was looking at it last night, and I'm very optimistic about where the Kings are at and where they're going. I don't think they're going to win the rest of their games.
Well,
I think they're going to lose a couple.
Why not? Explain yourself.
That'd be so funny if you just got super pissed at that. Like, whoa. No, I don't think. But when you just kind of look at it, James is going through the numbers. Nothing numbers-wise jumps out as, okay, well, they're not going to keep doing that. They're not shooting 70% from three where it's like, okay, well, they're going to come back down to earth. Or teams aren't shooting 10% from three against them. And it's like, okay, well, that's going to get. No, the numbers are a little better. But the ones that really jump out, James, as you pointed out, are the hustle stats, which matches just the eye test. Forget the numbers. You just watch. The team looks different.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why you look at what the Kings are doing and now the direction they're heading, which feels like, okay, now they're on an upward trajectory. They're on the right track. Whether they get to 45 wins or 50 wins, I don't know. But they're heading the right way. And then you look at the teams in front of them. Like the Spurs, I think, kind of are what they are. They're not bad. I'm not disparaging the Spurs. This is where they're at in their build.
Right.
The Warriors going the wrong way. And unless they make a trade, are going to continue going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Who else do we got here?
Minnesota.
Hang on. Let me go. Minnesota at 8. Minnesota's the one team I could see getting better. I think they've underperformed a little, but I'm not a huge fan of the Julius Randle fit. And maybe there's something there to figure out, but also maybe there's not. But I think, okay, let's be on the, maybe Minnesota ticks up a couple of spots.
They won 56 games last year.
Yeah.
I mean, they made some moves, but they were 30 games over 500 at the end of the season.
Yeah.
They're so I would expect at least some bounce back.
Yeah. They figured it out a little.
They lost their second best player.
Yeah. Right. And that's where I don't think they're going to be a 3 seed. But I think if you told me they got better down the stretch here, I wouldn't be shocked. The Clippers, I think, are kind of who they are. 43 to 46 wins. Lakers, same deal. That's where they're at. The Mavs at the 5 seed. Okay, you told me the Mavs got a little better. Luka gets back late in the year or coming up here. Kyrie comes back. They start playing better ball down the stretch. I'm down with the Mavs being a top 4-ish seed.
I got my eye on
Why?
They got some injury issues.
They do. And if
And
that's going to continue to be the case, then so be it. If you don't
and-
have Luka and Kyrie, obviously you're not going to be as good.
And I'm not hoping this, but Luka looks very far away from coming back. Like he's barely putting weight on the leg. And then I'm supposed to, so we're thinking 3 weeks, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't even think he's played basketball. He can't even shoot around. That's what I think by just looking at him. So now we're looking 2-3 weeks. And then when we come back, he's got to ramp up. And then, like, we're talking about March before we get real Luka. And then that's assuming he doesn't get hurt again.
Yeah. I think the crazy thing, too, we were talking about earlier, he's almost already out of All-NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a perennial All-NBA. He's already missed 15 games.
Yeah.
It's not even mid-January.
Yeah, you only get 17. He's going to be. He won't get back. And
If you told me Luka doesn't come back till after the All-Star break, I would believe you. Just by looking at him the last clips I've seen of him, it's like I don't know when he's coming back.
But follow me here.
Mm-hmm.
This is I'm with you guys fully. But if you told me, yeah, Luka and Kyrie are going to come back, okay, the Mavs are in that top 3 or 4 discussion for sure. And then the Nuggets, the Kings are 3.5 back of them at the 4 seed. I think that's kind of where the Nuggets fit into all this.
Yeah.
I don't like. My point here is there's not that many teams that you're going, okay, well, as the Kings climbs, that team's going to get a lot better too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that's why it's really hard for me to look at this. And when, because I have a ton of people who are outside of Sacramento who know I work here and are like, okay, but how real is this? I have a really hard time like poking holes in this. Pause. Okay, maybe I'm nuts. Maybe they lose all 3 games on this road trip and they come back and they lose another one and we're on the radio on next Tuesday or whenever it is and we're going, whoop, back to square one. I just I don't see any reason that's going to happen outside of, they were bad early in the year.
I'm with you. A couple of different things that I see. Number one, the numbers are about the same and they're not crazy, but the one number that may just be balancing out. I don't know if they're going to skyrocket from here or not, but it may just be balancing out is their record in the close games.
Yeah.
I mean, before the firing, they were 3-12, I think, and I think they're 4-0, 3-0 in these close games since then. And maybe it's just going to balance out to a 500 type record in those situations, but that'll help, right? That'll help the record. The other thing is, I think this season in the Western Conference, as tough as it may be, is going to resemble the year being Team 1 as far as records and all this other stuff than last year. So that's going to give you an opportunity to get in that top 6, just because I don't know how many 50-win teams we're going to have. Like the top 3 maybe, and then after that, it's like 48 to 44.
I'm not even convinced because you got Memphis and Houston in the top 3 right now. I'm not convinced that they're going to be able to hold on.
The Kings didn't even win 50 that year. They were the 3 seed.
48.
Yeah.
All right.
Crazy.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We are out of here for today. D'Lo and KC going to take you up to 4 o'clock, right up to Notre Dame, Penn State, college football playoff semifinal. Should be a great game. Can't wait to tap in. 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m., we've been the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. Drink water, be nice to people. Woo! See you, chatty house. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good movie chat today.
I mean, like, look, when you one of them ones, they talk about you even when your season is over. You know, when you one of them ones like the Niners are, you know, people want to see you lose. People want to see you fail. It's okay, man. You know, I don't know anybody that really even cares about the Bucs, but you know, that's a different level. That's a lower level. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, let me ask you a question. Do any of you care about Oregon State basketball? No. No, nobody cares about that. It's whatever. But when Duke play, people got feelings. This is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, when you're at the top of the top, you know, it comes with the territory. Tampa Bay Bucks equals Oregon State basketball. Oregon State basketball, they made a run. Was it last year or 2 years ago? Didn't they go to like the Elite Eight or something like that? Bagley, the Mavericks won the finals. They're not looked at as the top of the top. It's whatever.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one more time. We welcome you in here to the Thursday, January 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
But them slums ain't so bad right now.
No, they're all right. It's all right.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. Speaking of, you see who was out to dinner last night?
I did see who was out to dinner last night.
Yeah. De'Aaron Fox, and might not have been last night. Could have been the night before. De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown looked like they was at Q together.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chef Q for posting that picture. Good stuff there.
I got something set up to go to Q.
Oh, word?
Yeah, I got something.
Hey.
Ready to go. I'm ready to make that move.
Hey.
Far overdue.
I recommend everything. The lobster bites. These are appetizers. This is just the appetizer. The lobster bites, the beef and blue. Yeah, they don't the fried fish with the head chopped off.
You told me about the fish.
Bruh.
I love me some fish, man. So I don't know.
That might be the one.
I don't know, man, because I love steak.
Tell Q to, okay, then you go cowboy ribeye.
But I want fish.
Well, then bring out the fried fish with the head on.
All right, well, I don't have your money, so I can't just be doing that.
Well,
One
it's
or
not.
the
I'm
other.
gonna tell you right now, dog. It's not a cheap dinner. It's not a cheap
That's
dinner.
what I'm saying. I got.
But it's worth it. It's worth every
I'll
penny.
get one then, and I'll come back and get the other.
Them lobster bites are fire, though.
I can't wait.
That's my favorite resturant, man. It's not even close.
I am looking forward to it. Hey, at this one, will I have to go back there and make the steak myself?
No.
Oh,
They'll make it
okay.
for you.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
You don't have to worry about leaving with
You actually that happens? Like you can go somewhere and they'll make okay.
Yeah, and they won't bring you out a side salad that's nothing more than cherry tomatoes and lettuce. So we went out to eat last night at a place in which you had to cook your own food. Now, to be clear, go ahead.
Is it Korean barbecue?
Nope.
Oh,
No,
really?
I was gonna say, nope. It's not Korean barbecue.
Where the hell would you go?
Nope. So
Did you go to someone's house?
Place well, Place will remain nameless. But
I mean, it was a nice spot. Like, it was cool.
No, it wasn't for me.
It was cool.
Did you notice when we left, like country music started playing over the loudspeakers? You didn't notice that? I was like, well, we're getting out of here right on time.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Yeah. So
I didn't notice that.
The place that you go to, again, I will repeat, this was not Korean barbecue.
No.
There was no, it wasn't hibachi. There was no like grill at your table. No, nothing like that.
No.
You would order.
It wasn't even at your table.
Nope. You had to get up and go to the community grill with your New York strip.
Yeah.
Or your ribeye, or with your portobello mushroom that was marinated and wrapped in foil, a hot dog, or a hamburger.
Yeah, that got a little crazy.
Did it come with a paycheck too?
Didn't come with a paycheck. The sides were trash. Just absolute it was like garlic bread or like salad, and you had to pick.
The garlic bread was good. You didn't have any?
No, it didn't have cheese all over it.
No.
Oh, it didn't?
No, it was good.
Oh,
it was good. You had to make that yourself too.
Well, yeah, you had to grill it. They gave you grilling instruction. What I thought was funny is that you want to grill the portobello mushroom for 7 minutes. You want to grill the shrimp for 7 minutes, 6 minutes. No instructions on how to grill the steaks.
No instructions.
No clue how hot the grill is. So
that's a good point.
So you're walking over there. It's poorly lit.
I couldn't see nothing.
And like you're trying to season, and you're like, did I just season the floor or this $48 ribeye that I have to cook myself?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little flabbergasted.
You're a little flabbergasted. If I reveal too much, people are gonna figure out the restaurant. I'll just say,
because it was
say
fine
this.
to me.
Who picked this spot?
One of our.
We don't know.
People
are pointing fingers at each other.
There's rumors.
I could have just did that at home.
There's rumors that it was someone down the hall.
I have an idea.
God bless her. She's just trying to help.
Oh, no.
No. She's just trying to help. And she's like, this looks cool, and pick this place. And the thing that killed us is it's a 30-second walk from one of our favorite places.
You should have took that walk.
But what? And so the second, I was like, hey, y'all know such and such is. It's right there.
It's right there, man.
That's
no, we're good. I was like, no,
we would have had a good time over
right
there.
Oh my God.
Everybody would have loved that.
Oh my God. We'd still be there.
Yeah, facts.
In any event.
But
did you wash your dishes too?
I got out of there before they made us.
I'm just thankful I got my water refilled.
But I will say I got a little bit of a different, ending on. It was fine. It was all right. It was just, I wasn't expecting it. The drink was good. I had a nice little drink, a little cranberry and vodka. That was some good stuff. My steak was good. It was a little lightly seasoned because, like you said, I couldn't see.
Can't see it. By the way, we were in charge of seasoning it.
I know. Did you go complain to the chef? Did you complain to yourself?
Yeah, that's what I'd be complaining to myself. I'd have to look in the mirror. But I thought it was good. Like I said, the garlic bread was good. My steak was good. It was all right.
There were people there who don't do this, right? So Justine, our dear friend, is like, hey, could you cook this for me? Like, I was like, I got you. Like, I'll cook it for you. Like, I'm an expert.
Yeah.
Me and Gavin. So the amount of I was fine. The strip is a little thinner, so the ribeye takes a little bit longer. Strip is a little bit thinner. The strip got cooked maybe a little bit more than I would have liked, but Justine was happy. Mine was fine. The amount of steaks that I saw where people had to leave bites on their plate because it was a little too red for their comfort was steep. And poor Megan. Megan's been back to work off of maternity leave for 6 seconds.
Yeah.
All the girl wants is a hamburger. She goes and grills the hamburger. She's like, oh, I got it. It's fine. It's a hamburger. She goes and grills it, comes back and makes and I'm watching her, of course, because she does the grilling mistake where she just keeps flipping it and then smashing it with the spatula. You don't need to do that. There's no need for that. Brings the hamburger back, cuts it open, and all like, God damn it. It's like, what's wrong? It's not cooked. I hate this. She gets back up,
Cal moved back to her.
Goes and grills it again for another 5 or 6 minutes. Again, the poor girl just wants to eat.
I would have took my ass to McDonald's and got a Big Mac, bro.
Comes back, cuts it open again. Oh, I'm just gonna eat the part that's cooked.
No. Oh my God.
And starts just cutting her hamburger with a knife. She can't eat the actual hamburger anymore because it's not cooked all the way through. The worst concept ever created. Then 45 minutes later, we get a text from one of our bosses. Y'all know who it is, the tribal chief. He's out at dinner. He's out at a real dinner.
Just a full meal.
Real food that he didn't have to cook himself.
Bro, I'm irritated for you guys.
Worst
Just a full meal.
concept ever. Oh, and then you watch the guys who have been there for like a couple. They've been there before.
Yeah.
Like, and we were watching this one guy who he puts whatever he had on, and he comes over there and he's grabbing seasonings off the side. And mind you, you're supposed to season your food on the side.
Yeah.
Not my man.
Oh, he was on the grill.
Oh, my man, he's on the grill, and he's like, puts it down, walks back over, ducks under the thing. Baby, you want me to get yours? Come on, I got you. This is what I do. And then he does you look at it, and then he walks away.
Oh, so you know that guy's hyped. He
Oh,
we're
yeah.
going to dinner.
Hey.
Babe.
This was his night. So it was one of those things where we were watching this unfold.
Yeah.
Pretending these two are on a first date. And I'm just envisioning this guy going, yeah, I'm gonna cook for you tonight. No. Not at the house. I'm gonna take you out and cook for you.
We're going out, baby. We're going out. Yeah. I look. It was okay.
You're a good guy, Kenny.
You know what?
You're a good friend.
It was
You
fine.
are.
I
You're
ate
never
the steak.
You're a
I
good
ate
friend.
the
Nah.
garlic bread. Now what happened is y'all know I don't cook. I don't even grill. I'm gonna work on that in 2025. But Gavin, bless him, shout out to him. He's like, oh, don't worry, Casey. I'll cook the steak for you. I'll cook it. I was like, oh man, hey, look, we right here at the same place. I ain't got no grown man cooking another steak for me like that.
No.
I got it.
I'll eat
Fine.
a rare if I have
got
to.
it. So I handled it. And I don't even cook like that.
I give the place an F.
No, not
The
enough.
whole concept is an
The
F.
way it's been discussed, no redeeming qualities.
I lost 7 pounds from sweating
Oh well,
because the grill is right there.
everybody was hot. I wasn't hot.
Stephen Brown's got it right. You could have stayed home and grilled. Everything you ate was probably at your house.
I could have made
Well,
better
it's not
sides.
wrong.
I could have done
Well, the sides were iffy.
again.
You didn't get a mashed potato?
No,
I got a mashed potato. It was cool.
it was a baked potato.
I mean, yeah, baked potato. I say mashed potato, baked potato. That was cool. It was cool. I give it a C minus.
Now the company was terrific. The people we were with,
Yes.
it was fantastic.
Yes.
But the true killer was the 30-second walk. That was the killer.
I'm not gonna lie, you should have took some initiative and just walked out.
No, I
Casey-
thought about it.
Nah, that's a foul on KC
I
too,
thought
because
about
the
it.
moment dealer was like, yeah, so and so place is down the street, I would have got up. All right, let's go. Then you got to help him out there.
Well,
I
You got to help push that forward.
I could have had three of the biggest needle movers in the company would have pushed for the move, but no, Casey and the other one, I won't say
nobody
who.
even told me.
I was the first. What was the first
when
thing
we were
I said?
in there? We were in there.
Okay, yeah.
Nobody
It
said
was the first thing I said. It was like we might have to skip this thing.
We had
Hey, shout out to our boy Nick too at US.
yeah, shout out
Bank.
Nick, man. Big up. We just everybody gonna know what we're talking about now.
I mean, they threw it in the
Shout out
chatty
to-
house.
Shout
Did
out-
they?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, they
like
threw it in
2
the chatty
times.
house. Yeah, it's in
I
there.
didn't acknowledge
it's
it.
in there?
though.
Okay,
I didn't
all right,
acknowledge it.
all
I
right.
mean, for the radio
Yeah.
audience, I didn't acknowledge it.
Poor Megan had to eat a rare hamburger because
Okay.
everyone wanted to be
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, it sure is in the chat. Yep. All right.
I'll mark that one down.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
go back.
You would not.
I would.
For what?
The steak was a little over.
Bro,
Right? For me
get
to have
the
to do all that, it was a
steak,
little.
get the
little
steak
pricey.
at Rayleigh's and make it at the house.
Oh, sometimes you want to leave the house.
Hey, Casey, check this out.
Well, leave the house to go to Rayleigh's to get the steak and go back home.
No, you want to go on an outing.
Hey, I can send you to a place where they cook it for you for the same price.
No, I dare
No,
you.
that's the
No,
killer.
no.
Like
No,
it's
no.
the same
No,
price.
no.
they
I
can,
dare
they can
you.
cook it for you, Casey.
Take Jasmine on a date. walk past our favorite spot, one of our favorite spots, and go, no, baby, we're not going in here.
No. See, that's
we're gonna go grill some shrimp over here.
That's when I've already been to that place like maybe a day or two ago. So I'm not like jonesing for it. I'm not fiending for it. No. I'll go over there any day. I'll go over there any day.
You get to that place and you forgot the garlic powder, and now your steak's all messed up.
And now the worst thing is I can't stop thinking about the other spot.
Yeah, well, understandable.
Yeah, someone say I need some fixings. I don't know.
You guys took an L yesterday.
Yeah,
definitely.
No, a major L.
Yeah. Hey, how much you pay for it?
No,
so I didn't take no L.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
It didn't cost us nothing.
I didn't take no L yesterday. I ate.
Shout out to my brother Aaron and my other brother Aaron.
Hey, shout out.
We'll come back.
Shout out David Fields.
Odyssey. This new brand of Odyssey is cooking, boy. We're cooking it ourselves, but anyways. I don't know. Maybe we'll start the show when the OKC return here on Sacramento
Basketball.
Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh man. Yeah, I was not prepared for that though. I said, come on, wait, what? And there was a community grill.
I've heard of a community garden. That's the first time I ever heard of community grill.
Come on, man. Same tongs and everything. Like, oh man.
That's the thing too. People are dirty sometimes. You don't know who's washed their hands and blah blah blah.
What we doing?
Probably not getting that endorsement, huh?
They make us pay ourselves. That's
Or say, yeah, I'm gonna need a W-2 at the end of this.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah. He's fine.
that's some bullshit.
Yeah, he's fine though.
We went to what was the name of the spot? That was pretty good too. That's when Damien was cooking up the meat at where's the place we went to with Ty Dolla $ign?
It was a Korean barbecue spot. Yeah, I don't know the name of it, but it was by Arden.
I feel like you were looking for a flag right there.
No, it had to be said, and I was trying to move on.
Oh, you made a face too.
Wait, what'd I say?
Yeah.
I was
looking
trying
up
to
the
move
meat.
on.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I heard it.
So did you have to like wait in line with your steak in hand or something?
Nah,
Like the cook?
Nah, because when we got going, even though there was a bunch of us there, we were able to kind of get the process going pretty quickly. There were a lot more people there at like when we were leaving at like 6:45, 7.
I could imagine. I'm the 12th person in this line. I'm hungry and I still gotta wait to cook this.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
see that
what
on the-
for real?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tom
on the
Telesco
way
got
in.
fired.
This was like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, about an hour. 20 minutes. EG, that's a flag on you. It's a flag on the fans right there.
Oh, wait, what?
EG, it's a flag on the fans.
Come on, man.
Get your people in order, Casey. Get your fans in order.
Come on.
Somebody throw that man out.
Yeah, that is an automatic.
Russell
ejection.
Westbrook stopping the game right now.
Hey, where's it at, Killer? Where's it at? I need some chicken and fish.
And another thing about that restaurant. No, I'm just kidding. I was concerned for a few people. I was looking around like, is everybody here? Okay. Y'all cooked it all the way through. Everybody's fine.
Oh, yeah. We here.
Everyone's fine. Everyone's fine. I did get home and I didn't get to relax and enjoy it as much as I would have liked. But I did catch a good chunk of OKC in Cleveland.
Man, I saw the highlights. I wanted to watch. I tried to stay away from everything, but when I got home, Milwaukee and San Antonio was on, and I was still staying away. I wasn't looking at the bottom line or nothing. And then that game was almost over, and Mark Jones goes, "What an impressive performance by Cleveland tonight, beating the Thunder." I saw, Mark.
Yeah.
So I just watched the highlights. Looked like a great game, though. Looked like a great game.
30 lead changes, no double-digit leads for either team, and it not to do too much, but do it here for January 9th. It felt like the two best teams in the league playing last night.
Sure. I mean, Cleveland now, records are records, standings, but you know what I mean. They have a 5.5 game lead over Boston for that 1 seed. And OKC just got done winning, 14 in a row? 15 in a row?
They had won 15, and I think Cleveland's now up to 11 straight.
Yeah, so it's nothing wrong with saying those were two the best.
What a stretch, though, for OKC. They had New York on who was on a run. I think Boston was in there.
Boston on Sunday, yep.
And then to take Cleveland, that's the top 3 teams in the East right there.
And to come out 2-1,
yeah,
and only losing on the road, it's a good look for them. Yeah. It's a good look, really good look. So I looked at that game last night as I didn't really think it was a statement game for anybody, but if I had to choose one, it's probably a little bigger for Cleveland. You're at home. A lot of people are already looking at OKC as a team that's a championship contender, but maybe not buying you if you're Cleveland. So that was an opportunity to let people know, like, no, we're here. We can beat any of the best teams in the league. Did they beat Boston, right? Because they lost the one game where they were undefeated, and then I think they played them a couple weeks later.
They meaning who? Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland beat Boston.
Yeah. And I think somebody
the second time.
Yeah, somebody didn't play. I think Jaylen Brown didn't play that game or something like that. But still, you beat them. You handled it. So you've beat everybody.
It's a 32-4 basketball team right now. 32-4. 19-1 at home.
Oof.
Man,
they are a problem at the crib. One of the defining games of the season, and I promise you, I'm not trying to shade or anything, but how they beat the hell out of the Warriors. Remember that? Remember they up by like 45 at the half or something like that?
Yeah.
And it's just like
who was that against again?
It was against the Warriors.
Oh.
It was against the Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might have started the downturn for the Warriors.
Damn shame what happened to those Golden State Warriors.
But I just remember that game, and I was like, man, who'd they lose to at
home? Moved up in the
to
standings yesterday, by the way.
That's crazy. It happens.
It does.
It happens.
It does. It wasn't bad for Sacramento either, so I'll take it.
No,
I'll take it
all day.
That's actually a game I did want to watch, but didn't. I didn't get to watch all of this one like I wanted to. I did want to watch San Antonio, Milwaukee. I know that's not as sexy as the other one, but I want to see that.
It's still Giannis versus Wemby. You know what I mean? And the two teams are decent, but that's a generational matchup right there.
Yeah.
You want to take a guess for who the Cavs home loss was against?
Who the Cavs' home loss was against?
The 1 in 19-1.
Is it like the Hornets or something?
Not exactly.
Okay. It's not the Wizards.
No.
Okay. Who is it?
The Atlanta Hawks beat them at Cleveland. 2 nights later, beat them in Atlanta. Cleveland has lost to Atlanta twice.
Okay.
Just an interesting tidbit.
Okay.
2 of their 4 losses to the Atlanta Hawks.
Wow.
I wonder how good the Atlanta Hawks are.
I don't know, man.
Because they're only like, 2 games over 500?
They're which is better than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're 19 and 18. Same record as the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons 19 and 18 right now.
About to be 20 and 18.
Who they got? Golden State.
Watch the Warriors mess around and win tonight. Everybody been counting them out for 48 hours.
Kings got Detroit coming up or no?
I don't.
No, I don't think they do either.
Yeah,
I don't think they do.
road
That's
trip.
my bad. That's my bad.
They've already lost to them once. It's the final death blow.
Yeah, well. Well, but we mentioned the Bucks. Before we get to that and kind of segue into some stuff here about the Western Conference. Does an MVP conversation have to start with Shea? Because to me, the MVP conversation starts with 2 players. Shea is one of them.
Shea's one of them. I think it's 3 players.
Okay, who are your other 2 then? I'm sorry, I'm assuming Shea is one.
Shea's one, and I'm putting Giannis and Jokic in there.
I'm not putting them in there right now. I think Donovan Mitchell deserves consideration for the MVP. I think
that would literally just be because his team is good. I don't think he has MVP numbers.
He doesn't, but he has an MVP game. He's adjusted his style of play to, Darius Garland is eating, everybody on Cleveland is eating. And I don't know if that's their coach. I don't know if that's his mindset. I don't know what that is. But I think Donovan's having a really special season.
He's having a good season, and he gets adjusting your game, gets acknowledgement. There's no way he should be in the MVP discussion.
I think he deserves it over Jokic. Jokic putting up numbers. Like, what's Jokic numbers mean? Jokic numbers don't mean anything right now. They don't mean anything.
Well, no. Damn, it shouldn't be there. And we were talking yesterday.
He's not in the top 2 for me.
We were talking yesterday about how much we love Donovan's game and the evolution of Donovan Mitchell's game. But he's sacrificed being in those conversations for the betterment of the team. We can acknowledge that, but he ain't in those conversations.
I disagree. Yeah, I completely disagree.
Not with those.
I'm fine. I disagree. I'm fine putting Giannis in there because you're seeing a turnaround from his team. The turnaround's got to, he's got to, get back near the top of the conference. Mm-hmm. I feel like the Bucks are absolutely capable of doing that. They've made some moves here with Chris Middleton, and they seem to have found themselves after a really rocky start to the season. I just think Donovan's season is a bit underappreciated because he's not putting up gaudy numbers. I think he's having a terrific season.
I understand and I respect that. I'm looking at Jokic's numbers right now.
The Jokic's numbers are crazy. Yeah, that
is ridiculous.
No doubt. Jokic's numbers are great for a 21-15 team. They're awesome.
That's
Cleveland's 32-4.
But that damn near ain't no different than maybe they have a better record at the end of it. But what Westbrook did when he won the MVP.
Yeah, it's the same.
And he
that was Westbrook's first MVP.
And he should have won the MVP.
Well, I'm sorry if we're gonna get tired of Giannis putting up crazy numbers.
And we don't. So we shouldn't do that to Jokic.
I could do it.
But we don't do that to Giannis.
But I don't have a vote, so I can do whatever I want.
But I'm saying we look at Giannis and we be like, yo, he deserves to win the MVP. Or I'll say Jokic deserves to win MVP because I'm not gonna do what they do to Giannis to Jokic.
Yeah, no, they could both be in the conversation, but I don't think Donovan should be excluded. And I think it should start with Shea.
That's fair. That's fair. Shea
That's the number one defense in like every category.
Yeah, Shea is he's the they call it the straw poll or something like that. The straw, yeah. That's what they call it. That's what they call it. The selection. The writers.
Whose straw are you talking about?
Wait, what?
That's what they call the thing. The Bond Simpson, James Ham. They doing the straw poll.
I don't know why it sounds funny when you say it, but it does. It's not funny when James says it, but for some reason when you say it, it's really
Casey's not
funny.
saying anything wrong either. It is a straw poll for the MVP or whatever.
SGA should be leading the straw poll.
I don't know. It just doesn't. It just sounds different from you. I don't know why.
I'm sorry, but yeah, it's just sorry.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
He got a flag on a technicality. Man, that's tough. That's tough.
Oh man. SGA should be leading it. I'd probably go Giannis, Jokic, 2 and 3.
Okay.
I don't know where I'd put Donovan. Because I don't know if I'd put him over Tatum. But Donovan, I love what he's done, man. I love what he's done with his game. I love the leadership he's shown for this Cavs team. And maybe taking a step back on the stats to make sure everybody else is comfortable in a good spot and playing winning basketball. You know, he's been the prime example of winning basketball and sacrifice with the way that he's played this year, man. And I acknowledge that. I appreciate that. Because like I said, we were talking about Donovan yesterday. Donovan been really good for a long time.
Yeah.
For a long time now.
Yeah.
And he's been a guy that has changed the fortunes of 2 franchises. Utah wasn't doing nothing before him. He got there. They changed their fortunes. They were good. They were number 1 seed in the Western Conference once, maybe even twice. He leaves there. They fall off. He goes to Cleveland. Cleveland, who had a little bit of a renaissance the year before he got there, catapults to another level when he gets there, man. And now it's culminated, I think 3 years later. He's been there. This is 3rd year. And to them being, record-wise, the best team in basketball. So salute to him, man. I like Donovan Mitchell a lot.
And shout out to the Bucks, who actually felt like it's too early to start talking about this type of stuff, but kind of did the Kings a solid last night.
They did. It's not too early.
Well, clearly it's not. When you drop 6 games in a row, you start scoreboard watching real early, or as some people call it, pocket watching.
Yo, Jesse, get your ass back.
You see what's going on. You realize I wouldn't even know this stuff if you guys didn't tell me. Like, you have to know I'm going to say something.
Wait, is that going on again?
No.
I think it is.
Is it?
I think it is.
Oh, dear. No, dear. In any event. Yeah, it's not too early to start watching the scoreboard, I guess. And the Bucks win last night. Sent the Spurs to 18-19, the same record as the Sacramento Kings have. And, with these road games coming up, of course, Boston coming up on Friday. Any Spurs, Warriors, Suns, Timberwolves loss that the good Lord wants to throw our way, we'll take them. I do want to point out real quick, I don't want to sidetrack us too much, but I do feel for the Clippers and Lakers. They're facing extraordinary circumstances with what's going on in Southern California. I didn't know until this morning that JJ lost his house.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, JJ. So the game tonight is postponed. The Lakers, I think it's Lakers Hornets, was postponed. And you're probably going to get a lot of that. It is so bad what's going on out there. And I can only imagine how many of these, players, families, team personnel, executives, trainers, all the amount of people on those 2 teams that are affected is, obviously the people and the animals and the homes and the businesses that are gone. That's the story. We're trying to cover it from a sports component. I think these guys are going to be working at a, pretty sizable disadvantage, maybe for a while. Again, I'm not trying to minute, but the Rams got a playoff game on Monday.
Yeah.
Like, how are you even at home? Which probably, I can't imagine that game gets played at home on Monday.
I can't either. I can't. What
I think
are we 3-4 days from that?
Like, the NFL already has a plan to move to Arizona. I think they know that they're going to have to move this game to Arizona. And just tragic.
It is. It is like it's yesterday you just take a second to, and I didn't even know about JJ's house, but you just take a second to watch that coverage and see all the destruction and be like, oh, they lost their home.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they going to go? Like, where are these thousands of people, where are they going to go? They lost their home. Even God, praying that they're okay. They got out and everything. Where are they going to go? Were they just going to get a hotel for months on end? Like, that's crazy when you like really think about it. Like, that's just tough, man. That is so tragic. And my thoughts and prayers go out to everybody down there affected by that.
Yeah, man. I really don't know what I could say that matters, but it's brutal. It's brutal to watch that. I know Complex, our DJ over on 102.5, and our manager over at 102.5. That's where he's from. He's got a lot of family down there. He's dealing with a lot that's going down there, as so many of us are. But looking at it from a sports component, I just can't imagine what teams like the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Rams are going through as they try to navigate, two different versions of their real life. You know what I mean? The professional aspect and the personal aspect. So we'll see. We already know Kawhi Leonard stepped away from the Los Angeles Clippers, and we know that the Lakers-Hornets game tonight has been postponed. I don't know what the upcoming Lakers schedule looks like, but I can't imagine a game is played in the vicinity of Los Angeles anytime over the next handful of days, because it doesn't look like it's calming down at all.
No. And I don't even know. Like I said, just talking about sports a little bit, like, how are the Rams practicing? Where is their practice? Like, how's that working out?
Man, that's a good question.
That's so it's super unfortunate for them, but that's another obstacle for them trying to prepare for this game. And then as they're trying to navigate through that, then they may have to get on the plane and go to Arizona.
Yeah.
That's just tough, man. That's tough.
So the Los Angeles Times wrote 37 minutes ago the NFL plans for Rams to host Vikings on Monday, but they are prepared to shift, and it'll probably be a last-minute shift if they have to. What I'm actually looking to see is your question kind of intrigued me. Where are they practicing? Where are they practicing? They have a Woodland Hills facility. They're practicing as scheduled today.
They're in Woodland Hills?
Yeah, they're practicing as scheduled today.
That is not okay.
Is Woodland Hills? It's the Hollywood Hills.
Hollywood Hills is on fire, but Woodland Hills is like towards the valley and everything. And they're going in towards the area that's.
I got at
the very least, the air is bad there. You know what I mean?
Fire is such a bizarre thing. I got a crazy text earlier today on my way in. There's a winery. One of the pictures in my house, we're at a winery in Malibu, and it's gone. Like, how? The fire jumped the Pacific Coast Highway. And like the house, like there's a bunch of like the houses on the other side. Some are like Airbnb, some are people's homes. They're gone. And all I could think about is the fire jumped. Yeah, the Pacific Coast Highway isn't, it's not, 50.
Yeah.
But it's a highway. They're just like, no, this isn't going to stop us. They just jump over it like it's a video game and burn everything down.
Somebody was saying that the not just this one, but the way fires travel like that is like the fire particles or something. I forgot the exact word, but when the wind will just take it. And say, there's a fire in Elk Grove, wind just takes it. You don't know where that might go. It might take that particle to Natomas, fall on the wrong tree, and boom, that's where a fire starts there.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, it's daunting. I hope that I hope they're able to, kind of get this thing contained, man, because it's dangerous.
Obviously. It is, man. Hate to use the thoughts and prayers line.
Embers, thank you.
Hate to use the thoughts and prayers line, but thoughts and prayers. I didn't mean to. I'm looking at the Western Conference, and I'd been thinking about that all morning. So we'll try to navigate what the Western Conference looks like without focusing too much on the Los Angeles teams, who obviously, play a factor in this right now, because the Lakers, they're 20-16 right now, and that's kind of what they've been. They had that really tough loss the other day to an undermanned Dallas Mavericks team. Then you got this Clippers team who, maybe you felt like, all right, they got Kawhi. They've been good, but maybe better than expected. And now it's like Kawhi's back. Okay, now Kawhi's stepping away. And also they're navigating all of these same issues. And those are two teams right now, 20-16, 20-17, respectively, that are above Sacramento. When you look at just the win category, you got Minnesota at 19, Golden State at 18, San Antonio at 18, and Sacramento at 18. This thing, you've got Boston coming up, and I know that's sitting in the back of everybody's mind, but this thing could turn around standings-wise for the Sacramento Kings really, really quick if what we're seeing with this group right now is real and sustainable.
Yeah. And I was talking to the insiders about this on the handoff, and the way that the standings are shaping out, the way just the season is, with people maybe underperforming or whatever, it kind of feels like the West might be as stacked as it is and all this. It might be more like that Beam Team 1 year, where I don't know how many 50-win teams we're going to see. It could be a lot of teams, around that 47 to 43 range, which would be a saving grace for the Kings because of how this season has started. But, before, you thought, hey, if you want to be in the top 6, you gotta win 50 games easily. You know what I mean? Now, maybe you can get into the top 6 with 45 wins. Or
53 and 51 were the two seeds ahead of Sacramento that year. Denver and Memphis.
Kings won 48.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. Kings won 48. Golden State won 44 to finish a full game clear of the Los Angeles Lakers for the 6th spot. And then the Pelicans, no, it was Oklahoma City, the final playing spot at 40 and 42. Jesus, that was 2 years ago.
Man, look at them.
They were 40 and 42 2 years ago and are 30 and 6 right now.
Man.
My goodness. We'll come back. We will talk more about the Western Conference. So I'll let this linger out there as we step out. Talking about Oklahoma City in this turnaround, who's the most surprising team in the Western Conference?
Okay.
And who's the most disappointing? We'll talk about it. We're thrilled you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people asking, how was that episode of The Office you watched last night?
I didn't watch it last night because I had to go to sleep early.
What are you, 8?
I was getting up this morning to go to the gym, so I had to go to sleep. Although,
come on, we all knew.
Before I went to sleep, one of my favorite episodes of SVU was on. I didn't turn it on, but I went in there. It was on TV. So I had to watch the last 15 minutes. It was one of my favorites.
I'd ask what it is, but I'd have no idea.
KC let us down again, guys.
So Bob's coming back. You think that is that really happening?
Bob who?
Salah
That's
said they interviewed him today.
that could be the case. He better be good this time.
Was he bad last time?
No, he wasn't bad, but he wasn't what everybody said he was. He needs to recreate 2019 a little bit more.
I think TC was on the Insiders the other day saying hire Bob so you could fire Kyle and then make Bob the head coach.
That checks out. That checks out.
One of these days, TC is going to be right. Kyle's not going to be here forever. They'll be like, I told you I should have fired him. One of these days. Right now on ESPN Plus, Little Rock is playing Morehead State. Why they're playing right now, I don't know. And I think there's more. Well, there's definitely more people in the chatty house, but there might be more people in this office than there are at this game.
Yeah, they here today. Thursday must be a work in the building day because they in here. Super courtside fan Linnea is going to be with us today. Second visit here with D'Lo and KC. She was all over Twitter. Someone screen grabbed her behind Doug Christie and was like, "I love this woman." Like, so do we.
They was going crazy on Twitter for her, man. It was like, oh, she's all of us.
She absolutely is. So Linnea is pulling up on us, coming up out 2:45 or so.
Also, John Pauls, I see you in the chatty house talking about Monterey Trail Sheldon. Last night was a good game, boys basketball. I saw the conclusion of that one. It was a good game. There's going to be a lot of good games this Saturday. Battle at the Trail. 102.5 going to be out there, man. We're going to be on DJ Oasis is going to be on the ones and twos. I'm going to be out there. Pull up on us. Battle at the Trail is going to be crazy. They got basketball games all day. The headliner is Monterey Trail versus Modesto Christian at Monterey Trail. That's going to be it's going to be a doozy.
Shout out
it's
MC.
Going to be a doozy. Oh yeah, what's up? I mean, Sac versus Modesto. I'm here. I'm here.
MC takes care of business. So
Trail going to win.
What time do people have to get there to get pictures and autographs with you?
Well, I'm going to get there for the 4:00 game.
Okay.
That's Sac High's playing in the 4:00 game, so I'll be there then.
Okay.
But Rio Americano, they're going to be playing at 2:30. Those aren't your boys. That's actually your rivals, ain't it?
Oh yeah, Rio is not my people.
Yeah. So yeah. Rio going to be there. Pleasant Grove going to be there earlier too.
Okay.
And then Vannon and Lincoln of Stockton, they're playing right after Sac High and right before Monterey Trail. So it's going to be a good look, man. It's going to be a real good look. Battle at the Trail is popping. So John Paul's pull up. Anybody pull up.
You charge for autographs?
It's a good question.
Or photos?
I don't charge. People don't even want to autograph or a picture with me half the time.
Okay.
So I don't even know it's not even in consideration.
Okay, I'm calling cap on all of that, but it's fine. It's a good event going on this Saturday. Very, very good. We were talking about the Western Conference a little bit. Here's another question. I know I threw a couple at you before we stepped out here for a minute. Matt George also going to join us in the final hour of the show, by the way.
Shout out to my boy Matt George.
Is the Western Conference good or not?
It's
the Western Conference has one title contender right now.
Because everyone's like the Western Conference, in this loaded Western Conference. It's like, are we sure?
I don't think it's loaded. They're similar as far as there's OKC is the only team that's really set themselves apart. I feel like the Rockets and everyone else is pretty similar. No one's that much better than anyone.
The Western Conference is maybe one, maybe two teams better than the Eastern Conference. They're 9-10 is better than the Eastern Conference 9-10.
Okay.
But that's where it's at. The top six, the even 7-8, I think are just as good as the 7-8 in the Western Conference. It's actually a lot more balanced than we probably expected.
Okay.
What do you think? You think the Western Conference is?
I don't think it's bad. I just don't. I think the whole wow, it's going to be tough for the Kings to come back in this conference. No, actually, I think it's the exact opposite.
Kings had an apocalypse for 3 weeks. They're only about 2.5 games out of the 6th spot.
What they Warriors lost tonight, they're in the play-in.
If the Warriors lose tonight, 18-19, yeah, because I'd imagine Golden State would flip-flop with them.
Yeah, or
and San Antonio would move up.
San Antonio will push up.
Yeah, San Antonio would move up. Golden State would flip-flop with Sacramento, and Golden State would be at the 11, and Sacramento would be at the 10.
Yeah. And Jesse
at 18-19, by the way,
right,
without playing a game in 3 days.
Jesse just pointed out. I mean, the sky was falling.
Yeah,
and here they are.
Yeah, they were coming off a 6-game. They fired their coach.
It was bad. It was really bad.
They fired their coach. It's like, oh, they're knocking on the door.
Here they are.
I mean, that's not what we wanted.
Right.
We didn't start this season going, man, I hope they can claw and fight for that 10th spot. That's not what we were talking about. But in the context of the season, it's like, damn, for real?
Yeah. They're right there. And I talk about the 9 and 10 in the East or in the West being better than 9 and 10 in the East. I know it's different schedules and stuff like that, but the Hawks are 19 and 18. They're the 9 seed.
Mm-hmm.
The 9 in the West is Golden State. Who's a better team right now? Hawks or the Warriors? I think the Hawks.
I can't believe it's the Hawks. I think it's the Hawks easily.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Hawks and Mike McCarthy in back-to-back days. Who are you?
Man, I know, right? Shout out to Mike McCarthy. Poor guy's just sitting at home. Man doesn't have a job, can't go get a job, just sitting on his ass waiting for Jerry to call him.
Can't go get a job.
Literally can't do anything because he has the stupidest clause I've ever seen in a contract in history.
That is crazy. That is wild. When we kind of broke that down, I'm like, for real?
That's incredible. That man can't talk to nobody. Absolutely nobody. And the one team that asked to talk to him, Jerry said no. So if you're any other team that wants to talk to Mike, you don't even call.
Yeah, because he's going to say no.
Publicly said no. Man. Yeah, I don't know who I am anymore with Mike McCarthy and the Atlanta Hawks, but I do think the Hawks are better than the Warriors right now.
Yeah.
My feeling is I don't think the conference is good. I don't think the conference is good right now. I think Oklahoma City is very good. I think Houston is legit. I think Memphis is. I think what we're seeing from Memphis is real.
Yeah.
And then this is just kind of what I think Denver is. Like it is a slight step back. It's not a drastic fall off. It's a little bit of a step back, but no one's been able to seize the moment and move ahead of them because Dallas has had these ups and downs. Obviously, they're dealing with injury issues right now. You got the Lakers and the Clippers dealing with what they're dealing with. But even, prior to the tragedies going on down there, they were kind of like, they're not bad. They're not great. They're not bad. Minnesota is. You talk about the. I asked the question, what's the most disappointing team in the conference? Minnesota's got to be, if they're not they got to be somewhere near the top of this list.
Yeah, well, they're number 2 at best.
Behind Sacramento or Phoenix? Because Sacramento is disappointing too. Like, we can't pretend like they're not in this conversation.
They're definitely but Phoenix is 11th.
Yeah, Phoenix is 16 and 19 right now. They're bullying Bradley Beal, and now all of a sudden Devin Booker trade, not rumors, but hypotheticals, what ifs are getting thrown out there. So that's probably that. If there is a definitive correct answer to the most disappointing team in the conference, it's Phoenix.
Yeah, because
but I'm not letting Minnesota skate without getting a couple jabs off.
Minnesota, I don't know why they made that trade.
Well, I think we do know why they made
it was
it.
A money thing, but it was money also because
it's money sacrificing winning.
Well, their dumbasses signed Rudy to an extension.
Yeah, that one you'll have to explain to me later. I actually thought Julius was. I actually thought it was going to work out just fine. It has not.
Julius is pretty overrated.
19 and 17 isn't. Yeah.
I don't know if he's overrated.
I watched him murder the Kings too many times.
As much as he's miscast. And some of that is by his own doing. Mick Cronin may say it's tough to coach delusional players.
That's a crazy sentence. Absolutely. Especially when you're talking about your own team. That's crazy.
And Randall thinks he's like the man. And Randall's not the man.
Well, what's New Orleans think? Does New Orleans make this list? New Orleans is 7-31.
Yeah, they're disappointing.
But I didn't
know if they're most disappointing.
I was going to say, I think when you talk about most disappointing, you talk about expectations. I don't know that what I expected from New Orleans. We're scarred by what they did to Sacramento.
Yeah.
I don't know that I
thought
New Orleans would do anything.
Play in and potentially push for a 6.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Potentially.
Right.
I could see a world where they were a 6 seed, 5-6 seed, because they got a lot of talent on that team. But yeah, that 7-win Pelicans team.
That's crazy. They're worse than the Utah Jazz.
Oof.
They're worse than the Toronto Raptors.
Wow.
They're worse than the Charlotte Hornets. And they're one game better than the dreaded bar of disappointment that is the Washington Wizards. The Washington, yeah. All right, now, Ted Leonsis is a terrible owner, and no one talks about it. He has, I guess, because he owns the Capitals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he got the one.
Yeah.
But the Mystics are a mess, and they didn't need to be. The Wizards are awful. I don't know if they needed to be.
The Wizards, they didn't just get bad, but they had a little run where they were making a play. What, they made the playoffs twice, 3 times? With Brad and John Wall.
Yeah.
That's been a while. I mean, that was Isaiah Thomas with the Celtics.
Good times.
It's been a while.
Wizards have been irrelevant pretty much forever.
When you talk about the Boston Celtics, will you tell the story of Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah, they messed up. They did him dirty.
So
what do you mean?
Well,
like the conversation,
like talking about like that, or as far as like his legend, like what he did for those 2 years.
Yeah, just like where does
Isaiah? He might be the 10th best Celtic ever. Like he's a top 5 Celtic for me ever.
Cornbread Maxwell.
Why do you hate Cornbread Maxwell so much? Did he hit on Jasmine? What did that man do to you? You have shaded that man for years.
His number's retired.
Well, what's wrong with that?
It shouldn't be.
Well, you're all right.
Oh,
yeah, that run was only about 2.5 years, 2 years or whatever, but he had a massive impact.
He had
it
was what was it, 1 year?
His MVP year was 1 year.
And then where'd they go?
He came off the bench. He came off the bench for half a season when they traded for him, and then I think he started the year after that, and then he had his MVP season, MVP caliber season.
Yeah, Isaiah.
The Paul Pierce trade hurt, and then when they traded Isaiah, I was like, I'll never care about like players getting traded. Like, this is ridiculous.
No.
I thought he was the next Paul Pierce. He was like Mr. Celtic for 2 years, and then Danny traded him.
I shouldn't tell you how to
broke
feel.
him and then traded.
Yeah, no, they broke him legit.
I shouldn't tell you how to feel about players getting traded, but it's time for Paul to go.
It was. He was a legend.
All right, Paul. See you later. See you later, Paul. Went to Brooklyn with Garnett, and they were like, oh boy,
that was an inside
let's
job.
Go. I'm sorry. Let's go.
What did they do?
They were like, oh boy.
Got a Sports Illustrated cover.
They thought they had something.
Oh, they did have the SI cover.
It was Joe Johnson, Darren Williams, I believe.
That's as bad as the Lakers one.
Williams. Wow.
That's as bad as Kobe, Nash, and Dwight.
Yeah. They didn't make
Sports.
They did make the playoffs.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, because
was that where
Kobe got him there and then he
got hurt? Yeah, and Dwight got thrown out in his last game.
Yeah,
and Kobe came out to a big pop because he literally walked by him and everyone swears and went, "You idiot, jackass." They said Kobe was part of the recruitment for Dwight. Kobe called him and said, "I don't care, dude. If you want to be here, be here. If you don't, get out of my face." Hung up the phone. Wondering why that man signed elsewhere.
I always I don't want to defend Danny Ainge, but I always do look at once what happened, like they misdiagnosed him, they had him playing, all this other stuff. What should he have done realistically?
So I'll let Jesse answer that. My issue isn't with Danny Ainge. My issue is with the Boston Celtics organization.
Anybody that's making that, but it's what happened pre that, right? Like once
everything,
once you knew what it was, what should they have done?
Yeah, you make that deal 1,000 times out of 1,000.
You had to,
and it sucks. It sucks. I don't. That's terrible, but you couldn't sign. Well, maybe you probably should have. Like if you were talking about karma and all this other stuff, yeah, you messed them up, so sign them. But that's not how things work.
Yeah,
not how things work.
Yeah. So he went to Cleveland because it was Kyrie.
Yeah, and then LeBron didn't celebrate with him on that one.
Never forget it. Wasn't LeBron tweeting around that time too, sending subtweets to his team?
When the whole team got traded?
I think so.
Yeah.
Why does he always do that?
Yeah.
What was the year when he said you either fit in or
that was Kevin Love.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking about that one. That was probably different.
Yeah, that was Kevin Love's. I think that was the first year.
What did he say?
It was something like stop. I hold on. Let me find it.
Why would he?
It was something about fitting in.
Why would he tweet that?
I got it. Stop trying to find a way to fit out and just fit in. Be a part of something special. Just my thoughts.
LeBron, what the hell does fit out mean? What is fit out? Did LeBron just create a thing? That person fit out. What? What?
Just my thoughts too.
Oh yeah, that's the cold
yeah,
part.
guys, this has nothing to do with anything. Just thinking here.
That's the cold part.
Fit out. Ron thought he was dropping a bar on that one.
Fit out and fit in are all caps, by the way, too. Just
what does fit out mean?
I think that means you're just being a Debbie Downer and just someone who's just being mopey and just can't get with the program. Maybe
fit out mean fit out. Fit out. Provide someone or something with necessary equipment. What?
That sounds like someone fit in.
That does sound like fitted, but that's fit out. I Googled fit out.
LeBron, he really just tried to make something up.
He did. He absolutely
if you're not fitting in, you're fitting out, but that's not even the right vernacular.
Stop trying to fit out.
You can't say that. It doesn't make any sense.
It's like not now because the team's great, but a 13-20 team had someone who just didn't fit. They fit out, it just didn't work.
And then what was the other one that it was when he was with the Lakers, and then he said, "Oh, I see everybody tweeting everybody got something to say. I'm gonna remember this." And then they missed the playoffs.
Oh yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he did say that.
Shout out LeBron.
There'll never be another one like you, big dog.
20 years of content.
Wemby ain't on Twitter like that, bro.
Well, remember, was it this year? Remember when someone asked him about the game and he was like, no, y'all say I be lying all the time. Like, what? No, I see Twitter. Y'all say I be lying all the time.
Just my thoughts.
No, I just asked you about Max Christie, dog. What are you talking about? All right.
Oh, Bron. There'll never be another one like him.
Let's get TC in here. There'll never be another one like him either. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916.
This lady crazy.
909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers? Hey, Kenny, she was, bro. I ain't gonna lie. If she was there, bro, you would have been like, man, wow, D-Lo would have been like, we out of here.
Hey, she was talking crazy too.
She was talking greasy. Hey, for sure. Hey, what y'all think, though? Kenny, what you think, man? Your boy officially on the hot seat, huh?
Well, okay. Who said he was on the hot seat? You talking about Kyle?
Look at the moves that he had to make, man. I think that's coming from up top. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, look, you got to get an OC back in here. We're trying to get Robert Saleh in, bro. This your last stint. If we have another season like this, we moving on, bro. And I like Saleh being, if we can pull that off with Saleh, that's that leader of men I was talking about. So if we
no,
move
he's
on,
not.
then
No,
stop it.
Stop it, Kyle, TC. No, he's not.
Why is it? Tell me, explain to me how Bob's the leader of men.
Bob's the leader of men. The defense, galvanize. Listen, they didn't galvanize under that dude, bro, and believe him. So let me ask you this question.
No, tell me, but no. Tell me about when he was a head coach, how he was a leader of men.
He was dealing with Aaron, bro.
Aaron wasn't even there for 6 games.
I mean, not Aaron. Then he had Zach Wilson. The defense. Listen, he was with New York. He was with the Jets, man. He had the defense believe in him, and then he had that GM, whatever that funny dude's name is, bro. Listen, it's a clown show over there, bro. Listen, we all knew when he left to go to the Jets. We like, man, look, Saleh ain't finna last over there, bro. Who lasts over there other than maybe Rex Ryan walking around talking crazy? That's another story I told y'all about. Y'all thought I was crazy when I said about Rex Ryan.
Yeah, we're laughing at the Jets for trying to get Rex Ryan.
I know, but I was telling y'all about him coming back in. But anyway, he galvanized that defense, and a lot of that team believed in him. And I believe if he was in Kyle's shoe, bro, they wouldn't be where they was at, bro, because everybody believed in. They lost faith in that dude, Kenny, no matter how you want to put it. He's a good coach. However you want to put that and shake it, bro, they lost faith in that dude, and they know deep down inside that he's not it, bro.
TC cracks me up every time.
It's gonna be a long off season.
I love how he does it. Like, yeah, the 49er players know, like they hate him. they hate Kyle Shanahan. They know.
In a world where athletes routinely either leak their feelings to writers, or now, they go to Players Tribune or go on a podcast or go to their social media, and if they got a problem with somebody, they will let you know they don't like this guy, this coach. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying there's one guy that may feel a certain way, but let's just check. Have we heard anything bad about Kyle Shanahan over the 300 players he's coached?
Bro, Kyle Shanahan was throwing footballs from roof to roof, I think, at Joe Staley's house, throwing a barbecue. Like, they like Kyle.
We've never not once heard one of the 300 to 400 players he's ever coached say, nah, I don't know that guy. He's not good.
That dude.
Yeah, he ain't cool at all. Even Devondre Campbell didn't even say nothing yet.
The one guy who doesn't like Kyle, Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's hilarious.
You're either on Jimmy Garoppolo's side or with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Man, TC with Jimmy Garoppolo, man. That's tough.
So, but I will say this, and I said this, excuse me, about Kyle.
I'm down in the air, folks.
I said this about Kyle during the season. He's not on the hot seat, but it's time to watch. Like, he can't have another season like this.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he gets fired after next year. He might, but like this year, hey, mulligan, like Super Bowl hangover, everything went wrong. You had a bad season. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But we're not going to have the same discussion next year if the same thing happens. Like, it's not like, another mulligan for Kyle. Like, it's just a rocky season. Like, no, you can't go 6-11 or whatever.
But it does raise the question, why did this season happen? Why did this season unfold the way that it did for the San Francisco 49ers?
Does Kyle get any blame for players not being as locked in? I don't know if that's the right word to use, but just not being solely focused, like Casey said, like on winning and all that. Just other things coming into play. Does Kyle get any blame for not reeling that in at all?
The only thing I'll blame Kyle for in that respect,
you talk about like the Ayuk, Williams, Nick Bosa post game that one time, whatever you want to throw out there.
Nick Bosa post game maybe, but the other stuff was, livelihoods and contracts like that. That's out of his hands. You know what I mean? I don't give him any blame for that. For
people out here tweeting too, it's not me, I'm just not getting the ball or whatever. Like stuff like that happened this year.
I don't know if that was necessarily the issue. And the thing that I give Kyle has to take responsibility for, because he's the man in charge, is this team on the field was undisciplined. They were loose with the football and penalties that was like, talent may have played a role as well, because you were down to like 4th and 5th string players. But that was the key in a lot of these games, was the fact that you look at the loss and, they lose a close game and they've got 10 penalties for 115 yards. They've got 3 turnovers. That's something that obviously the players play and they make plays and they got to be responsible for whatever. But, you don't see that type of stuff from a Kyle Shanahan team and a disciplined team. And that happened all year long. Even in the final game of the season, they had another 10 penalties or something like that. So that's just the nature of the beast, that showing that undisciplined behavior is something that falls back on the head coach. But the other stuff, Jesse, like you talk about, like I don't know if Kyle Shanahan ran the organization differently, Brandon Ayuk would have not held out, or Trent Williams would have not wanted his money. I think you got to the point where those guys, they're 4 or 5 years into this run and they're like, all right, I've sacrificed a lot. It's time. Now it's time for me to get mine. And that's just what it was. That was the nature of the beast for that too.
So can we go back to my question for just 1 second?
Absolutely.
Why did this season turn out the way that it did?
My first thought is injuries. I mean, do you think that if McCaffrey, Ayuk, Trent Williams, and Charvarius Ward were there all year long, they'd be 6-11? I don't think so.
I don't. No, I don't.
I don't think so. Would they have been 13-4? No, maybe not. But I don't think they would have been this bad over the course of the season. And it comes off like a cop-out when you say injuries, but when it's just.
I'm asking what
reality.
You think the real answer is. Like, if you think it's injuries.
Why they were 6-11?
Yeah,
it was injuries.
Uninjured, are they a title contending team? Uninjured is a wild way of.
Yeah, who are you, LeBron?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Is uninjured can we make that a thing?
Injured out. Are they?
Look, I don't know.
Uninjured.
That actually, I
Let's
think that
just
is
start using it.
I think that's the right verbiage.
Okay.
Actually,
You're good. You're good.
Okay,
yeah,
all
that's
right.
the right verbiage.
Clear.
Fit out is not the right verbiage.
It's not.
I don't know about that. I don't know if they're a
Okay.
title contender team. If
They
if
fell
are
off,
injured. Yeah.
but that could be because of.
I feel like the on the field undisciplined issues that Casey was talking about would have held them back this year.
Yeah,
And like the
that's
whole
fair.
not finishing in the red zone. Jake Moody sucked ass all year for
my
some reason.
gosh. Blame
Yeah,
Kyle
that's
on that.
crazy.
Like he
Yeah.
couldn't kick to save his life. There was a lot of issues on field that they still had too.
He can't come back. I saw one of the homies say, if Jake Moody is the kicker next year, I'm not a 49ers fan no more.
Okay,
And I understand.
That's
No, I
acceptable.
understand.
That's
I understand. How do you
I
bring
get
this
it.
guy back?
I
How?
get it. I get
The guys on the street were perfect.
Yeah. Jake Moody just needs a different place.
Let's stick with football for a minute. We'll come back. We'll talk a couple more things as it pertains to San Francisco 49ers, the Raiders,
They made some news.
and what's the best open job in the NFL. It's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
For those of you wondering, we're in the second half here at Little Rock. Hold on, I'll give you the score and update in just a second. It looks like Daryl Walker is the head coach for Little Rock. What y'all know about Daryl Walker? Oh, great. The score bug malfunction. So it's 0-0. This is great. No. 45-38, Morehead State with 7:11 to go in the game. That is, Jason. Because I jokingly said, but you never know what happens. Carson Beck has entered the transfer portal.
Okay.
Stingers up. Stingers up.
I put in a shout out to Ryan if he's watching. I put in a request for Brennan. They're like, yeah. It's gonna take a while.
He's a little busy, huh?
Yeah, I was like, all right, no problem. No problem.
I was talking to Mitch right now. We getting Carson Beck? I saw the stinger. I saw the stingers up. Casey was standing out there.
Casey was just having a little fun. I mean, that'd be awesome.
Could happen.
Having a little fun.
Although who knows what happened to his elbow?
They say he's the front runner for Miami right now, or Miami's the front runner for him, I should say. I don't think he's very good.
Yeah, he's a little overrated. He's okay,
yeah,
but he's a little overrated. Yeah, John, I didn't see what Chris the video, but I saw the other day that
we got it right here. We'll play it. I'll pull it up, yeah. Let's talk to our brother Mitch here real quick on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch?
Hey, see what's happening? What's popping?
What's popping?
Quick, huh? It can't be a change-up.
Okay.
Hey, Damon, I don't blame you. I blame Damon here. Hey,
what did Damon do?
What I do?
You cook yourself. I hope the bill was lower than normal, right? It's like a Seinfeld episode where you make your own pizza pie.
I've never been to one of those places, but I've seen that. I've seen that where they try to make you make your own pizza.
I don't want to put my hands.
Well, even that, when you make your own pizza, they cook it.
True.
Don't they take it and put it back in the oven for you?
Yep. That's
no,
true.
Not here. Just stand over a hot flame and cook a steak.
Like you said, we didn't know how hot the grill was either.
No,
That's another
no,
aspect of
no.
it. Just, okay.
There was a certain point where Gavin's like, does anyone know how hot that grill is? And I look over and my ribeye's on fire. I'm like, nah, not sure. Not sure.
Well, it's not. There's no way I can cook. Another reason why I have to remain married, cannot cook at all. I kind of like, I'm scared to I forgot how to cook. I did years ago.
Well, Mitch, we're going to learn in 2025. You and me, man.
Oh, you don't? Oh, you let it do all the cooking?
Yeah, I don't do any cooking, but I will this year, though.
Well, send me over the recipes. Well, I know they're going to kill me in the chat room because there's so many people that went to school with Bill Clinton, role scholars I'm doing it. But I want to say is we didn't run the ball enough. I'm talking about the 49ers, and they dismantled the defensive line they've had. I mean, Bosa's been pretty much having to do it himself, and now they're going to let go of Hargrove. I don't know what they're doing, the 49ers. They're trying to become like the Raiders.
All right. lot
shot
there.
at the Raiders was uncalled for.
So many people went to school with Bill Clinton is today's title too.
That was crazy.
I missed that one, but
that was crazy. He brought up a good point though. That that defensive line.
We just can't let Hargrove slide though, right? Like I guess that was it's probably small in the scale of the call, but
oh man. But yeah, the defensive line was not good this year. They lost. To be fair, they lost Hargrave week 3, and that didn't help the defensive line. A lot of the young guys they liked were in and out. Armstead was gone, and Nick Bosa just wasn't good enough. Leonard Floyd was pretty good. I thought he had a solid season, like what you could expect from him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they've got to. That's probably where they go in the draft. Because that's what John Lynch believes in, like bolstering that defensive line. So my thought would be that's where they go with the first pick in their first round pick in the draft.
Okay. There's a lot to. Did I hear you and Gavin are going to cook together?
Something's going on at Sky River, and it's a cooking situation.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Sky River's got a big. Okay. Yep.
And I'm the rookie. I'm the guy that doesn't know how to cook at all.
Yeah.
Who's going to be over there?
Yeah.
Maybe getting lessons or something, and then he's the gourmet chef.
The vet. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Coming to an Instagram feed near you. Gavin and Casey. Good stuff.
The buddy cop show nobody knew they needed.
Buddy culinary school here. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I think I talked. All right, I don't want to spoil it. I'll wait for his show. I think I might have talked Gavin out of wearing a racist T-shirt today.
Oh my gosh!
I swear to God, he sent me this picture at it's like 4 a.m, and I'm like,
send me the picture.
I'm like, he's like, hey,
it was a T-shirt look like.
Put it in the group chat.
He's like, hey, is this racist? And I'm looking at the shirt, and I'm like, you know, I think that it is. And so there's an explanation here. I'll send it to the group chat. I don't want to put it on the screen because I know.
We just.
I know where he wants to do something on his show with it. So I'm gonna send it to the group right here. I guess it's an old bar in Sacramento. He said, okay. He thought it. He was like, I looked at it and I wanted to make sure I wasn't overreacting. I got it for Christmas from this website that apparently sells old bar logos in different cities. And my sister-in-law got me this one. And he said, I put it on this morning and I was like, this might be racist.
Yeah, just play it safe, guys.
But now to be clear, he did not wear it.
Right.
Look, he asked for help.
Yeah.
He got help and he took the advice.
We don't shame that at all.
I'm not really sure. I just kept looking at it like, what is this shirt doing?
Well, you ask yourself, if this was a sports team logo, would we have to change it?
That's it. Yeah.
That's a good call. Yeah,
Okay.
just play it safe.
And he did. He did. Thankfully, I'm an early riser. We might have had a confrontation in the hallway.
Can you imagine if Dan woke up at 6:30 instead?
Well, I think there are a couple of people on his show who have been like, put a jacket on. Put a sweater on. Don't wear that. Not a good look. Not a good look. So we mentioned Javon Hargrave. He appears to be out with the San Francisco 49ers, or Hargrove, depending on what part of the country you're from. And according to John Lynch, Debo won't be released.
That was code for we're not letting him go for nothing.
Is there a market?
That's how I took that.
Is there a market for Debo?
I think so.
Late round pick.
So me and Jesse, I think you were gone. It was during the break.
Oh yeah,
we were working on something.
Been trying to work out a deal for the last. I've been trying to work it out with Kyle Matson. I let Casey on this. I'm trying to trade Tyreek Hill to the San Francisco 49ers for Debo Samuel, a 3rd round pick, and a 6th round pick.
And I said, settle down with the 3rd round pick.
See,
you can't have the 3rd and the 6th. You can't have the 3rd and the 6th.
See, but you don't even want Debo. You guys call him washed all the time.
Yeah, well, I definitely want him on the team because that's my boy.
But that's Kenny, the radio show host, not Kenny, the general manager.
So here's what I will say.
Kyle, listen, Kyle Shanahan, John, I know you're over there in the corner of the room. Just let me talk to Kyle real quick. The people who matter. Kyle, Debo had a career worst year or whatever. It's time for a change of scenery. Let me give you Tyreek, and I'll take this 3rd round pick and a 6th rounder. We're all good.
Well, I mean, we like Tyreek. He's a heck of a player. You know, I mean, takes the top off the field, and you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, I talk to Debo every day, you know, and you know, he texts me and stuff, and you know, he's a guy that's just really good.
And John, does he always breathe like this?
Well, look, I don't know what this guy's talking about. We just play football and stuff, you know, and I coach football and stuff, you know. It's just one of those things.
You know how, for some reason, I don't know why people do this. Maybe it's like to detox themselves or whatever, but they do dry January. What are you doing?
Doing the John Lynch.
That's not. We've established.
You can't do it that way. It doesn't work.
We've established that's
John
not
Lynch.
the John Lynch.
Zabo said it was the John Lynch. Went side by side.
I don't think he did. Like, oh,
Casey gets one cosign 2 on anything. He'll run with it for the rest of his life.
And here's the so you know how people do dry January where they don't drink for the month of, can we do like dry impressions where we just don't good impressions for the month of January?
I don't know. Like, it's pretty important when we get Shaq and stuff on this show.
I'm not gonna lie, it's the 9th, and after this morning, I want to drink. But like we could get through this together.
Like sometimes when we get Ultimate Warrior from the afterlife, that's pretty funny.
He didn't even take
it.
Well, that's cold, man.
Well,
man,
because I'm saying I heard you guys talking about me yesterday.
Oh, it's Jerry,
right? And you're talking about me, and I know Mike McCarthy is a guy that has been criticized, but it really does bring me joy to see my guy, and I do mean my guy, D-Lo, because he was a Cowboys fan, and once a Cowboy, always a Cowboy. I love to see him turning the corner on Mike McCarthy, because that is, he's not the problem here. He's not the, look, do you want to go, you want me to build another stadium? Is that what you want? I just want to win a Super Bowl so bad.
With that said, we could probably tie these two conversations in together real quick before we get back to basketball. What's the best job in the NFL? And you could throw Dallas in there because I guess technically Dallas is open because Mike McCarthy contractually is not the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys today.
This is true.
His contract expired yesterday.
But nobody can sign him because
but he can't get a job. The man literally has to stay in the
It's exclusive negotiating time. What's it, a week?
It's a week, yeah. It's next. I think it's next Wednesday.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That is crazy.
I think the right answer is Chicago.
Yeah,
but
because of Caleb,
because of the team. Yeah, they got a good team. They got pieces there and all that. But I do.
Jets the worst.
Yeah,
Raiders, Jacksonville.
Saints feels pretty awful.
Yeah, Saints does.
Nah, the Saints, you got Kamara still. You can go get your quarterback.
Kamara's got to be like 96 years old.
Feels like it. He was balling.
Kamara been in the league for 20 years.
Saints aren't the worst. Saints aren't the worst. No,
it's the Jets.
It's the Saints or the Jets then.
It's the Jets because it's the Jets.
I'm throwing the Jacks in there.
How about his?
Jags?
We got a quarterback at least. Somewhat.
Yeah,
at least he's a average. He's got an above average quarterback. An above average quarterback.
Everything about the Jags just seems.
How much worse do you think Trevor Lawrence is than Dak Prescott?
That's funny.
He's a lot worse than Dak Prescott.
Oh, a lot.
He's 2 tiers down.
Trevor Lawrence is a lot worse than Dak Prescott.
He's 2 tiers down from
the Raiders' job. Scares me because I don't know where I'm getting my quarterback from.
And we didn't. I guess we kind of teased. We didn't talk about it. Tom Telesco fired as general manager of the Raiders. That's the way that it probably should have been done, right?
Yeah, it's probably
because Tom didn't. Antonio Pierce wasn't his.
I don't think so. I think Antonio was hired first.
So,
and we looked it up. Antonio Pierce was like 3 days before Tom got hired.
I feel like you could have let Tom do this unless you just didn't believe in what he was doing.
Yeah. And if you didn't believe in what he was doing, he had to go.
And sometimes I wonder too, because we're a few days removed from this. Did Mark ask, or whoever makes these decisions, I assume it's Mark Davis, asked Tom Telesco, put together a plan what it looks like to get our quarterback and how we navigate this after winning a couple of games at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And he puts it together, and Mark looks over this and goes, "Oh no, you're fired." Just absolutely not.
Well,
you're out of here, pal.
Is it Mark looking over it? Or?
No, because what happened, Mark didn't talk to Tom. He talked to the other Tom. And he said, get these guys out of here.
He said, Tom Brady figure it out.
And so this is a multi-layered thing where Tom Brady is catching a ton of heat for the Antonio Pierce firing. And I guess there's a belief that he's really involved in the Tom Telesco situation. And perhaps he's got Mark's ear or whatever it may be, which has led to speculation that he's one and done at Fox.
As he should be.
There is a lot of speculation that he is out at Fox and he's going to focus on being, I guess, an NFL owner.
Yeah, he damn near run the team. That's what it feels like.
It sounds like he could get the opportunity if any of these rumors are true.
Yeah,
he could get the opportunity to essentially do that.
He's got to go from Fox though, and I was one of the people I didn't think
from a performance standpoint.
No, I didn't think he was bad. Like I know, like Kyle didn't think he did a good job. I thought he's fine. Like Tom is fine, but being an NFL owner and having a hand in hiring and firing guys, what are you doing? What are you doing calling Bucks Raiders next year? Like, no, they probably would never put him on a Raider game, but like you get the point. Like, what are you calling any NFL
Well, it's
game?
also not just that. It's they're covering Bucks Saints.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about coming to Las Vegas when you're down there on the field doing all that stuff?
Right.
Which I think was an initial concern. Again, the owner signed off on all of this.
Right.
They allowed this to
and
happen.
they didn't even care about it. They were caring about the amount that he was being
they was buying in for it. Yeah.
They're like, oh, tamper, I don't care.
Yeah.
But you're not going to take a discount.
We all do it anyways.
You're not going to take a discount, damn it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, tamper though. I don't give a damn. Yeah, you can't be broadcasting games, and you've got this kind of influence in the hiring, firing of your franchise.
And I think it's probably in Fox's best interest for him to be gone too, because your best broadcaster is on your number 2 team. Greg Olson's really good. Yeah. Now, to be clear, it took Greg Olson time to become really good, and I think Tom would have been fine. But Greg Olson wasn't a part-time NFL owner or a full-time NFL owner or whatever he is.
Right.
Like, give Greg Olson that spot back. Tom can go, I guess, run the Raiders, and it'll be interesting over the next few weeks because I mean, Tom's still working to hear what his involvement might be with the Raiders, the general manager hire, the coaching hire, and if Fox and or the NFL collectively step in and go, hey, we're going to put Greg in here. Why don't you go do what you got to do?
In the middle of
like
all
now.
this?
Yeah, right now.
I thought about that too, but I don't know if you can. I ain't on top
you
of that.
You can do it.
But I got the Super Bowl too.
Greg Olson can call the Super Bowl.
He can.
And everyone would be happy.
He can, but they've been business-wise, it's not going to matter. Like, you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose.
Well, I'm not watching because Tom's not calling it.
But that's borderline. Like, I agree with you.
I get it.
But I feel like you got to see this through since you have the Super Bowl.
I get it. And okay, Fox may feel that way until old Jerry calls and is like, yo, what is this?
What the hell is going on?
Wasn't a cue.
What the hell is going on? Why is he on the broadcast and running the Raiders?
You misread my tone. Was not pressing the soundboard.
I was angry.
Jerry's got some energy.
Yeah. Jerry just took his pill. He's ready to go.
But I mean, do you think they would do that? Like, do you think Jerry or anybody would do that right now?
I think it would be extreme if there becomes a thing like Tom Brady is sitting in on general manager interviews, head coaching interviews. Yeah, like I could see the league as a whole going, this might be a bit too big of a conflict of interest.
I agree with you, by the way.
And
I
it
just
would
don't
be
know if they.
And it's the league that goes to Fox and says, "Hey, we got to make it. We can't do it this way."
Yeah. I agree with you with you probably should just get him off now. But with it being the playoffs, with you having the Super Bowl, I don't know if Fox would want to do that.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it, but
he needs to be one and done though. Like he needs to stop doing this.
It will be very interesting to see what his involvement is with the general manager hire and the coaching hire, because the rumors are loud, and now you're getting full-on proclamations from like people who write about media stuff saying he's not coming back. Like he's almost certainly not coming back to Fox. And it's one of those things where like you go back to 1997 and you think about that 96 where Bret Hart signed that 20-year contract and Vince immediately regretted it and had to orchestrate the old screw job to get him out of there.
Who does he think he is? Vivek Ranadive?
Well, that's what I think that's what I think happened with Fox. They signed this big deal with Brady. They got a couple of months into it and they were like, man, we really miss Greg. How can we get Tom out of here?
Even more than like, we didn't have to do this. Like, we were fine. It was fine.
No, it was.
Like, we didn't have to.
Well, they probably felt like they did, though, because they had just lost Troy and Joe.
That's a good point.
So I mean, optics-wise, it was one of those things where, man, Troy and Joe are going to ESPN. Oh, man, what's going to happen to Fox? Fox got Brady, and the Fox people are celebrating. They're like, yeah, let's go. And then all of a sudden, the cameras are off, and everyone simmers down. They're like, hey, does anyone know if Brady can actually do this? Like, has anyone had a conversation with the guy?
What was Aikman and Buck have been Monday night for 2 years, or was this the first year?
No, 2 years because Tom didn't do his first year out of retirement. So he had the buffer year, and then this year.
Did he sign out of retirement?
No, he was playing when he signed.
That's right.
He signed the deal when he was still playing. And the deal was whenever he wants it, whenever he's ready. Meanwhile, it was at least 2 years because he was playing, and then his buffer year. There's Greg Olson just establishing himself as one of the best analysts in all of football, all the sports probably. Yeah, sorry, pal, you got to go to the second squad.
And to be fair, I don't have a problem with anything. Like I don't have a problem with Tom.
Yeah, you didn't even have a problem making your own food.
Well, just right there on the grill that I don't know how hot it was.
No clue. Not one fear of burning ourselves or nothing.
With the community tongs there.
Oh, God damn it. Hey, no, hand me the ones that you just used your hot dog. Yeah, thanks. I kept looking like, is there water in here? No. Just grab the one that had the hot dog and the raw hamburger meat. Hand that to me so I can flip over my $44 ribeye that I gotta cook myself. Awful concept.
Oh man. But yeah, I don't have any issue with Tom Brady being involved in the Raiders situation. You know what I mean? Like, go do that, man. Go do that. Like, that's perfectly fine. You just can't broadcast these games anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't know if conflict of interest is the right word because I don't know what he's doing to be a conflict. It just doesn't feel like that's how that should be going.
Yeah, I think conflict of interest might be the perfect.
But it's also a potential, right? Like he's not necessarily doing something, but like right now he's not doing something.
But here's the thing, like if he's calling what is it, Chargers Bills? Is that the game?
He's probably doing
no, he's not calling that. I'm just saying a game. I'm picking a game. And it's you know, these play-by-play guys, analysts, they have meetings with coaches and players. They watch film sessions, practices, especially for big games. They get a ton of intel to help broadcast the game. Mm-hmm. The Chargers and Bills. Now, I know that doesn't match up, but like think about like the optics of that. Hell, if it's the Chargers in the Super Bowl, right. if you know what I mean, like. If I'm Jim, I'm not okay with that. And I'm like, hey, good to see you. Get out of my locker room.
And isn't that the rule that's going on? He couldn't do none of that.
So I think that was one of the original things when he got cleared for ownership. They said he wouldn't be able to do this, but I don't know if that's been upheld or not. I don't know if that's the way it's been going. I'm not really sure. I know he's digging into like some of his old playbooks. He's talking specifically about plays and how they run. So either he's either digging into his old playbooks or he's meeting with the coaches, which is what they all do. It is a bit weird to have to make this exception for he's an A1 analyst. That's the top team.
Right.
And no, I'd feel some type of way about it if I was an opposing coach. I'd feel some type of way.
Mm-hmm.
No, you just sit in the booth. I don't want you near any of my players.
Get away.
None of them.
Oh, that.
So Chicago is open. New Orleans is open. New England is open. Las Vegas is open. Jets, Jacksonville, and technically, the Dallas Cowboys job is open right now. So those are the jobs available.
Did you want to rank them or? Because I think.
Sure.
I think the Bears are 1.
Okay.
New England 2.
Is it?
They got quarterback.
I was really gonna go Cowboys, man.
So was I. I was gonna go Dallas too.
Then do we believe in what that core is then? Because if we're all in on Dak, like I'm sure they're gonna keep Micah, right?
Yeah, you better.
Micah was running his mouth
again. Yeah, he always does that.
What'd he say? We would have been 17-0 if. What'd he say?
No, he said he was like, "Yeah, man, I can't wait for next season, man. And when I'm holding that trophy, man. When I'm holding that trophy, can't wait, man."
What trophy?
The trophy.
Oh, no chance he's talking about the Cowboys then.
Don't get mad at him for that. What's he supposed to say?
Who do you think he's talking about?
I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't have a problem with Micah Parsons believing that way, but I feel so confident when he starts talking because he hasn't been right about anything.
He hasn't.
See, we need to know Micah's Super Bowl contenders going into next season, though. I don't know. Dallas is.
The problem with Dallas is their general manager. Can their general manager put together a team that can win you games and win you a Super Bowl?
Well, imagine you go to him, tell him, "I need Derrick Henry," and he tells you we don't have enough money for him.
That's a good point. You said New England has a quarterback. You put their quarterback situation over Dallas?
If I was someone looking for a job, I'd like to build from the ground up. Like I think if you have a younger quarterback there, I'd probably start with that.
Yeah. Question.
What's up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tapia.
Yeah. What's up, man?
You put New England ahead of Jacksonville?
I think just because like there's more to build with New England. I think you have your quarterback. Jacksonville don't
have that quarterback?
They do, but
they have the quarterback they're stuck with.
Yeah, they're already ahead of they're in the middle of that.
That's the right guy. Trevor Lawrence isn't bad. I keep talking like he's bad. He's not bad.
He's not bad. He's just not.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, the guy they talked about for 3 years.
I don't think he's franchise. I think you're a borderline playoff team with him as your quarterback.
I mean, if you take the Jag job and the Cowboys job, you're expected to make the playoffs, I think, too. And I don't know how realistic that is.
Yeah,
Jacksonville
that's true.
Or whatever. Like you're expected to make the playoffs with the quarterbacks that you have, I guess, and the teams there. But I don't know how possible that is.
I think I'd put the Saints third. I like the Saints more than you guys do.
Really?
Because I think the Saints can go get a quarterback too. Like if that's kind of what you're worried
Derek
about.
Carr one and done.
Yeah,
backup quarterback moving forward.
Yeah, sounds about right. You can go get a quarterback if you need to. I don't know. They might be top 10 in the draft, so maybe you're able to even draft one. I like their defense. I think they got some talent on the roster. They just.
How many coaches have they had since Peyton? Is it 2 or 1? By the way, I got to give Sean Payton credit. That Broncos team was good.
Yeah.
And more specifically than that Broncos team, Bo Nix was good. And I think that is because of Sean Payton.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Man, I'm dying the last 2 days with Peyton.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to say Aaron Rodgers next. Yeah, and I'm gonna walk out.
Hey,
what you like, Shamar? What's my man's name? Moore? The coach at Michigan?
No,
is that your boy?
No, it's not. That's your boy. He's colorblind.
Hey, even Kerry hit me yesterday with the just a perfectly legal team over there in Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Kerry knows. Kerry knows.
Wow.
Kerry knows.
She's a Nebraska Cornhusker.
That's crazy. Carrie's a Nebraska Cornhusker, like a UC Davis Aggie, a Sac State Hornet.
And Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
She just did a year everywhere. Just everywhere. Her husband's probably from Nebraska.
No,
He's like 9 feet tall.
I didn't say Shamar Moore. I was about to, and I was like, no, it's not Shamar. I don't know if Shamar Moore was still on. Where was that 102.5 when we were talking about Shamar Moore?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about him on 102.5 for reasons known to no one. The dance. Soul Train. Yeah, the Soul Train dance. That's what it was. That's what it was. We'll come back. How stupid is the national media when it comes to the Sacramento Kings?
Oh, my goodness.
You will find out when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I gotta do it now. He said, oh man, that dude on Soul Train was a menace. He was a menace. Oh man.
Yeah, shut up. Just wait a second, goof. That side by side of the turn is hilarious.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, the original one. Yes, sir. Linnea will be in studio about an hour from now. SKYR. So it doesn't matter what anyone. Are we back? Oh, because my stack has stopped.
Oh,
no. All right, we're in there, but my stack has stopped, just for the record. Okay. Yeah, we're back. I added the cart that you asked me to, but it may not. Hey, welcome to the show. How about that?
Well-oiled machine, huh?
The well-oiled machine. There's nothing going wrong here. What you mean?
We're cooking.
What you mean? We are cooking. That's what we do now. We cook our own food. We cook our own show.
Once again, it was okay. I mean, like, would I rather go to Q? Sure, because they prepare for you and everything. But
I would rather have a trained chef like Chef Q make my ribeye.
So now that you are familiar with how it goes down, the second time around, you'd be a little more prepared.
There is no second time around, sir.
I'll go back there.
Okay, good for you.
At one point, I think it was Gavin turned his phone light on so he could see the season.
No, you know why he did that? I told him to. I was like, bring your flashlight on your phone because you can't see. They're dimly lit.
Couldn't see a damn thing.
Couldn't see nothing. You were surviving off the flames. That's how I got the. Okay, I was seasoning this thing like, wow. I was trying to salt and pepper this joint, and I look at it. No, that's steak seasoning. Like, okay. All right.
I think I might make a steak this weekend. I got the bug now. You know.
What were you just doing? What was all that?
Flipping it over.
You only have to flip it once.
Nah, well, you know.
No, you don't flip the steak over. No, see, you guys are children on the grill. You let it cook. You flip it over. You let it cook. You take it off. You let it rest. Then you eat it.
Oh.
You don't flip it, smack it up, flip it. You don't do that. People taking the spatula, trying to smash it down. Like, it's not how you cook. Who taught you guys how to cook? Apparently nobody. Poor Megan. She just wanted a hamburger.
Poor Megan. Oh, man.
Goodness gracious. You know what's worse than trying to cook your own food when you don't know how?
What's that?
Is talking about the Sacramento Kings when you don't know what the hell is going on.
These guys, bro. This
transcript
is embarrassing, bro.
This transcript was making its way around Twitter. Shout out to our brother Chris Watkins, who posted the video of Brian Windhurst attempting to talk Sacramento Kings basketball.
Nasty behavior.
But anyway, Mike Brown got fired. Doug Christie took over, and they have won 5 games in a row. They had a double overtime win over the Heat, which they made a big comeback in. It was a really bad loss for the Heat on Monday night. Now, let me just go over these 5 wins. There are some asterisks.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's some interesting things here.
They beat.
That is Bontemps, and we know how awful he is.
Yeah, I was going to say, shut the hell up.
And you got Tim McMahon just smiling from ear to ear in the middle. All right, Windhurst, go ahead.
They beat Dallas without Luka.
And Kyrie.
Oh, Kyrie was out for that game too?
Correct.
So that one was kind of a rest night.
All right. That was
a rest night for Kyrie.
Didn't the Lakers just lose to the Mavericks without Luka and Kyrie?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Their first one. They beat Philly. Paul George played great in that game, but Embiid did not play in that game. They beat Memphis without Ja.
No, Embiid did play, but they had a crazy comeback at the end after being down the entire time.
That's wrong.
Nope. Embiid didn't play.
That's wrong. Look, it's just so matter of fact. No,
let's be clear.
Played. Yeah.
Let's be clear. This isn't one national media person. It's 3 of them. This is 3 people attempting to talk Sacramento Kings basketball.
Oh, he did play. Well, see,
Nope.
But they scored 15 straight to win the game after being down.
So just remember, every time Bontemps opens his mouth, just remember this. Every time Tim Bontemps has something to say, remember this moment right here where he's attempting to discuss a game he clearly did not see.
Down virtually the whole game.
They blasted the Warriors without Steph.
He passed on the game too, by the way.
No.
Wait a minute. What? Run that back.
Run that back. No. Let's run it back.
It just registered.
Just run it back. Let's listen to him again.
Blasted the Warriors without Steph.
All right, man. Yo, they just making up anything, man. No, the man had 2 4-point plays. He had 20 points at the half, and they just Steph couldn't have played. All right, man. Come on.
I believe he played in the game, but it was the second night of a back-to-back for Golden State. They played.
I got all this wrong.
Listen.
God damn it. Are you serious? Let's see if Tim McMahon has something intelligent to offer. I like Tim McMahon. He's a nice guy.
When you're poo-pooing a winning streak, you should let the USWB read this.
Steph did not play against Memphis the night before. Golden State won.
Okay.
It was the second night of a back-to-back for the Warriors. They got
they lost by 30.
And they lost by 30. And then they had this crazy.
I know for sure Jimmy Butler didn't play on Monday
night. Jimmy Butler didn't play against Miami in what was another crazy comeback. By the way,
these are the guys who talk basketball.
These three get paid probably a decent amount of money to talk professional basketball for a living.
Yeah.
You ask them to talk about the Sacramento Kings for 30 seconds and their brains break. Well, Steph didn't play in that one. No, he did. Oh. Well, Joel Embiid didn't play in that one. Oh, yes, he did. No, you jack-offs are all wrong. Goodness gracious, man. Can you imagine for 1 second, wherever you are, remotely or at the office, showing up to your job and doing it as poorly as those three individuals did?
It's awful. Just an awful 45 seconds. And look, I don't always know. Like, I didn't I think that who the Knicks play last night, I don't even remember. I know they played Toronto. I don't know what happened in that game, but I'm also not paid to know what's going on with the Knicks and the Raptors. I'm paid mainly to know what's going on here in Sacramento in this area.
That's right.
Their job is to know everything that's going on in the NBA. And even if you don't watch and you say, hey, we're going to talk about this team, take the 10 seconds to look at what happened in those games. Yeah, I ain't even saying you got to watch the game. Look at the box scores.
Bro, you're missing the bare minimum.
Yeah, this is awful. You don't even know who played in what game.
And you're talking about star players too. Like, it's not like, oh, maybe Andrew Wiggins was in and out. Like, no, you're talking about Steph. Oh, yeah, Steph this, Steph. Like, how do you not know?
You just don't know nothing. And also, don't mention De'Aaron Fox didn't play in 2 of those games. That don't matter.
Not even reference.
That don't matter. Now, look, if you want to,
look at the look on his dummy face. Look at that. Look at that. You're gonna trust basketball from this guy? Goof.
It's like, if you don't, it's two different conversations. If you don't believe in what's going on, you think it's just, a mirage, that's fine. I'm not here to disparage that. But
perfectly
come on,
fine.
man. When you are taking the opportunity to talk about what's going on, make sure you know what you're talking about.
Or just say the Kings are on a 5-game winning streak and I don't care.
And then
move on. Perfectly fine.
Say that.
Spare us all.
Well, the truth is, you could say those guys would be like, the Kings are on a 45-game winning streak. But let's get back to the Lakers loss last night.
I'm definitely at the point where, because they're so wrong, so misinformed so often, I'm okay with these guys never talking about the Kings. Like, it's okay. Like, we used to clamor for national recognition and attention and all this other stuff. These guys are so wrong so often. It's okay. It's fine. Don't talk about the Kings. D'Lo and Casey do a good enough job. It's fine. You don't need to. No, nobody needs to know what's going on here. It's cool. You guys stink when it comes to talking about the Kings. So don't bother, please. Please. But oh no, they'll do a whole damn segment when they think something bad is going on out here.
Oh, I'm sure they had plenty to say on Mike Brown's firing.
They do a whole emergency podcast on that. But let the Kings win a couple games. They don't even know who the hell's playing in the game.
I don't know what it is, but Bontemps was especially irritating me in that clip.
Bontemps irritates me always. Bontemps
I don't know if it's
has never not spoken and I'm not irritated.
I don't know if it's a smugness or how he talks or whatever. It's like, oh, well, Steph did. Oh, he did. Oh, well, answer that. Like, this is, I don't know what it is. This is something that's so irritating.
Tim Bontemps talks like the bed bug from that episode of The Office.
Exactly.
Bruh.
That's how Bontemps talks.
I couldn't.
You're never getting to that episode.
For the sake of we're all jumping Bontemps right now, yeah, Kenny, yes, you're right, yes.
Just talks like. Get out of here.
It's like, all right, man. Like, it's cool. It's cool. You don't have to talk. No, none of y'all. Well, I shouldn't say none of y'all, because my dog Jeff Teague and his crew, they can keep talking. But yeah, the Bontemps, at least that crew, they've been wrong too many times for me.
The Hoop Collective.
And look, I'm not saying don't have your podcast, don't make your money, don't do your job. That's fine.
Clearly,
you just ain't got to talk about the Kings.
Clearly, being accurate in your news doesn't affect your ability to keep a job.
Apparently not. And And like, don't talk like you know what you're talking about. Like you clearly don't.
You ever want to check in with a team? Golden rule is check in with the beat writers.
That's it. That's why I'm always going to the streets, man. The streets will tell me what's really going on. Not the wind horses. Certainly not the Bontemps.
What can Windhorse tell me from Iowa about the Kings, bro?
He can't even watch half the games. Did you hear that story?
It's literally been told, yes. He's blacked out from 3 different teams.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. And like I said, Bontemps is a little irritating. I don't know nothing about him, so I don't hate him. Tim McMahon, I don't have no problem with Tim McMahon. He's fine.
Nice guy. Yep.
But you guys just don't talk about the Kings no more. Just don't. And that means the bad too. Like, don't try and come around like you're a Kings aficionado if they lose 4 in a row. Just stop. Don't talk about them ever, good or bad. Leave that to D-Lo and KC. Leave that to the insiders. And this is where Kings fans will come from. We don't need to hear from you guys no more. It's over.
At least
it's
finished. At least they don't think Vlade's still running the team.
Well, that was
a moment.
On
Shout out Bart Scott. Yeah, that was about 11:52, right before D'Lo and KC. I remember like it was yesterday. I played it back. I listened to it back like 3 different times.
And what is it? 3 years later, because at the time he said Fox wants out.
Yeah.
3 years later, De'Aaron Fox is still here. Now he may move on after this, but he didn't want out then.
Yeah, for those of you that might have come to D'Lo and KC late, Bart Scott 3 years ago was talking about Vlade Divac still being the GM of the Kings, and they get pictures or whatever. He's holding that over.
Monty McNair,
the owner, Monty McNair. Yeah, Monty McNair was there. He was solidified, established.
Is that worse than Avery Johnson thinking Buddy Hield was still here?
That wasn't. That wasn't bad.
That
was sad.
They got to get Buddy Hield out of here like a year after he had gotten traded.
That was sad because someone might have been playing a joke on Avery Johnson for 3 years.
I forgot it. That was awful.
That was tough.
Avery, we need you to talk Kings. All right. Talk Buddy Hield.
Our people, they never get anything right about the Kings. We have a starting lineup of wrong names for the Sacramento Kings. Was it Terrence
Harris III?
Terrence Harris III. Trey Lyles got the treatment too, didn't he?
They got him the music manager.
Kevin Lyles. Kevin Lyles, yeah, Kevin Lyles.
They got DeAndre Fox.
But that was Charles. That was Charles to our local media. DeAndre Fox.
Why did they do?
I got the lineup right here. It was Kevin Lyles, Keegan Bradley, Terrence Harris III, Jeffler Edwards was one.
Oh my God.
I don't know how you got that one. And then DeAndre Fox. That was a starting 5.
Oh my God.
Come on. Hey, Keegan Bradley's an underrated.
Keegan Bradley's wild. The wildest part about Keegan Bradley is that was the NBA. The NBA did that. That was on their page.
That's a true story, man. The NBA did that.
Keegan Bradley.
Oh, man. They don't get nothing right when it comes to the Kings. Nothing.
We're going to get some things right tomorrow. You see, Eddie tweeted us.
I didn't.
He said, all right. I'm going to talk Jimmy Butler and the Suns on D'Lo and KC tomorrow at 5:15 Eastern Standard Time. I'm seeing way too much bad info.
Ooh.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. I'm just going to bring Eddie into the stream and say, Eddie, Jimmy Butler's sons go.
Let him cook.
Let that man work.
Let him cook.
Let that man work. My goodness.
It's always a little weird seeing our Eastern time for our show.
Yeah.
Well,
that's all right.
It won't affect Miss P. He's like, oh, yeah, I'll be there at 5.
We don't even know what time zone Miss P is in right now.
That's a good point. She could be in the next day at this point.
She could be. Yeah. She could be. That's how she rolled. But shout out to her for always being with us.
We got to, we got to keep. This is going down in the on the spreadsheet of things they just got wrong. I mean, Windhorse literally got every game.
We're gonna have to open a new page on that spreadsheet because that was epic.
And he said 5 games. Just disregard Memphis.
Skipped Memphis.
He would have said Ja wasn't playing.
Skipped the Keegan injuries. Skipped the De'Aaron Fox injuries.
Well, the Kings had a full team in any of these games?
I think in Doug's first 3 they did. The Laker game.
The Laker game. Keegan played in all of them?
Keegan, I think
Keegan
only missed 1, right? No,
Keegan missed
2.
the one right before Fox started missing games.
Yeah, because
Keegan missed one, and then Fox missed the next 2.
So Keegan just missed 1?
I believe so.
Okay. So what was the 76ers game had Keon? So that was the one Keegan missed. No, Keegan missed. He missed
Memphis too, right?
Because Keegan missed the 76ers game where Keon, DeMar, Domas, Malik, and De'Aaron started. The Grizzlies game, Malik, DeMar, Domas, Keon, and De'Aaron started. And then Keegan was back for the Warriors where he started with DeMar, Domas, Malik, and De'Aaron was out.
The one where everybody was there was Dallas, huh?
De'Aaron, Malik, Domas, Keegan, DeMar, Kevin, Alex, Keon, Trey. Yep. Domas was there, yeah. Yep.
Because Domas missed the Lakers game, didn't he?
Nope. Domas played the Lakers game too.
No, he did play the Lakers game.
Yeah. So everyone played the Lakers.
Yeah, Domas was just sick for that Pistons game, right?
He's just sick for the Pistons game. It's going around. It's going around, man. People got sick. Holidays.
Sometimes you just got to get sick.
It's the holidays. Man.
Sometimes your tummy hurts. Sometimes your ankle hurts.
Oh man.
Oh brother.
I don't know what to believe.
So
they had a full complement of players the first 2 games of Doug Christie's 6 games in, and they haven't had one since.
And look, once again, like I said, if you think it's just smoke and mirrors or whatever, 'cause I'm not fully convinced, like, oh, they're all the way back. Like, of course, like circumstances and it's only 5 games. Oh, sure. Just be accurate. Durag Domas. Hey, let's go back to those games. Like during the 5-game loser streak.
Mm-hmm.
Did Domas have any dunks?
Oh, a dunk strike. It was a 6-game losing streak,
That's
and
right.
I have no way to go back and look if he had
might
any
not
dunks.
have had any.
He had.
Domas was just laying it up.
Happy as can be post game now.
Oh man, just chatty Cathy up there.
It's literally Luke Walton every time that one press conference.
Domas. Oh, he scored 28 against the Nuggets. Man, you said it.
No bad games.
You said it that day, or the day after, I should say. Man, that game might have been a little bit more gutting than I gave it credit
Denver?
for. Yeah.
Yeah, Denver was tough. I mean, we can look back on. We could be here 2 months from now and look back at that game, and it changed everything. It changed everything. It sent that team into a bit of a spiral, which ended up Mike Brown losing his job. And who knows what happens with Doug. But let's just say we laid out earlier how, close things are in the West. Say they're 2 months from now, they're in the top 6. And we could say that I would point, some people would say the Detroit game, obviously, because that's where people lost their jobs. But that Denver game, it just feels like everything would have been different if they would have been able to pull that one off.
Yeah.
Feels like it. Maybe not, but that was a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, they lose to the Lakers. Man, gosh, you look back at these games, it's just brutal. You have that 1-point loss, and this is just a brutal sequence of events for Mike Brown. You have that 1-point loss. You have a 3-point loss to the Lakers. You have a 4-point loss to the Lakers. You quit. You quit against the Pacers. We all saw it. And then, that gut-wrenching loss to the Pistons.
In the Lakers game, I can't remember what happened on the Thursday game. I can't remember what happened there. I know it was kind of close, but they kind of pulled away. Saturday was just tough. That was the one they battled back. They didn't get the rebound on 80 missing 2 free throws. They also had the situation in that.
I had that score wrong. It was a 13-point loss. My bad. It was 113 to 100, not 113 to 110.
They pulled away on.
Yeah,
they did. That. They had to play late in the game there where the ball goes off of AD. The refs can't look at it, don't look at it, give it to the Lakers. That leads to it's Malik. They didn't call a take foul or a clear path on a play that would have tied it up late in the game. It was just a lot of close, gut-wrenching losses. And do you think the way they were losing maybe magnified like the dire nature of what was going on? Or if it was just 5 in a row, 6 in a row, no matter what, 5 in a row, excuse me, at that time, at home, no matter what, it would have.
I think the biggest factor was at home.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I were to take one thing that I go like, this is the biggest reason, it's at home.
Yeah.
But the Pacers game,
and that was,
and I'll repeat. Like, look, I was wrong. I thought he was going to be fired after the Pacers. We thought he was going to be fired after the Pacers game.
Yeah.
The way the Pistons game happened, where Mike, and it had been parroted by players, had kept talking about attention to detail. You are at the time of the Pistons game, 30. That's your 31st game of the season, and you lose the way you lost. That is an attention to detail problem. You have lost at that point 4 in a row, and we're still talking about letting our foot off the gas. But you just clawed back to 500. Now you're 3 games under, and we're talking about letting our foot off the gas. Now, I'm not absolving anyone from this, but has anyone seen them let their foot off the gas in the last 6 games? You can even include the one that they lost.
No.
Again, I don't want to make excuses. I just have to look like what's different, and it hasn't happened. I know everyone. I don't know what's going to happen Friday. You know, that's the toughest team. It's one of the toughest teams they faced all year. But what I am very confident in, they won't quit. What I really want to see is if Boston gets them, how do they regroup for Chicago the next game?
Yeah.
The next is it the next night? Sunday. Okay.
Sunday. Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
You're
Give me that.
spot on. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to blame Mike Brown because I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, but the big issue that we talked about earlier in the season and all year long really has been how they close games, close games, all this other stuff. They were a horrendous 3-12 in those games, and to be honest with you, they probably lost like their last 10 close games because they weren't winning. They beat the Suns in a close game early on. They beat Toronto at home, so that's 2 of them, I think. And like, it seems like all the close games for like a month they lost, and all of a sudden they're the opposite now. And it could just be happenstance. I don't know, but it looked different. I
remember how good that game at Sky River felt when they scored 140.
Oh man,
against the Spurs.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It was like, yeah, these are the boys we talk about right here.
Yeah. We back.
And then 2 nights later they scored
141. Yep. Against the Utah Jazz.
Man. And then they had to stop playing for a while.
Well, they beat the Pelicans and won 111-109. And that was it. Nuggets were next. And then we just went over the rest of the
they let the foot off the gas on that one too, quote unquote. The Pelicans
the Nuggets.
Win.
The Pelicans.
They were up like 13 in the 4th quarter, and CJ McCollum.
That's right. Yep.
Went crazy.
CJ. Yep. As he does. CJ's a jerk. One of the most popular courtside people, not Kenny, that you'll see on your TV every week. Super Kings fan, Linnea. She's going to be with us in studio coming up in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, and she's all over the place on your TV.
She's all over the TV.
Golden State, she's all everywhere.
She's on Twitter more than Jake Gaden is right now. Shout out to our boy Jake.
We love you, Jake.
We ride with Jake.
We rocking with my boy Jake, man, all day long.
All day, baby. We'll come back. We got college football playoffs tonight.
Ooh,
we got college football playoffs tonight. And I asked about the most surprising team in the West. I'm not sure that we actually answered that. Who's the most surprising team in the NBA so far? I think there's a couple of different answers for that. A couple of strong cases for a handful of teams in both conferences. So that's all ahead here. Plus Matt George in the final hour of the show. Stealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Where's my? So we're gonna kick it with KC today. We're gonna kick it with KC today. And basically, I just gotta talk about, first of all, shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand, my people over there. You know the vibes. I gotta talk about how crazy it's gonna be this year for these shoes, man. It's I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta get another job or something because there are too many shoes that are gonna be available. I'm like, I gotta have these. They gotta have these. And I'm a little upset that this is the way it's going down because they could have spaced this out. This is crazy. I mean, let's look at the calendar right here. We got Jordan 5s. You know, these are reimagined Jordan 5s, but we got Jordan 5s going down in February. A week later, we got the Bread 1s going down. That's not fair. Like, we're just going to do that a week apart from each other. They bringing back the Flight Posits. I love those. They got the Nike Shock R4 metallic silver and red joints. I want those. Kobe 9. They got 2 of those coming out. I love the Kobe 9s. They've got like 4 or 5 different Kobe's coming out. They had some that came out this morning. The Kobe 5s. They came out with the little snakes on them, the Mamba on there and everything. They got another pair coming out later. You've got the cement 4s, white cement 4s coming out in May. I like the Charles Barkley joints that are coming out in May as well. The Air Max 2 CB94 joints. Then Dion doing his thing. Dion got some shoes coming out. The Diamond Turf joints coming out. I think February 1st or the beginning of February, maybe the end of January. But then he got the all his shoes coming out that just came out, the Max 96 joints, the Diamond Turf Max 96. All of this is before June. Then in July, you got Shattered Backboards coming out. You got the Jordan 10 Steel joints coming out. You got the Aqua 8s coming out. I mean, come on, man. What's going on? They got the Bugs Bunny 8s coming out. This is ridiculous. It really is. They could have spaced this out a little bit to help us out because I don't know. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. Sorry, but somebody asked me on Twitter if I had to pick my top 4, which one would they be? And I think I go with the reimagined 5s, the Bread 1s. I think the Diamond Turf joints that are about to come out. And I don't know after that. Probably the Kobe 9s. I want some Kobe 9s. That's tough. It's tough. Top 4. What are your top 4? Out of all the shoes that you saw coming out, what are the 4 that you want this year? Hit me up on Twitter, on Instagram. Let me know. What's going on, man? Back here, D-Lo and KC on this Thursday afternoon. Sacramento, California, still waiting for the Kings to play again. They don't play again till tomorrow. But
saw a stat about tomorrow's game.
What you see?
3rd time all season Boston have their full rotation.
This is only the 3rd time they've had their full rotation.
Yeah, all year.
Oh. Of course, you know, they got to bring everybody back for the Kings. Of course.
Team's on a 5 or 6-game winning streak right now. 5-game winning streak.
5-game winning streak. Yeah, I think this is about the time I thought Porzingis would come back. I remember
I guess they were saying around Christmas or December or something like that. And here he is. He's back. Looked good the other night against Denver. My boy Tatum still having a hell of a season. Do you think there's anything off with Boston, or are they literally just trying to get to the playoffs?
Just get to the playoffs. They haven't been, like I said, it's third time all year. They'll have the full rotation tomorrow. So just get to the playoffs. Everyone's healthy. They'll be fine.
There's no measurement for them outside of that anymore.
It's just a 7-game series now.
Yeah.
Repeat is the key.
They're not even bad this year, too. They're 24-10, I think, around there, something like that.
They're not bad at all. They're 27-10.
27.
It's just crazy. The Cavs are just the
Cavs can get into in the playoffs, but I'm not worried about Boston this regular season.
How far can the Cavs go?
They
Seriously,
go all the way.
They could go to the finals.
All the way. Absolutely. I think the Cavs, the Celtics, and the Knicks can come out of the East.
I think the Knicks story stuff is over.
Give me that one more time. The Cavs,
the Knicks, and the Celtics can come out of the East. You're done with the Knicks?
Yeah, but it's just because Boston and Cleveland are just that much better. I think Boston's getting back to these conference finals, and Cleveland is.
I think Cleveland's better than the Knicks.
Cleveland is just historically good right now.
They might be. I mean, their record is like I'm not taking nothing away from Cleveland. The Knicks just finished winning 12 in a row.
I thought it was 9. Because that was the Thunder matchup, right? I think it was 12 in a row versus 9 in a row.
That's right.
Knicks are good. It's just when I'm looking at I don't know.
I just don't see them getting 4 games against Boston or Cleveland in the playoffs.
What's Milwaukee turned into? That's the one I'm most interested in.
Milwaukee's they're on the fringe. I wanted to put them in there as they might be. They might be a title contender.
What about your boys? Paolo's back tonight.
He is.
Didn't Paolo once rob you at gum? Who was it?
No, he did.
It was Paolo?
I think Paolo's back tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, tomorrow.
Chris Haynes did a video today. Friday. Yeah, Chris Haynes did a video earlier today.
Okay.
I saw that last
Thursday or Friday. Really distracted this morning. I apparently missed a lot. It was Thursday or Friday. I thought I was just lost on the day.
And if they're playing back to back, I would have
playing the second one.
Yeah. No need to bring it back on the first one. Yeah, man. I like Orlando. I think they're a little young to be able to come out of the East or anything like that. But that's going to be that scenario in the playoffs. The 4-5 matchup, which might be, like Milwaukee and Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a crazy series.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever wins that one, like the second round is going to be crazy. Because if Cleveland is the one, and maybe this is unfair, specifically if Cleveland is the one, whoever they play, Milwaukee or Orlando, is going to give them a problem.
I agree. Yep, I agree.
A problem. And then on the other side of the bracket,
I'm
expecting
that
Boston and New York. I think New York, well, obviously, because I picked New York to go to the finals, but I think that's a hell of a series.
No, it is, for sure.
A hell of a series.
Pacers quietly 2 games above 500.
They are, man. They are. Got to take.
They won 4 straight.
Yeah. Got to tip my hat to them. They're working on turning their season around. And then you see who's like creeping up on the play-in playoff situation in the East.
No.
Philly.
Philly been there right now. Yeah, Philly been there since they had that 9-12 turnaround. They've kind of been in that 11 spot.
They're only 5 games under 500.
That's a wild sentence. Philadelphia 76ers talking about they're only 5 games under 500.
Weren't they about 11?
Oh, no, yeah, they were ass. I didn't even think when I said they couldn't turn it around, I didn't even think they could get here.
Yeah, I thought they were.
But my energy won't change. Hey, salute. But I don't buy this team at all. I don't buy the 76ers.
I think they were 3-14 at one point. They were 11 games under. So the fact that they were able to get to this point, they'll probably get in the play-in, do all that. I'm not ruling them out being a tough team. I don't know if they can. I don't know if Joel and all those guys can hold up for a whole playoff season. That's why I wouldn't say come out the East or anything like that. But now that they're here
How they've gotten to the point where they're back above water. I wouldn't want to. Who? I don't know. Boston cool with playing them in the first round?
Philly?
Yeah.
Let me finish my lunch. Yeah. Yes, please.
Fine.
I would love to play Philly every year
fine.
for the rest of my life.
I know it's the regular season and nobody cares, but they had no business on Christmas in Boston. Once again, nobody cares. I get it.
Philly. I'm sorry. I stopped taking Philly seriously after they blew that series in Game 6. They don't have it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I look at those guys whole, and I won't dismiss them. If you told me
Philadelphia,
if you told me Philly will have all their guys come playing time, I'll be like, all right, well, I got my eye on them.
This is Celtics disrespect at this point.
Okay, that's fine.
I can see the Cavs.
I
don't see the Sixers.
Yeah, I don't buy it. We'll see what the next 40 something games look like, but I'm just like, and good for them. Like, they were terrible, and I did not think they were capable of pulling themselves to where they are right now, which is 15-20. Yeah. But when a series comes, I'm not going to take them seriously.
Maxey's a problem.
Yeah, Maxey's terrific.
Maxey is a problem. And
yeah, they have a problem, and then they have some problems.
The problems is staying healthy. That's what I'm saying. If you tell me, like, okay, they're together going into the playoffs, everybody's healthy and ready to go.
You gonna pick them?
No, I wouldn't pick them against Boston.
Cleveland? Man, you guys hate Cleveland.
I wouldn't
boy.
pick
Whoa, not me.
I wouldn't pick them against any of those guys. I wouldn't pick them to win the series, but I wouldn't be as dismissive as you guys are about them. Like,
I'm not dismissive. I'm just telling you I don't believe in them. I'm not trying to be dismissive.
I think they can win a series. I think they can
against one of those teams.
I think they can.
Okay.
If they're together, I think they can. I wouldn't pick them to do it. I wouldn't predict them to do it, but I think they can.
Okay. All right.
I feel like I've been fair to Cleveland this year as well.
No, you hate the whole city. Don't do this.
It's a good basketball
team.
team.
There's a lot of evidence.
It's not a vacation
that
destination. That's for sure. It's a good basketball team, though.
If Complex said, "Hey, I'm going to send you guys to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I need Jesse to go because we need someone there," would you go?
Yeah, I'm getting paid. I'll just go to the hotel and sleep while I'm not working, but I'll be there. What's the closest city next to Cleveland? I'll go to Cincinnati.
You go to Columbus.
I'll go to Columbus. I'm sure there's stuff to do in Columbus.
Nothing to do there.
Go catch a Blue Jackets game.
Well,
all right.
Might cough from all the dust in Cleveland or something.
What dust? There's no dust in Cleveland.
Oh.
Wow. Unbelievable. Is Cleveland the most surprising team of the year? Obviously, when we talk about like surprising teams, we think about, man, this team came out of nowhere, but Cleveland didn't come out of nowhere. It's just they're 32-4.
It's probably Cleveland. I'm thinking of Houston too, though. Houston is their record.
People had Houston up,
yeah,
just not like this.
Not like this. It's kind of the little cousin version of Cleveland. Like, people thought Cleveland would be good, just not like this.
Yeah,
I think people had their eye on Houston, but
what about Memphis?
A lot of people are on them, though.
Yeah, a lot of people are on Memphis. I was wrong because I was like, y'all are crazy. Like, you think they're going to turn it around like that? And in fact, they have.
Yeah,
so,
good job.
Salute.
The Clippers are surprising to me.
The Memphis is a little surprising to me. Like, to this degree, that's a lot. What one did you just say?
The Clippers.
Oh, the fact that
They're
just
3 games over 500. I thought they'd be like where Phoenix is right now.
Yeah.
So
Orlando, or you had Orlando higher than I did. I think the fact if I had told you they lost Paolo for a month or whatever,
they've done a great job.
And they've
they were missing Franz in there too.
Yeah,
same injury.
Yeah, they're 22-16. I think this might be because their coach is a psychopath.
He is. You want to talk about fighting?
That dude is
I'd like to see him and Doug.
What's that? February 5th? I think that's February 5th. There's the 13th round. Doug versus, it was a Jamal.
Yeah. VJ brings up a good Detroit.
Well, yeah, and that's another one. Detroit 19-18 right now. A game over 500. not just, firmly entrenched in the play-in mix. They're 2 games behind Indiana. Check that. They're a half a game behind Indiana for the play-in spot. Or the playoff spot, the 6th seed.
Let me see. Does Indiana play tonight?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll include your Atlanta Hawks in that.
I think Mark Spears had a stat he tweeted out where this is the first time Cade Cunningham's been over 500 beyond 4 games of the Pistons season.
That's crazy. Congrats to him.
Seeds 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are separated by about 2.5 games.
And you said the Pistons are a half game behind Indiana for 6, huh?
Correct.
Well, they'll be tied after tonight.
Who the Pacers got? Or
they'll make up that half game tonight. Detroit.
Right. Detroit got Golden State. Yeah. Yep.
I'm a little surprised that Golden State has. Now, this is more of an in-season surprise because I didn't think they were like 13-1 good or something like that. But I saw enough of them. We're like, no, they're actually a lot better than I thought they would be.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to kind of fall off to where they are now, that's a little. I'm surprised by that. I thought they'd come back down to earth a little bit. I didn't think they would go to the depths of hell.
They're not quite at the depths, but they're nearing them.
They see it.
Yeah, they see it.
I'm surprised by that. I didn't, and I still, I'm gonna get my jokes off and everything. I don't know, man. Like I don't. They can't play this bad all year. Like it could just be a rough patch.
Well, toughest part is you kind of use one of your moves like to get Schroeder or whatever, and you got worse after that.
Yeah,
it's like now your next one, unless I'm missing something, like you probably trade Kuminga to do anything of substance next.
I just looked at this out of curiosity because I was looking at the scoreboard for tonight. The Lakers game against the Hornets, we know that's been postponed.
Mm-hmm.
That was the start of a 5-game homestand
for the Lakers.
Yeah. Yeah. San Antonio on Saturday, again on Monday, and then Miami on a Wednesday, Brooklyn on Friday. I'd be stunned if the first San Antonio game happens on Saturday. But yeah, just, tough timing. The Lakers are, or maybe it's great timing for them. They'd rather be home for this, but right. the Lakers were set to start a 5-game homestand tonight with that Charlotte game that was postponed. I'll take a peek at what the Clippers look like as well. I'm gonna be locked into the playoffs, though. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be locked into the college football playoffs tonight. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that. Like I'll keep an eye on the NBA scoreboard. Just quick. I don't know that there's a game. Houston and Memphis. I might need to 2-screen that.
Houston,
but outside,
outside
of that,
I also want to see. I just saw who they're playing. Who's Minnesota playing?
Orlando,
yeah. Paolo's not coming back, but when I thought he might come back, that's what I wanted to see. But college football playoff is where it's at. Well, I've been waiting for this for a long time, just to get to this point.
This is a tough trip for the Hornets. They got the Clippers on Saturday.
Oof.
I don't imagine either of those games are going to be played, and they're going to have to figure out how to make these games up. The Clippers are starting a 3-game homestand. They don't have any games until Saturday. They have a 3-game homestand that starts with Charlotte, Miami, Brooklyn. That's on a Saturday, Monday, and a Wednesday. Then they head to Portland and come back and play 4 more at home. How this is all navigated will certainly be interesting from a league perspective.
And then how they work on the makeups, you know what I'm saying? Like, because Charlotte, maybe they got one more West Coast trip out here, but they're gonna have to figure that out. Like, how do they get back to playing these LA games again?
And just because they have the West Coast road trip, it doesn't mean that it works.
Exactly.
Like they could be every other day with Sacramento, Portland, Phoenix, whatever. And there's no real way to fit it in, and you're winding up having to fly across the country to make up a game because you have, 3 days off or something in February.
Right.
Or there's an uncomfortable conversation about when the All-Star break ends.
That's true. That they got games.
Yeah, you got your days. Yeah, you got days. Yeah. You could try to. I forgot the All-Star game is up the road.
It is.
We got the credential request yesterday. I was like, oh, forgot. Okay.
You think they would accept Reese as a cameraman?
I'm hoping they'd accept Leezy as a cameraman.
Right.
D'Lo and KC live from the All-Star game. We'll see.
Oh, man.
Orange Bowl tonight on ESPN 1320 coverage beginning at 4:00. Penn State versus Notre Dame. Both teams look to shed some labels here.
I'm with the Fighting Irish tonight, man. I'm with the Fighting Irish.
Well,
let's go Nittany Lions.
Oh,
me too.
look at 'em.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, you?
No.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No.
What are you doing with him?
I'm with.
That's four. Notre Dame, the Hawks.
Yep.
Who were they? I already
Mike
forgot.
McCarthy.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy.
And there was another coach.
Sean Payton.
Yeah,
Sean Payton.
Wow.
And now he hates The Rock.
Yeah.
And now I hate the Rock.
crazy.
Well, all of those things are true.
I thought you were looking over because we were teaming up against the Fighting Irish today.
Nah.
Notre Dame's good. I get my jokes, but
Marcus Freeman,
he's
Marcus
good.
Freeman only.
Yeah.
I like James Franklin. He's a good coach.
Yeah.
That's a good team. Franklin 4-19. Talk about shedding labels. We talk about Notre Dame not being able to win big games. 4-19 versus top 10 teams as the Penn State head coach.
Penn State is they're just not that program. Like you said, James Franklin has done a great job over there at Penn State. He's got them to a level where they're, playoff contention, fringe national championship contention every year. But they're not that. And while Notre Dame hasn't been that, a lot of the times I understand that. Marcus Freeman, I think he's that dude. He's that dude when it comes to the coach. And I think he's going to have those guys ready to go. And yeah, I think Notre Dame wins this one. And they're going to the national championship
Man.
game. Wow.
They could win it.
They can.
Notre Dame can absolutely win the national championship.
I'm a believer in Freeman, man.
Me too.
I'm a believer in him. I do have my eye on hopefully, fingers crossed, future 49er Tyler Warren, the tight end at Penn State. He'd be a great little successor to George Kittle. Great.
Little successor.
What
okay.
6'6", 257. He can do it all, man. He can run the ball. He can come out of the backfield and catch a pass. He can line up. He can block. I don't think he's even going to be around when the 49ers are picking it. I don't know if he's a first-round talent. I don't know if they want to use a first-rounder on the tight end. But I'm thinking about life after George Kittle. He would be a nice guy to hand the throne to.
What do you think about Riley, the quarterback for Notre Dame, the kid that came from Duke?
A little shaky. Hit or miss, a little trick or treat. But while Penn State, I look at Penn State as them hanging their hat on the defensive end. They can make it difficult for Riley, but I think Freeman, much like the Texas A&M game to start the season, Freeman's going to protect him a little bit and make sure he's not in situations where he can be rattled or be in adverse situations. So that's where the coaching comes into play, and make sure you don't put him in those positions. And I think it sounds unfair to the young man, but I feel like Marcus Freeman and the offensive coordinator, they'll protect him to make sure they can get through this game. Because I really think Notre Dame is probably looking at it as, if we don't turn the ball over, we'll keep Penn State from scoring. They're not going to put points on the board like that. Our defense is top flight. So if we cannot turn the ball over.
Penn State's probably thinking, if we could
exactly find a way to get the ball to Tyler Warren 4 times and have him break one or something like that. They're thinking the same thing. I don't know if we're gonna see a lot of offense in this game. I don't know if we're gonna see a lot of offense. These are 2 really top flight defenses.
Yeah.
So
you see that.
Yeah.
It's exciting, man. This is uncharted territory, so to speak. We've been to the Final Four before. This is the playoff world that we've lived in for the last handful of years. And now we're down to the Final Four of this new version of the college football playoff, which hasn't been stellar.
No.
It's been less than memorable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really been what people hoped. There's been a lot of blowouts. But I don't think we're getting a blowout in either of these games you talk about. There might not be a lot of offense in this game tonight. You might very well be right. I'd be shocked if there wasn't some offense tomorrow, though.
There's going to be some offense tomorrow. There's going to be some offense tomorrow. They also talked about, I read a story about how weather and stuff like that is kind of affecting the college because they're bracing for this winter storm in Dallas. And it's affected the Cotton Bowl ticket sales and traveling and all this other stuff. And they just had to deal with something, and obviously something more important, lives, but in New Orleans, where they had to scramble, and do some stuff around that. So when you talk about the college football playoff itself, there's all these things that they've had to deal with throughout the time. But I think these 2 semifinal games are going to be good. They're going to look different, like you just talked about. One's going to be a slugfest. I think the other one's going to be a shootout.
But when you think what, mid-20s or lower
for
tonight?
Yeah, nothing more than mid-20s. I'm looking at a 2017 max.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm more. I think I'm going to go a little higher than that.
Yeah.
I think they could score.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's not exactly Rhodes Scholar football and analysts here, but don't turn the ball over. If these teams protect the ball, I think they're capable of scoring. I think both may be a little anxious coming out the gate, but especially with they might not carry the history of their respective universities, but they're aware of it. It's like De'Aaron didn't carry, 10 years of playoff droughts when he got here, but he knew of it.
He knew what time it was.
Yeah, when that team broke the drought a couple of years ago, they knew what it was, even though they weren't responsible for it. These guys, they're aware of it. They hold it, and I think that could lead us out to maybe something a little slow, but I think it'll pick up. I'm gonna go a little bit over. I don't do fine. 31-28. I'm gonna go a little higher than you. 28-20, something like that. I think we get more points than you're expecting tonight.
I'm getting Notre Dame with the win. I don't think Penn State gets into the 20s. Yeah. Penn State don't get into the 20s. Not on that defense. Not with that offense. I think I got Notre Dame by 2 scores.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
In the Orange Bowl.
This is exciting.
It is.
You can get full coverage of tonight's game here, right here, ESPN 1320.
We're going right after our show, huh?
That's right.
Yep.
We're going right out to the Orange Bowl after the show. We'll come back. We got tomorrow's game too. We'll come back. Linnea is going to be with us, the courtside fan. Everybody knows from the Golden One Center. Oh, I can't wait to see what she's wearing. Who's got more expensive?
I'm gonna go.
She's got Gucci. Yeah, it's Gucci.
Okay. That's her bag.
She's 1,000%. I think she might be Miss Gucci. She got like an endorsement deal with Gucci.
Maybe.
And if she doesn't, she should, because she is the most visible Kings fan out there. Linnea joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got this. Charlie handed this to me on my way back in.
Is it a graph?
Not a graph. WWE Raw does 4.9 million global views for Netflix. Up 116% from its average 2024 audience of 1.2 million households while on USA. That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Do that again. Oh yeah. We should have that. We should have that. Yeah, I hope to be there. I didn't buy tickets, but I hope to be there in April, Johnny. That's obviously a big deal. Raw before WrestleMania. Who is not Drew down, and why is this person being excessively annoying? Get your tickets. Get your tickets. How bad are they? Chris sent us the prices. They looked a little steep. But I think that's just ticket prices, period. I think everything's expensive now. Like, you literally can't afford to buy anything. It's Jim Park. That's funny. That's funny. Soren's funny, man. Soren makes me laugh. Soren and David Jackson make me laugh a lot. I still haven't pulled the trigger on any Kendrick Lamar tickets. And this is what happened last time when he came to the Golden One Center. I was trying to be responsible. I didn't do it, and I regretted it.
You need to go to this one.
Oh no, I'm going, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to Vegas. I just I haven't done it yet. Have not done it yet. Man, these motherfuckers are expensive. Damn it. They did just release some aisle seats, though. Oh, man, this is tough. This is tough. That's crazy. It's crazy how shows like sell and don't sell like a certain way. Aldrin, I'm not going to WrestleMania. I'm out on WrestleMania. It's crazy. Like, all 3 LA shows are just like sold to the max. San Francisco, good luck. Vegas, take your pick. Tickets everywhere. Tickets everywhere. Man, this is nerve-wracking. Can't decide what to do. I'm looking at some seats right now. They're decent. They're new seats. I know they haven't been here before because they're aisle seats. Kendrick in Vegas.
Apple Pay is just 2 clicks away, man.
I know it.
Adam Mel, everything The Rock has done for like the last 3 months have been confusing as hell. That guy stinks.
Truth. Jesse, a truth teller.
I'm glad Goldberg kicked his ass in 2003.
Man. Out here, look. Kenny just left again.
We went to go get our guest.
Oh, that must be what it is. He just mumbles stuff and like walks away, and I don't really know what he's saying. He must have said, "I gotta go grab Linnea. She's here." So Linnea, the King, and I don't even know what happened. I think a Kings fan. I know. I saw a post that said, "I don't know who this woman is, but I love her," and it was just a perfectly framed shot of Doug Christie walking in the frame and Linnea like right behind her, and they clipped it, and everyone was, I guess went crazy for it. I was like, yo, that's our girl Linnea.
That's the homie.
That's the homie right there.
Homie. I make sure when I go to these games, I make sure I gotta go say what's up after every game. We have a little talk about what we just saw.
That's because you can get down to the floor. Not all of us can get down.
Well, not you can. You're just not there at the end of the game.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, she's pulling up as we speak.
Did you see this hit House of Highlights yesterday, but Legends post the video today. Did you see the Russell Westbrook Zubac video?
No.
Where he's like, you better box out. They're on the lines on a free throw. You better box out. Zubac's like, you're not going to get it. He's like, okay, I'm here. Box out. Russell boxes him out, gets the rebound, gets the putback in and one.
Oh, shout out Russ. Russ has done a really, really good job with the Nuggets.
He's done a great job.
He's done a really good
I'll
job.
root for the Nuggets to win the championship because of that dude.
Oh, let me see. Do I have a player like that?
I mean, that's if of course, if the Kings aren't winning the championship.
I'm trying to think if I have a player like that in the league. Do I feel that way about Ant? I don't know.
He's literally telling him, you better box out. You're not going to get it. Box out. Box out. Shot goes up. He gets in front of him, gets the rebound, put back. Zubac fouls him. Unbelievable.
Damn, Zubac.
Unbelievable. Oh, I guess I take that back. He didn't foul him. He just got the putback. I thought he got an and one. That's my bad.
Quick side note, real quick. Tom Palacerio, he is reporting that.
Oh yeah, Gucci all over the place.
That's what we doing?
Yeah, Gucci all over the place.
I'll get back to remind me about Tom Palacerio when we get it. But we got family in the house.
We got family. We got royalty in the house. Hey, hey.
Yeah.
How are you?
So I gotta let my girl know we on the air right now, because when we be talking after the game, we be talking.
Mm-hmm,
So we on the air right now. We can't even talk the way we be talking, but we gonna have a good time though.
Absolutely.
We were asking each other like, what's she gonna be wearing today?
We know.
We both agreed it was gonna be Gucci.
You know, I gotta represent Gucci. I'm not getting paid by that.
Well, see, that's the thing. You're so visible, you should be.
Right. I was about to say, look.
Put
that microphone a little closer to you.
We work on that Gucci contract. We'll get that cracking.
I mean, you do contracts. You can get this done. Come on now.
Yes, that would be lovely.
So this is right now one of the most famous people in the city of Sacramento. I mean, she's everywhere. She's on all the broadcasts.
Doug and Linnea.
Yeah.
It's Doug Christie and Linnea.
They're tag team.
They're the top two. They're the top two famous people in the city right now.
You were texting me. You didn't see all the stuff that was on TV.
No,
people were just like sending it to you. That you're everywhere.
Oh yeah, no. People always they come up to me during the games too, and they'll be like, "We just love you. You know, we always are watching you and looking at what you're wearing and stuff." But yeah, no. People keep sending me all these Twitter feeds and posts and Facebook groups and posts, and people just trying to figure out who I am, but also expressing a lot of love. So.
Well, let's work backwards a little bit.
I appreciate it.
Let's work backwards. Monday night. They played Monday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Monday night.
Whew.
That was crazy. That was crazy. And you, like Dame said, you were going through it with Doug and everybody else. You was right there the entire time. Man, what was that game like being down there for that?
First of all, I felt like I was about to have a whole entire heart attack a few times. I felt like my heart was like, I literally had to take breaths at the timeouts too. You know what I mean? Like I felt like I had to recover.
Linnea going over to the water boy like,
I'm like,
give me one of the towels.
I'm like, okay, let me stop and breathe for a second. You know, I always tell the medical staff too for the Kings. I'll be like, y'all need to look out for me too. Look, I know these players are your priority, but can y'all, just look out for me, because I definitely be going through all the changes. But no, wasn't that a phenomenal game? I mean, it was like
incredible,
ridiculous. But it was so exciting. It was so fun to watch. And what I love the most about it too, just talking about our players real quick, is just, I mean, they were tired. I mean, I'm talking like dog tired. Like they had just come off the back-to-back Golden State the night before. You know, they looked tired. Like they looked like they was about to pass out in the fourth quarter. Like they looked like it. I remember like they tried to pull Keon out. They tried to pull, Domas, Keon waving him off like, no, like I got this. Like just, let me stay. And like the sheer like determination, will, and like just pushing through, and the drive that they had to keep going and keep anyway, it was just phenomenal. Yes. So anyway, that was a great game. It was a pleasure to be on the sideline. Y'all know that sitting where I sit, I get to hear everything.
Yeah.
So
did you curse at Mark Davis for me? Because Mark Davis always a problem. He always a problem, man. And so they don't throw you out. You can say, hey, this is what KC said, blank, blank, blank. But somebody got to curse him out at some point.
I don't cuss anybody out on the sideline. Look, you're not gonna get me in trouble. Like even if I did, I'm not gonna say I did. Hold up, I'm gonna have me kicked out of games and stuff. But no, honestly, I don't curse on the sidelines. I don't cuss at the refs, or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, every now and then might be like, what? Oh, come on. Or, never mind. That's not true. I have definitely said the BS word, but not where they can hear me necessarily. But I said, that's
when they go down the court.
Yeah. I've definitely.
When they leave, I'll be talking again.
I'll be right there with them too. Like when they doing a little like deliberations, I'll be standing there too, like a coach. Like, okay, so what y'all doing? Like, what's happening? Like, oh, okay, that's. All right, they coming back. It's a successful challenge. All right, we good. I knew it was because it should be, because there's no other explanation anyway. They better have ruled it a successful challenge. Like, come on, let's go. I'm telling them when to call the success. Like, I'm telling them like, no, we need to review this. Like, no. Like,
well, when Mike was here, you would tell Mike.
Well, all right.
No.
Let's be careful here.
I know.
Okay, let's try this. You say you hear everything.
Yeah.
Does it sound different?
Yeah, because it's like, how you maybe on TV you could see that they are having words come out of their mouths, but it's different when you can actually hear the words.
But what I mean is
the players too.
Does it sound different now that Doug's standing in front of you versus Mike standing in front of you?
So.
And that doesn't mean better.
Yeah,
Does it sound different?
I know I'm gonna come to Mike in a second, so let me put that to the side for a second and just talk about Doug for a second. Doug is a phenomenal coach, first of all, and I love his positive speak. He reminds me of me, because on the sideline, that's what I sound like your sister, your mom. It's okay, shake it off. We got this. Keep going. Like that type of stuff. And he is just like so encouraging to them. Telling them to be aggressive, telling them to drive through, telling them to do, X, Y, and Z, but also just encouraging them, when they make mistakes and letting them know that it's okay to keep going. So yeah, I get to be right there, listening to him and trying not to get in the way of the coaches, which has happened a few times.
Oh, I was about to say, it feels like a couple times. Yeah. I can see you bumping into Christy a couple. I'm like, wait a minute.
No, we're mindful of each other. I think every coach that comes on the sideline knows, like, I got to look out for Linnea. Like, I watch out for everything else, but Linnea is behind me somewhere. So let me check for her first before we keep going too far. But no, seriously, Doug has done a great job, and watching the players respond to him has been pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely looking forward to, what else comes from here on out.
A lot of the times this past week and a half, we've been talking about, and then especially when the Kings have started to play well, we try to it's our job to kind of break down why certain things were happening. But I think myself and Damian, we do a really good job of saying, it doesn't mean Mike is a bad coach or not a bad basketball mind. It just might not have been the best time and the best situation for him and this team to be together. And when Doug is there doing what he's doing, he's a good coach, first of all, but he also may be the right coach at the right time for the right group of guys. It doesn't have to mean somebody's terrible or not. Like it doesn't have to be that. It's just, for where they're at right now and what they're trying to achieve and what they need, Doug may be perfect for that.
Well, and I think it's important that just because I don't think we have to put them together. I don't like actually honestly seeing it. I don't like seeing the comparisons and the contrasts. Every time something comes up, oh, well, this happened before, this is happening now. This is what he's doing. This is what, just because one person's doing one thing now doesn't mean that that wasn't happening before. And, just because the players are playing great now doesn't mean that they wouldn't have at some point found their groove or, that spark that they needed under Mike too. So I just want to say that. And, I know I come from a different perspective, not only being on the sideline, but I've also had the privilege to get to know Mike, his family, his lady, Rochelle, and pretty close with them, travel with them. So I do come from a different perspective in that sense. But honestly, I just have great respect for him. And I think that it's important that we understand that regardless of whatever happened, we need to thank him. We need to appreciate him. We need to love him and respect him because he did so much for this city, for this community, for this team. And we would not be where we are today if it had not been for him. And God too, of course. But, I mean, not make it sound like, but
and Mike, we trust.
Right. And so I just think that's important. And I feel like so many people, first of all, I feel like we all need a therapy session after what we've been going through these ups and downs, man. I feel like, sometimes I had some tears, sometimes I was in, happiness. Like it's just been a lot of ups and downs, emotional ups and downs. But I feel like we can move forward and be happy for our team and support our team, as I've been doing. We could do that. We don't have to tear down Mike and talk about what he didn't do as we do that. That's just my personal opinion. I know that he's gotten a lot of outpouring of respect and love from the NBA community, from GMs, from coaches, from other players, from our players. And I think it's important to just realize, that our players love him too. You know what I mean? It's not like that. So anyway, I know that he's beloved not only in our community, watching him even at local, like football. He went to all like football games and high school football games and basketball games and stuff like that. And just seeing the little kids come up to him and he's signing their t-shirts with a ballpoint pen because that's all they have, and, me being out with him and even in the rest of the U.S., whether we were in Vegas or Miami or New York with me and Rochelle and him doing different stuff on the road or whatever, everybody comes up to him all the time. He just has so much love and respect and support, for who he is. And he is a great human being. He is a person of great character. And I'm certainly going to miss having that great of a person in our community and in our organization. So I just want to say that because that's family, that's good people right there. And I think it's important that we give him his flowers and respect. And I know he'll be okay. I know there's going to be plenty of other teams trying to track him down, and pick him up as we move forward in the off season. And it's our loss. But also I have the respect for our team and our organization as well. We don't know why they made the decisions that they made. I don't know if we'll ever know, but they felt they needed to make that decision. We respect it and we move forward.
Yeah, normally someone would tell us, but no one told us.
Whole nother
so we've just been trying to figure it out on our own. But I think what has cushioned the blow for those of us, including me, who thought firing Mike Brown was very much the wrong decision, is one, you're hiring someone that the city universally respects, like Doug Christie, and he has rewarded that instantly with the way that this team has played. And I think Doug said something. I think it was after the Miami Heat game. Is the lessons aren't in the victories, the lessons are in the experiences. That's that, yeah. That's where you build from. Like, it's great that we're winning. That's not what we build off. We build off of what we learned during this game and the experiences to help us moving forward when we go on the road versus Boston, Chicago, and when we're playing basketball, a month from now.
And he said that. He was like, whether we had won or lost these games, that I was more paying attention to what we are learning from it. How do we get through these we have something negative happen or something, where we have to overcome it, and how are we pushing through and doing that? And honestly, I've been watching them do it. with gusto myself on the side. So I've been loving every single moment of it. I just want you to know.
You should, because you sat through all 5 of those home games. Man.
Look, and the one in San Francisco.
Oh,
yeah.
All courtside, all right there, man. It was awesome. Ooh, those San Francisco fans were a little high.
Well, I meant the loss. I meant the 5 losses.
Weren't
you in LA too? Didn't you go to LA?
No. I actually was gone. So I feel bad. That was like the only game I missed was that Detroit game. And then I couldn't go to the LA game.
Well, now we know who to blame.
Here we go.
Now we know who to blame. Doug would be 6-0 if you had just gotten on an airplane. Man.
But no, right. I couldn't get to LA, but yeah, all the rest of the 5 games. Whew.
How was that Warriors game? Sitting there and just like you said, they were upset because Kings came in there. Smacked them boys up. I saw her after Malik got his dunk. She was up there. Heads up! Heads up!
Like, yes. I'm always like, let's go. Let's well, anyway. Might have some efforts in there a little bit.
Well, no.
But, you know,
she wasn't by the rest that day, so she could say it. She wasn't by
No, I don't say bad stuff to her.
That's why everyone.
I don't say bad stuff at all. Actually.
There's so many reasons everyone loves Linnea. One, because she is like every Kings fan on television. Like you can see your reaction through her on TV. But also she comes in here to, there might be a few S words, BS words, but she made sure to thank God a minute ago.
Right.
She made sure, like, no, Mike is great. Oh, of course, God too. But
Oh no, that's my personality. You know, I think as I get older too, it's like, listen, I'm gonna keep being me, y'all.
That's it.
I'm kind of scared of 60-year-old Linnea, 50-year-old Linnea, 70-year-old Linnea. She's gonna be off the chain.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be even better at that
this
point. This
Linnea is already cracking, and she, but what she gives even more confidence, it's like I'm like, oh, watch out.
So I was talking to you on the phone a couple of days ago, and you had no idea that you were popping on Twitter after that Heat game. We was like, everybody's like, who's that good? That's our girl right there, man. We love it. And then you were like, I don't know anything about this. Like, what are you talking about? So you don't see any of the love, huh?
I don't have Twitter. So I mean,
good for you.
Or I do, but I don't know how to use it, or something's up with my Twitter.
Keep it that way.
I can't even get on there.
You don't need to.
One of my
girlfriends.
I don't need to go on there. Why does everybody keep telling me that? Everybody keeps telling me that. Even my girlfriend that sent it to me, she was like, "Don't get on there."
No, don't look on there.
So you don't need to be on there.
It's an alternate universe.
Oh no,
it's not reality.
Oh no, yeah, she was like, "Don't go, don't do it." But no, but yeah, no, I didn't see it. But it is cute to see the one lady or one guy. He was like, "Oh, that's she's a rich lady." It's just funny to see some of the little comments or whatever. It's cute, but no, for real though, I try to bring the energy, pump us up. I dance. I do a lot of stuff. You guys are
dancing after the first overtime. Mark Jones was like, "Yeah, we dancing in the streets."
Oh, you have to get it in. You have to even when it's not the music, that's your music. Sometimes they be playing some stuff. You be like, whatever, let's just rock out then. We got to rock out. Let's just rock out, But no, it's all good. It's all love.
So how you feeling, man? You feeling like they got everything back on track? Or you still a little apprehensive, like you don't want to get hurt again? Or are you like, nah, we good now. We got it. We good. How you feeling about the team?
I'm hopeful. That's my answer. My answer is I'm hopeful. I like what I've been seeing, and I want it to keep going. And I think we've definitely picked up some things that we needed to pick up in this time frame, like how to push through these hard times, how to be down 20 and come back in the fourth quarter. Even when we were down 17 the other day, with 10 minutes to go, I even said next to my friend that was sitting with me, Deidre, I was like, I'm not even worried about it. Like they can do this, and it's the same thing I said Doug was saying. I heard him, right? One possession at a time. Get this stop. Now we got to score, right? Now get this stop, right? So it's like you just chip away at it. So now that I've seen that we could do that several times in the past 5 games, now I'm like, well, anything is possible. If we could do that, then that's it. Now, first of all, we probably shouldn't get down anymore.
That'd be a great idea.
That would be helpful.
That's a great idea. Yeah, tell Doug next time you're standing next to him, hey, let's not go down by 20 today.
Let's stop that. Let's cut that out.
The coaches don't have control over.
Who's your favorite player?
Oh,
I got an idea, I guess.
Everybody knows. Okay, go ahead. You tell me who you think my favorite is.
I think it's Malik.
For sure.
Everybody love Malik.
That's my dog right there.
Yeah. Do you
Wow.
guys do you
go ahead.
talk to Malik like during the game at all? Like coming out of a timeout or something? Like, hey,
Malik
keep doing your thing or something like that. Because he'll respond. I know he'll be the type to respond.
You know, for the most part, I talk to every player during the game. You know, I'll be like, let's go, Domas, let's go, Keegan. It's all right, shake it off. I talk to all of them.
Yeah.
For the most part, they all acknowledge me too. But not during the game. During the game, they're like in their zone.
Right.
Keon, a couple of times lately, he has been talking to me during the games. Something happened, and anyway, he'll talk back to me a little bit. You know, that's my boy too. You know,
I'm trying, Linnea.
I know, right? No, because something happened where and his eye, he'll be like, no, I'm all right. You know, I'll be like, are you, I hope you whatever. He'll be like, I'm cool, like I'm okay, like letting me know, like I'm okay, like or something happened where it was who we playing the clip was it not the Clippers? Hold on, who did we play? Paul George, sorry.
Oh, the
76ers.
Yeah, when we were playing the 70s, my bad. I'm sorry, basketball guys. When we were playing the 76ers and Paul George, he got a foul on Paul George. And, he turned and I said, I said whatever I said. We all disagreed with the foul call. And then he turned to me because he heard me and he was like, if it wasn't Paul George, it wouldn't have been a foul. And I was like, you right. Like the show, like it wouldn't have been, but anyway, Malik is my favorite though. It has everything to do with his spirit, his, he kind of like me, or I mean, is he though? But he is, he's like what I would want to be. He like if I was a basketball player, like that's how I would want to be, like crazy, like doing crazy dunks from like heck of far away, like just like the way he be shaking them and stuff and jugging them and getting the lanes and like going down. I'd be like, ooh, like cold, like cold.
He's unapologetically
cold.
Malik.
Yes.
Like that's like he is like
Yes.
This is me. This is who I'm always going to be on the court, off the court. Like he has a personality that he does not alter.
And he's the homie too. Like he seemed like he's the homie. You know what I mean? Like he's like good, like you'd want to hang out with him type of homie. Yeah. And his family's cool. Everybody cool.
You know who I think you would like too if he played more is Jay Crowder.
I love Jay. I talk to him all the time.
So he
ain't got nothing else to do, so he just talked to him.
I get to talk to him though. Hold on, I talk to him though because we be on the same page. I'm trying to think what happened. I think it was the same game, actually that 76ers game. And you know how like when at the start of the game, like our players that aren't on the bench line up in front of and they're like clapping the players or whatever,
right?
But that are coming into the game. Well, the 76ers had the nerve, the audacity to intrude on our side of the court. So they were like way over on our side, like clapping up there. I was like, if y'all don't get, that's what I'm saying, right? So as soon as I saw Jay, I was like, Jay, I was like he was like, oh hell no, you know what I mean? Like, and he was like, he was like, y'all got to go. And he was like moving out the way. And I was like, hey, get out of here.
Tattling.
Yeah.
Jay.
I was like, get out of here. Like, what are y'all doing? Like,
Jay was like, you right. Yeah.
He did.
What y'all want to do?
And they kept trying to mess with him, like, no, And he was like, no, man, like, move. Like, get out of here. Like, he was like,
Malice at the Golden One Center.
Plus, I gotta tell y'all, Jay had on this super cold black diamond necklace. Whew, so I had to tell him about that too. Because I want
Linnea went and got one the next day.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get two.
I'm like, let me just borrow it. I don't have to have it. Just let me rock it for like a game or two or something.
Black diamond necklace.
Anyway, but no, Jay is cool people. I like anybody that's like real down to earth, like take care of look like they can play some street ball. Jay definitely fall in that category. Malik fall in that category for sure.
Hey, thanks for coming to hang out with us
Absolutely.
again. We love having you in here. You
appreciate y'all.
Everyone's favorite fan.
It's good times, man.
It's all good.
And once again, I don't want to send a bunch of people your way, but you see her to go to once and tell her what's up. She's gonna say what's up. You and your husband, man. Every time after the game, man, I always enjoy our talks and we just kind of talk about what we saw, man. So it's always it's good times every time I see you guys, man.
Yes, I'm gonna keep supporting my Kings.
Yep.
Keep looking out for them. Keep trying not to get in the way of the coaches. But they love me though. They'd be like, please keep up your energy. Like it's all good. Like, and travel with us. Like, are you going? Like they asked me, Luke was like, are you coming to Boston? Like, we need you in Boston. I was like,
well, are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
But maybe Chicago.
See, I was about to say. We probably see her in Chicago though. I was just about to say
Milwaukee, one of the other. I'm trying to decide. But them Boston fans are crazy though.
Yeah,
I know y'all gotta go. Those are the craziest fans to me in our arena. The Boston fans, Celtics, they're crazy. But anyway,
I know.
Courtside superstar. Linnea, we appreciate you so
Love y'all.
much. Love you back. We'll
It's all
come back.
good.
Matt George joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
All
right,
Oh,
brothers.
man, always good times, man.
He's on the stream.
You gotta say it how you
You gotta
see it,
talk.
You know what I mean?
I see him after the games. I'd be like, please don't talk. He'd be like, don't listen today then. He's like, you don't need to listen today.
He said he gotta say it how he gotta say it.
Right. He'd be like, you don't need to listen to what I gotta say right now. But anyway, appreciate y'all.
Appreciate
We
you.
appreciate
man.
you.
Appreciate you. Yeah, man. So and that lives up there. So if anybody missed it or whatever wants to see it later,
Okay.
just send them that link.
Okay.
They can watch it whenever.
All right, cool. All right,
Thank
brother.
you.
Y'all take care.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. You're
I'm
okay.
so sorry.
You're okay. When am I gonna see you at a game?
I'll be there. I don't know. I'll be there. I
I'll
don't go out as much.
Would you go?
Yeah, I
Okay.
go. Like I have. my
I'll
credential
make
and
sure that no, I'm talking about like as a spectator.
I almost never
to
go as a spectator.
when we sometimes we have extra seats. I'm gonna have to let y'all know.
Yeah.
Y'all want to come sit up there?
Say the word.
I'll make sure y'all
I'd love to do that.
have your
Anytime.
have your time.
Anytime.
Anyway, all right, y'all take care. All
Linnea,
right,
thank
you
you.
too. Take care.
Courtside Dame.
Huh.
So I finally get to look at this thing. 5 million global views.
Yeah, it's a good number.
That is a real good number. That's like Monday Night Wars numbers.
Getting there. Yeah. Close to 5 million. Yep, for sure. It's certainly the highest they've done in years.
Oh, by the way, everybody, Moorhead State ended up winning that game.
Man, I was about to watch it at the house.
Are you serious?
Wow.
I mean, well, I just forgot what I was
Wow.
saying. I forgot I said that out loud. Sorry about that.
I bet money on Little Rock.
Chatty House After Party salutes you guys, man. Salute.
Out there working.
Ben's little bro, that'd be fire. That'd be fire. The Linnea courtside experience.
We could do fundraiser for experiences. Another one could be like bid to take shooting practice at Casey's world class gym.
Yeah, you do that.
I just have a basketball hoop.
Take us a tour of the stadium when it breaks ground in D'Lo's backyard.
Well, that is true. That's official.
Will you stop? People on this show just get used to lying.
Shout out to our girl Linnea, man. That's always good catching up with her, talking to her a little bit. Before she came in, though, and before Matt comes in as well, Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, about to pull up on us. This would be something that I don't know. I thought would be interesting. Tom Pelissero, I think it's Pelissero, not Pelissero. He said Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn declined an interview request from the Patriots.
Oh. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
Declined the interview request. Says Glenn will interview with other 5 head coaching vacancies over the next few days, but not with the Patriots.
It seems like the Patriots interview process might be a bit of a sham, and it's all just wait until we get to Mike Vrabel. Because I saw some stuff yesterday. They were catching some heat over the Rooney Rule and all that, and how they're going about interviewing other candidates. And it's just kind of like, we all know what you're doing at this point and who you're going to hire or who you want to hire, I guess.
Well, that was like you said, that's kind of something that I heard, that like the reason why they were so quick to move on from Gerard Mayo is the Vrabel thing. A lot of people believe it's a done deal.
Oh,
so
interesting, because he's interviewing with everybody, right?
Vrabel
isn't he? Yeah, I feel like he's talked.
He's had other interviews.
Yeah, so he's the one. There was
him and Ben Johnson.
Yeah, there was a report. Again, say I kind of skimmed it. I didn't try to like learn too much because I just don't think it's going anywhere. But there are people who have inquired about Belichick. Would he
really?
Would he?
I would
come
be.
back?
That would be crazy.
It doesn't. I mean, I don't know that. Obviously, don't know the validity. Doesn't feel like there's any traction to that. Like there's no
done it before.
Report.
Is it weird that there's
he has done it before.
Is it weird that there's language in his contract like already like, hey, June 1st of this year, there's a buyout for $10 million or whatever. Like it's already in place.
No, that's completely normal.
Okay.
Yeah, that's completely normal.
I can see a buyout from 3 years from now or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's completely normal, especially with a coach who has a history in the league, like the professional league.
Did we ever find out if he had that clause in there of his son being a successor, or was that just a rumor?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was official. I know his son on the staff is a thing. Like his son joined his staff. I don't know if there's a succession plan that's been agreed to. Because that would be wild.
What did he do with the Jets? Didn't he have a paper that he left on the podium?
Yeah.
They should
leave that on the Chapel Hill podium.
They should do winning time for that.
Oh, absolutely.
I think you can. You can do like a Patriots dynasty after that or whatever. But you start off with that press conference or something.
That would be fire.
Yeah.
Winning time with the Patriots. That'd be the most interesting Patriots thing I've ever watched. Same people doing winning time.
And it was the Browns or the Jets. It was the Jets because he coached the Browns. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Imagine if Tom Brady ends up being his boss though.
Oh man. Oh man.
Oh, chef's kiss.
Man.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, I love that.
Real quick.
De'Aaron Fox listed as questionable for tomorrow night, by the way.
Okay,
injury report just dropped.
Hopefully he plays out there. Before Matt comes in, another football question. Jesse, you thought when we brought up Deebo Samuels and John Lynch's answer to Deebo coming back, you thought that was just all posturing, huh? You don't think they're really bringing him back?
I don't think it's impossible that he's back next season, but the whole, we don't let good players out the building, this, and that. Like, a
little extra.
Because there's value for Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, I think
you let Javon Hargrave go or whatever, because, you're not going to get anything in a trade for that. But Deebo Samuel, Jesse Toppy over here wants to trade you Tyreek Hill.
I'd do that deal, by the way. Like, we could figure out which pick.
Third and a sixth. I'm not budging off of that. It's a third and a sixth.
Oh,
you're getting a top 5 receiver.
Is he gonna be a top 5?
Yeah, this year his wrist. This year he broke his wrist. His agent was saying he broke his wrist against Washington in preseason practice, and he needed surgery, and that would have took him out for the year, but he chose not to get it. And then you had the cop or whatever messing with his wrist with the handcuffs and that stuff.
Tyreek, 30 years old.
He still can play.
So
3 and a 6.
Here's the thing.
What about a 4 and a 6?
Yeah,
I can't do it because I could probably get a third somewhere else or a second even somewhere else.
Yeah,
Can't
but
do
you're
it.
getting Debo.
Yeah, but like I said, you don't like Debo. He's coming off a career worst year. If anything, I'm doing you a favor a
He
bit.
just needs to change the scenery. He'll go back to being Debo once he gets with you guys.
I'm counting on him, but I'm not telling you that.
You know, I thought about once Tyreek was in that locker room after the game, I thought about like, man, I wonder what, Kyle and them would make a move for him. And
the report is he didn't request the trade, right? That was
the report is that he was mad after the game or whatever. They had a meeting a couple of days or a day after, and like he didn't request a trade. Meeting went great, blah blah blah. But I could care less. Trade him.
The thing about Tyreek or Debo or whatever is I think even with Debo kind of like not being the same guy anymore, I don't know if the Niners can move on from him without trading for another wide receiver because I think they need a receiver. I think because I'm also looking at Brandon Ayuk, and unfortunately, I don't like saying this.
You don't think he'll be back to Brandon Ayuk?
No, I don't. And so you're gonna need a capable guy. I don't know when Brandon Ayuk
He tore his ACL or he
ripped his
shredded
knee up.
everything.
Yeah,
okay.
he ripped his knee up. It wasn't like the guy with the Texans, but it was ACL.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a meniscus maybe or something. Like it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And I even say that to say, when is he going to be ready to play? Like, is he going to be ready week 1? I don't know. Maybe. Is he going to be ready to go full throttle at the start of the season? Like I can't rely on Brandon Ayuk's return right now. So that's why I might not be ready to move on from Deebo Samuel.
See, and I'm trying to give you 2 years of Tyreek Hill, though. Yeah, he's got a void year in 2027, so it'll be 25 and 26. You'd have Tyreek.
Tyreek has the void year.
A 4 and a 6.
Third.
Oh, let me talk to.
I know the Niners get third-round picks from those compensatory picks all the time, so you can afford it. You can afford it.
We got some to use. Shout out to Steve. No, we didn't get one for Will because he didn't get hired. It was D'Amico, I think. Still.
Oh, didn't get hired by another team.
Yeah.
So on the chat, maybe you get Vivek Ochocinco out there.
Well, give Vivek out there.
That's it.
I guess you can't get Matt. Maybe Matt just said the hell with us. Maybe Matt's looking at his Instagram page. I don't know. That's all right.
You guys think you think Tyreek you can get a first-round pick for him?
No.
Around the league?
No.
There's because I'm worried about trading for Tyreek because he might fall off a cliff starting next year. I don't think he will.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Like this year he had a down year, but I honestly think it was his wrist injury. That wasn't something that just came out either. It's been all year. Tyreek's wrist.
It happens.
He
quick
can still
NFL.
play there.
It does.
It happens quick.
It does.
So I'd be worried about that. I'd still want to trade for him if the deal was right. But I couldn't lie. I'd be worried about that. Like, man, am I getting a lemon?
Yeah, I understand, but would a lemon Tyreek Hill be better than Debo?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The question is, would a lemon Tyreek Hill be better than Debo and Brandon Ayuk if your fear is founded?
So you go Tyreek Hill, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and at some point Brandon Ayuk. You probably still got to draft a wide receiver too, unless however you're feeling about Cowing. But
look at that! I just fixed your wide receiver room, John.
And where would Debo? Waddle would be the number 1?
Yeah, we're kind of doing a little soft restart over here with Miami. We'll roll with Debo, see what Mike McDaniel can do with him. Jalen Waddle and Malik Washington they drafted this year, I guess.
What's your number 1 need then in the draft? Like if you're like let's hypothetically you give up. We'll say a 3 and a 6 for the Tapia deal. Like what position is your first round pick?
A lot of people believe offensive line. I just have it probably is offensive line.
Mhm.
Like they've got to figure out what they're doing at the right tackle spot and at center. And they may look at, we can't mess around anymore with trying to get these guys in the middle rounds and stuff like that. Go
Mhm.
get you a top flight center or something
Mhm.
like that. So that's probably your first priority. But I wouldn't be surprised if John Lynch went defensive line. I wouldn't be surprised. And then for me, it's not something you do in the first round, but I think you got to take a serious look at them linebackers because by all accounts, it feels like Dre Greenlaw is going to be gone. He's going to go away in free agency. And I can't leave my boy Fred Warner out there with them Devondre Campbell types. Like he need a person that could go.
Mm.
And at some point, I'm looking at linebacker.
It's tough.
So I think those three. I still kind of want a wide receiver too, but I think those three.
But that's probably the lowest priority, no?
Probably.
And at what point do you?
And you could probably do some free agent stuff at wide receiver too.
Sure.
So it probably would go offensive line, specifically center or right guard, defensive line, linebacker.
What point do you start worrying a little bit about the backfield?
Never.
Never? Oh no, I guess because your boy's there.
Patrick Taylor just ran for like 100 yards though.
Yeah, and I know what you mean. I understand, but I that would be the lowest of priorities for me. I'll find a guy again in the 5th round that fits the scheme, has speed, can do whatever. And the ironic thing is every time they try to draft early at the running back position.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that's a good point. That is a solid
those
point.
days might be done. They might be like, we ain't doing this no more.
Yeah.
But McCaffrey long in the tooth too.
Yeah.
But you got,
but that's your team. That's that we've known that.
You got McCaffrey, you got Jordan Mason, and Garendo said there was no structural damage on his injury. So you come back with those three, and then maybe get a free agent, a undrafted guy that you might like. I think you'd be all right in the backfield.
Orange Bowl tonight coming up on ESPN 1320. Actually, Orange Bowl coming up in about 30 minutes here on ESPN 1320. Matt George said, "The hell with D'Lo and KC. I'm not talking to them. Kings are playing too well. I don't want to talk to them." So I guess Matt will maybe be with us next week.
Have you, speaking of real quick, Orange Bowl and all this other stuff, what's the biggest football game you ever been to?
Oh,
you been to like a national or Super Bowl or national championship?
No. I've been to Tennessee, Alabama.
College games.
That's it. Like
Tennessee, Alabama was pretty big.
No, it was. Tennessee stunk, but yeah, it was. That didn't stop 104,000 people from walking into Neyland Stadium.
I say that because I think about I'd love to go to one of these bowl games. I'd love to go to one of these bowl games.
This is like football is the one sport, and this includes baseball. Football is the one sport where especially like we're talking this national title game, I'll go, and if you put me like in the Odyssey corporate suite, I'd be just fine.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to sit in a suite at a Kings game unless it's one of them like open and you could like you're kind of down in the crowd like a little bit, but you're in the suite. Like that's fine.
Yeah.
I only get that treatment when I'm with you, but still like I could do it. But I like sitting in the stands for games. I love sitting in the stands for baseball games.
Yeah.
Football, I just don't really like watching football live. So if I have the ability to like watch the field, look at the screen. The problem with some football games is I actually watched some of that Tennessee Alabama game in a suite, and it's quiet. And I was like, this is whack. I don't like that.
I've never been in a suite for a football game, but going to the Niners games and being in the press box, it's like super closed in, super like you're super indoors. Some of the old press box, maybe somebody has a window open and you can not at Levi's. Like it's like soundproof glass. So you see all the craziness going on, but you don't get a feel for how wild it is out there. So I'm with you. I kind of if I'm at a football game and I can do other things, That's cool too.
By God, look who's here.
Oh,
why are you guys late?
Well, sorry about
I've
that,
been
Matt.
waiting for both of you.
Well, we apologize. Linnea was here. She was excited you were coming on the show. And, oh, here you are.
You know those days where you don't realize what day it is? It's one of those days.
Yeah,
one of those
it's been like
weeks.
that for 3 weeks, Matt. Like Jesse and I are constantly looking at each other like, what day is today? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. What's up, man?
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Well, we were talking about football in an attempt to kill time to figure out if you were going to join us or not. And truthfully, I didn't know how to get back to a Kings conversation that didn't involve you, so I'm very happy that you're here.
I apologize for being late. It's good to see you.
Don't
guys.
worry about it.
good,
Don't
my
worry
guy.
about it. Don't worry about it. We did this with Linnea. Let's do it with you. Take us back to Monday, Miami. Kings had won 4 in a row at that point. Things are feeling good. They're down 17 in the fourth quarter. I'm sure you're thinking about TV. You're thinking about Locked On. And then all of a sudden, 24-7 later, we got a whole new thing jumping off. What was your biggest takeaway? Let's start with your biggest takeaway from Monday, and then we'll look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, I was ready to talk a lot about in the first segment on how I felt that Doug Christie got outclassed tactically, which wasn't meant to be an insult because he's going against Eric Spoelstra, who's a surefire Hall of Famer. Like Eric Spoelstra is a tactical genius. He got his start being like in the film room and working his way up. So he's a tactical genius. When the Heat went to that zone in the third quarter, especially without De'Aaron Fox, the Sacramento Kings had no answer for it. Then the Kings made that push where they did, to Doug's credit, tactically figure some things out and find out ways to break down that zone. But I thought the Sacramento Kings won that game purely because of heart. I thought the Sacramento Kings won that game because of what Doug Christie has instilled in them and what he has brought back to the table since taking over for this team. So my takeaway from that game was, 1, fantastic comeback, and 2, in a way, it's a microcosm of the entire season to this point. And even the way this win streak is going on is accurate to this season. Think about it, guys. How many times over the course of these 40 or so games have the Kings gone down by 15, 20 points, battled all the way back, and then more often than not early on in the season ended up still losing, right? How many times did that happen? It felt like that was happening almost a nightly occurrence. You had that same exact thing happen, except the Kings won against Miami. You had the same exact thing happen in the fourth quarter, that 15-0 run to finish the game against the Los Angeles Clippers. So we've seen this time and time and time again. Now apply that to the season. The Kings fall 6 games under 500. They go on a 5-game win streak. They're now back to 1 game under 500. And thanks to other teams and the Kings being off the last 2 days, they are now tied with the San Antonio Spurs in the 10th seed. Yeah. Right? So this has been how the season has gone. The Kings fall in a hole. They battle all the way back. Now, the question is, can they continue to build on it? That is where my either skepticism comes into play or just my concerns come into play. Is 1, this roster has not consistently shown an ability to, once they get back to ground zero, be able to build upon it, number 1. And number 2 is, I do feel at some point the newness or the energy or the vibe of Doug Christie's takeover is going to start to wear off. It's not going to be the same, right? And when we get 20 games from now, when the Kings are in the grind right around or slightly after the trade deadline, and hopefully the Kings are still in this race, they're really truly in the dog days of the season, has the novelty of Doug taking over worn off? And who is that team then? Has Doug figured out how to get enough out of them then, or are there moves or whatever to keep them above water, not just treading water at this point? So these were all things that I was thinking about while the Kings were making a phenomenal, heart-driven, epic comeback that, if we're being honest, not that this is held against the Kings, the Heat also did them a lot of favors in that game. Jaime Jaquez Jr. missing a pair of free throws. Bam Adebayo, who's many consider to be one of the best defensive centers in the league, fouling Keon Ellis. All right, the Heat did the Kings some favors, but the Kings still unbelievable effort to battle back and to win that game, given all of the circumstances.
You were there on Monday. I mean, talk about the crowd and that building and how it was. I mean, I said I didn't want to be,
disrespectful to any of the playoff games, but it reminded me a little bit of those playoff games. It reminded me of game 2 against the Warriors and how wild that was when they were able to pull that out. That was a special night at the Golden One Center on Monday.
Sacramento, nobody responds to heart and hustle better than Sacramento. That is what Kings fans want. That is what Kings fans desire and demand, is just play your heart out. If you do, they will respond to you, which is why I think Sacramento loves Keon Ellis so much. The way Keon Ellis played against Miami, right? He stripped Jaime Hawkins Jr., has the court awareness to know where he is, grabs the ball and chucks it as hard as he can off of Jaime's leg to be out of bounds, turnover, Kings get the basketball back, right? For Keon Ellis to have the great game that he did, and I thought he was fantastic. I know I think Domas won the DPOG crown, and I made the joke on the pod. I think we've gotten to a point where, like LeBron with MVPs, Keon could just qualify for the crown every single night, so they're just going to give it to other people. Not that Domas didn't deserve it because he had 3 blocks in that game, but Keon was phenomenal. But the way the crowd responds to Keon, I felt the crowd was responding to the Sacramento Kings in general. Just the fight, the hustle, the effort. One thing, with all the inconsistencies of this team over the season, one thing I think Sacramento Kings fans can count on with this team over anything else is that this team will never quit. And that's something, I shouldn't say never, because they blatantly quit against the Indiana Pacers.
That was a different team.
that was a different team, but they have consistently this season not given up and battled back, the Cardiac Kings, as many like to call them. Now we're just seeing them able to finally close it out, right? A couple games in a row where they were close and the Kings got over the hump and closed it out. And that's where Doug Christie deserves credit, because he's seemingly given this team that extra bolt, that extra jolt, whatever it is, to help them actually close these things out. That's what they're doing now under Doug. And so we have to recognize that and appreciate that for what it is.
You brought up Keon there a minute ago, man. He has been an MVP in my eyes, particularly the last 3 games, stepping in to start for Keegan and start a couple of games for De'Aaron. It sounds like De'Aaron will be back Friday. He's listed as questionable in the latest injury report. And that's left a lot of Kings fans wondering, okay, Doug, now you gotta work some magic here because Keegan's back, De'Aaron's back. Man, we've really liked seeing Keon on the floor. And Domas said, we don't win these games without him. And that might be one of Doug's biggest challenges coming up here, Matt.
I don't see a route that makes sense for playing time unless Devin Carter is not playing or Kevin Huerter's minutes are decimated. I don't know where you get those minutes from. Unless, you're willing to play that small, because I know Devin Carter's a rookie, so maybe him just being a rookie is going to end up being, okay, you're the guy. I think if it was Mike Brown, I'd for sure go, okay, it's Devin Carter's minutes, because we know kind of how Mike operates. Doug, though, I think Devin Carter is a Doug Christie guy. I think Devin Carter immediately, you can see the impact that he makes on the defensive end. That wingspan is no joke, y'all. The wingspan that he has defensively, how he uses that wingspan, how he uses it to crash the glass and grab rebounds, like you can see it right away. And this is what I was talking about, I think, last week when I was on the show with you guys, and you asked what my takeaways were from when he played in that Stockton Kings game when he had that big 29-point performance. And I said, that version of that version of Devin Carter, I don't think was the version that we're going to get, because the version of Devin Carter that we've seen over the last couple of games in the NBA was not the same thing that we saw in that Stockton game, because we're seeing more of the hustle, defense, rebounding, aggressive kind of Tasmanian devil, let him loose and tell him to be impactful. And Devin has done that with flying colors. But I wonder if Devin is the guy that kind of gets his minutes cut just because he's a rookie. I think, like, if I'm Kevin Huerter, I'm very concerned about my playing time at this point in time. Not that Kevin's played last game, he wasn't great. The game before that, he had 16 points. I thought he played really, really well. That was the Warrior game, if I'm not mistaken. But Keon has to play. I don't think Keon has to start. You're not moving Malik Monk or De'Aaron Fox, obviously, out of the starting lineup. So Keon doesn't have to start, but he has to play damn near 30 minutes a night. He just has to. He's too impactful until that impactfulness starts to slow down. What I think is the benefit with a guy like Keon is that you can plug and play him. There's no question of, what lineup does Keon Ellis fit with? You just put Keon Ellis in the game. He'll make something happen. So I think that makes Keon more valuable and easier to deal with. Maybe not the right term, but more valuable for a guy like Doug Christie than maybe a Kevin Huerter, where fit with the lineup is really important for what Kevin Huerter does.
Yeah, I thought about, where the minutes and the rotations might work. And unfortunately, Kevin minutes will probably take a little bit of a back seat, but you throw Keon in there on the first sub for, say, De'Aaron Fox. All right. When De'Aaron Fox ready to come in, he goes in for Malik Monk. All right, cool. Keon's still out there. When Malik Monk's ready to come back into the game, he'll go in for DeRozan. All right. Keon will move into whoever DeMar was guarding, and it just works out that way. And you do that in each half, and now you're up to Keon playing about 25 minutes or so. But
and to your point, Kenny, if I can jump in real quick too, we've already seen that with Devin. Like Devin's been the guard playing the most minutes off the bench for Doug, and that happened really quickly. Devin's first game, Kevin Huerter started, was the first player off the bench for the Kings in the first half of Devin's first game. In the second half, Devin was the first one off the bench. You look at the Warriors game, and if I'm not mistaken, the Miami game, with the exception of, I think, Trey Lyles, Devin played the most minutes off the bench. So we're already seeing that from Doug is, hey, a defensive guard, that's a plug-and-play spot for Keon right away.
Yeah.
Obviously, we got the Boston Celtics coming up tomorrow. Just texting with Chris Peterman. He's live in Boston. He'll join us tomorrow in the first hour of the show.
Sweet.
Matt, I had a theory that Doug's first game after their next loss might be one of his most valuable games of the year, because you're winning, you're riding high, and it's easy for Doug, who has been saying, and I completely understand this because we talked a little bit about it before Doug said it. He's talking about, the lessons are in the experiences, not necessarily the victories. And that is that man, what a prophet Doug is when you're winning. When you get that first loss, though, it's like, okay, you got knocked off your pedestal a little bit. How do you regroup after that? And I've had this feeling that the first game after the next loss might be one of the most important games of the season, which is filling up with the most important games of the season.
I think you're onto that. I think what
like 10.
Yeah, right. I think what the Kings have done and what Doug has been given because of that Miami win is almost like a get out of jail free card. You can lose this Boston game now. I think, D'Lo, I think you said it it was either earlier this week or maybe it was last week. It had to have been last week. You said, what do you say? 4-3 looks a lot different in Doug's first 7 games than 5-2, right? 4-3 looks a lot and feels a lot different. So you lose that Miami game. You're likely losing this Boston game. You're 4-3 now. And now, like, it feels like the novelty is worn off. You're 5-2. You lose that Boston game, but you round out that 3-game road trip with a couple more wins. They should, in theory, quote unquote, should beat Chicago. Optically, I think that looks a lot different too. But I agree with you 100%. I'm expecting, call me a pessimist, I'm expecting the Kings to lose Friday. I'm expecting it. If they win, I mean, bring out all the parades and all the confetti and everything like that. Because if they beat the defending champs, then man, Doug really has something going on.
Well, it means we're the champions.
Well, that's true. That's what it means. But I think that Chicago game and how the Kings, depending upon, like, if the Kings battle hard in Boston and just lose because Boston hits 1,000 threes like they always do, or they outclass you because they're Boston, you can live with that. But how you respond the next game, if you play the exact same way, let's say the Kings play the exact same way over the next 2 games, and it's good. The Kings probably still lose to Boston or might lose to Boston. The Kings should probably beat Chicago. So if you're consistent in those 2 games, but you lose the Boston one, I feel fine about that if I'm the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I think going in these 3 games, I'll extend it a little bit. Man, if they can find a way to get 2 of those. They can find a way to get 2 of those. That would put them at 500, right?
Yep.
1 under. Yep.
Yeah, but it just it feels like it would put them 7 over. You know what I mean? If they can go 2-3, coming back to Golden One Center next Thursday, it's gonna be tough though.
We should get to make the playoffs based off Doug's record and Doug's record alone.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
We're what are we 5-1?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, we're better than Oklahoma City right now.
There we go.
We're better than Cleveland.
Number 1 seed,
5-1.
Sacramento Kings.
Count it.
But yeah, man, I look at these 3 games as pretty tough. Chicago, like I understand what you're saying. Like in theory, you should beat them. They got a lot of talented players.
100%.
Zach LaVine's playing great. Kobe
Yep.
Jones is Kobe Jones.
Kobe White.
Kobe White is playing great.
Kobe Jones is not.
Kobe White is playing great, man. That's a dangerous squad right there, man. So, yeah, if you can find a way to get 2 of those 3, man, that would be such a good feeling.
I do like that, kind of what you're alluding to, KC, too. Like, I do like one of the consistent things that the Kings have been doing over the 6 games that Doug has been the coach is they're playing desperate, or they're playing like, even though they've won 5 straight, they know they're still under 500 and have to claw their way back. Doug Christie coaches like it's game 7. Like, Doug Christie just coaches hard. You can tell how locked in he is. Doesn't mean he doesn't make mistakes or anything like that, but Doug has not changed from the second he got on Luke Walton's bench for the first time. He's the first guy out there after a timeout, meeting players damn near at half court, giving them high fives and welcoming them in. Like, that's just who Doug is. So Doug coaches really, really hard. And the way this team has been playing is with the desperation of a team that knows that they've got a lot of work to do to get to where they want to be. And they don't really have the time to kind of mess around anymore. And so when I look at that Chicago game, you're 100% right. That is a team that on paper, the Kings should be beating. But the Kings should approach that game the same way KC said. Man, Zach LaVine's playing well. They got a lot of ball players on this roster. We got to play hard if we want to win this game, especially on the road. Like, if the Kings have that mindset going into every game, and hopefully Doug can get that, because that's been an issue not just with Mike Brown. That was an issue with Walton. That was an issue with Jaeger. That's been an issue for a long time, is the Kings looking at opponents and kind of thinking, okay, we should win this game. Let's play like it. And it ends up kind of biting them in the butt, or the win is not as comfortable or sound as it should be. So if the Kings are locked in and dialed into, hey, we go 2-1 on this road trip, we're at 500, which might be the 8th or 9th spot with how the West is going.
Yeah.
Play hard. Let's go get that done.
You a believer? You bought in on what's happening right now?
I'm a skeptic, unfortunately.
You used to be an eternal optimist.
I know. It's
now I think you're
the jersey's still up in there.
Yeah. Now I think you're a little extra pessimistic.
And I'm pessimistic for, I think, the right reasons, though. Like, I'm not pessimistic about Doug. I'm not.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I'm pessimistic about this roster, and I'm pessimistic about the front office's inability to construct a good roster. That's what I'm pessimistic about. I did a podcast earlier today. I'm getting eviscerated in the comment section of the podcast because it's during a 5-game win streak, but I'm bringing up very valid concerns of, what does this team look like when this stuff starts to wear off? Because it's going to wear off. It's going to slow down. So how does the team battle through? Do they revert and fall back to what they've shown us they are all season long? Or is Doug really a phenomenal coach and phenomenal motivator to where he is able to get the absolute best out of this roster? I hope that's the case. That's what I want. Everybody wants that. But I think having skepticism or doubts or concerns about who the roster has shown you to be and still the makeup of this roster based on, I don't even care that the Kings have played shorthanded this, the Kings have played shorthanded that. I don't care. Beat what's in front of you. If the Dallas Mavericks come to town and decide they don't want to play 4 starters, that's their fault. Beat them. If Joel Embiid can't play, or if whoever the hell's out, Jimmy Butler's being dumb and getting suspended by his team, okay, beat who's in front of you. I don't care who has and hasn't played. The Kings have won good games, and that's all that matters. But they have really tough competition coming up. And that paired with the novelty of the newness of Doug and the energy for Doug, I do think will wear off. And I'm choosing to think more about what this team as constructed has shown me to be more than, let's put it this way. If the organization is banking on Doug's motivation and vibes to carry the Kings through the rest of this season, I don't think they're setting themselves up to be successful. I think that's a lot to put on an interim head coach.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong.
Skeptic Matt George here.
That's
all
me.
of a sudden.
That's me. I'm a heel turn.
Where's the optimist? We used to. Well, let's go ahead and do it. I've been turning babyface all week, and here comes Matt George with the chair shot.
You can boo me like Hulk Hogan. Let me tell you about my new beard.
Oh no, we'll never boo you like that.
That was great.
Absolutely
never,
not.
Ever.
That Raw was great, by the way, though.
You thought so?
I
thought
enjoyed
it. I thought it was a good one-off show. We were just Casey and I were just looking at the numbers that just a shade under 5 million people watched on Netflix, which is obviously a really good number in this era of professional wrestling television. The only thing I'm concerned about, and maybe the concern is unfounded and they have enough evidence to show that it is they didn't give me a single reason to tune in on Monday. They gave me no reason to come back. Like if that was a one-off, you'd probably go as far as say it was flawless. But if it's not. It's as they will tell you regularly, it's a weekly episodic show.
Yeah, it felt like a pay-per-view for sure.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, what now? Rock is whatever. Roman's the final the tribal chief, or in Punk and Seth blew off their feud that's been brewing since the moment Punk stepped back into the company. So what are we doing? Yeah. We're like we wiped the slate clean, headed to WrestleMania season.
Seth has to turn like evil heel now, right? Like if they want to keep that continue, Seth has to come back and just go full on like beat the crap out of CM Punk and F everybody for loving him so much. That's the only because that match has to be WrestleMania.
Maybe.
Trust Triple H. He knows what he's doing.
I guess so.
Trust trips.
I'll make a Jeremy Lamb joke. I couldn't get it quick enough. Great stuff, Matt. We appreciate you as always. We are locked in to the Locked On Kings podcast. We're locked into ABC 10 as well. Be careful what you're looking at on your
I am not by association with that. Okay.
I be clear. We love Jake. That is our man. We ride with him 100%. Matt, we appreciate you, man. Hopefully we're talking some more wins when you join us here next week. We are headed to the Orange Bowl, baby.
Let's go
Notre Dame and Penn State. It's coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, fighting Irish.
Good stuff, Matt. Great.
Like Penn State.
I saw everybody saying it in the comment section. I'm like, do people think that was me?
No, they just
somebody called him Matt Gaden.
The other white sports guy on news. Sorry.
Somebody said on his Twitter replies, well, we know he's not Jake Gaden, Gay.
Oh my God.
Come on.
And I laughed. I thought it was funny.
Do you know what happens when you Google that my man's name now?
Oh no.
You know the news section of that is just article after article after article.
As someone who lived through a suspension, I know that's not funny.
Well,
like that's not
a lot of people on his side actually.
No, for sure.
I need to know who's not on his side.
Right.
I haven't heard one cross thing about that moment.
That's all right, Jake. When you Google my name, I don't even come up. So there you go. It's perfectly fine. All right, guys, we're going to shut down. We're going to watch football and do a radio show. We'll see y'all tomorrow.